G'day and welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, joined by my partner in crime, Algared and Piss Poor Pete. How you doing, doggo?
Hello. I'm doing all right, man. It's all right.
Yeah. I'm having one of those days where everything that could go wrong will go wrong. Like, I cancelled the stream and restarted it, and there'll be no one here to watch until people figure out what the fuck's going on. But we'll get there. Right. I'll get the bot started in a second, but as usual, Algared, we're going to be taking questions. There's no ISC this week. I also just realized when I recreated the stream, it doesn't have a thumbnail. That's great, isn't it? Doing all this live. And I got up early this morning to get this all working properly, and it's all gone to shit, as usual. Right, Algared, what else are we going to be talking about this week?
We are going to do a Not a Tuna.
Yes.
So Not a Tuna is making a comeback. So
hopefully so. Can you guys let me know if there's a thumbnail to this video or not? Because on my end it says there's no thumbnail. So can someone tell me if there's a thumbnail or not, please? Because otherwise it's just going to have a generic, and I'm having issues getting it to apply. If someone can let me know, the thumbnail should be what's in the background type thing of the pug. Sorry, just trying to get it fixed because we had this issue where the chat was not appearing on the screen, and I had to re-log into all this stuff, and so I had to do a test stream, and then when I did the test stream, it deleted the stream. Fun how that works. Yeah.
Thumbnail.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll get the questions. Oh, there's questions coming in already. Shit, I need the bot up. Sorry for not being on ISD, guys. Bot rolling. So you're seeing. So Pete's watching this all in the background, like you're saying that today he got to see all the background stuff, and he's like, "Shit, there's so much going on." All right, so there's the bot running. That's our little.
This is what happens when you decide to make a coffee at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it was a tea.
It's on you,
but yeah, it's on me.
You.
It's totally on me.
Mate. It's on you.
Yeah.
This week.
Now, do you want to tell everyone where we were last week? Because I think you kind of should, but I think when people find out why, they will. Yeah. So you tell them in your own words.
Basically, I put my back out, and so last week I was in great pain, and yeah, not generally able to move very freely. Sitting down for long periods of time was quite painful, and so I said to X, I'll try and get here. I'll try and be there for I don't think I'll be here for the whole time. I couldn't even get there, so yeah. So that was on me. I had thought I'd be there, but I could cope. But alas, I'm old. Suck it up. So yeah, that's where I was last week.
Right.
Yeah. Have you ever had a moment of panic when you realize all the, when you're watching this as a viewer, you can sit there and make all the comments you like,
and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to do all this shit in the background, and it's fucking nerve-wracking as fuck because it didn't go through like it should have done. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. Now I gotta go to my phone. Be right back.
I don't know why this is so nerve-wracking. This is crazy.
Do I think
actually
so?
One of the things you guys should start talking about is the ship showdown, because so last year when the PTV was there, right? We were told, me and Paul were told that the PTV will come in next year. It'll have a skin, but the main thing we were told was they were going to change how the voting was done.
Yep, and that's bullshit.
They haven't changed anything. To the point,
I haven't changed a single thing.
The thing that triggered me was when I noticed the score pieces going back up against the Redeemer, just like last year. Right? So it's going to fail again.
And the cutter is going up against the 890 jump because CIG think that's funny.
What do you think is going to happen there, Algared?
Oh, I think the cutter's going to clean the 890 jump.
I think the cutter, because of memes now, is going to take the whole fucking thing.
Yep. And I think CIG.
And I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen.
Look, I personally, because I think that's what CIG are expecting, I'd like to see the ship they don't expect to go.
What do you think is going to happen there, Algared? Whoa.
Just to screw them.
See how that asked me to sign in and what it's done? Fuck off. Right, so I know you guys can't see this, but yeah, that's...
So, yeah, I would have loved the cutter to go forward. I think it's a brilliant little ship, but I think because CIG have lied, they flat out lied to us. They said we will change it. We're going to change the format so we don't get these meme type things again. Bullshit.
Yeah,
could the change in Could the change have been like before this process, like when they got to this selection process of choosing what they wanted in the top 16 to remove the meme ships at that stage? Could it have been that change, or have they not done that either?
Well, if you go
They
back,
basically indicated.
yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
No, I was just going to say, they told us they were going to change how it works. You go look how it works exactly the same. They haven't changed a goddamn thing. And it's really obvious it
was going to be more by class or by, to make it more even and fair, and
it kind of is by class.
It is by
combat vehicles.
Yeah, it is by class. But the other thing is, like, if you actually look how they've set it up, there is no fucking way that the same ship... Well, the other thing was that they were going to take a lot of the ships out that had already got skins. So the Carrack's in there, the MSR's still in there. Everything that's won before is going to get another skin. So I guarantee you can just go down that list and look at other things that won in previous years, and it'll win again. So, Pete, just so you're aware, I can hear myself coming back through your sound. Just a tad.
He probably needs to...
Yeah, just turn up your thing, just a tad. Yeah, just your mic blocky thing. Okay,
I find that frustrating.
Sorry, boys. I know you guys can't see what we're dealing with on our end, but that's the best I can do for day without restarting the stream and going through all that again. So we'll just have to live with that for now. But yeah, all right. Not a tuna.
We need to think. Tuna.
So do you want to do your thing first, Algared, or do you want to save that thing for last, like as the final?
Oh, I could say it last. I got another one.
Right, you got another one then? All right, so Pete, I'm just going to hide you for 2 seconds. Don't be...
Bye.
Yeah, it's this one. Ooh, all right, not a tuna. Don't mind my catfish. That's fine. Right, not a tuna. For those that have not played before, Pete, you want to tell people what they got to do? See how good Pete is. Go, Pete. Go. Tell us. What is it?
I believe, chat, you've got to pick a window.
Yeah. And what do you get?
You'll get the chance to guess an object or a piece of paraphernalia, and you'll guess which franchise it's from, and potentially win something. It'll be kind of cool and fun.
So that's basically how we do it. So we have 3 throughout the show where we'll show you something, and if you guess what it is, you get into the final pick between you and 2 other people, and then the final person gets to pick a window, and behind that window is a prize. Now the prize will be like a ship or a skin or something of that nature. And when it's a skin, it's usually a skin pack so it's for multiple ships, isn't it, Algared? Trying to think. Yeah, so we've had a few of them, but they're packs, so we're not just going to give you one skin. We're going to give you, a decent thing. So
you get the pack of that was the micro skin. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't even do it at the moment. I'm gaga. But we had the Hurston ship skins. We had the Microtech skins. We had the ArtCorp skins.
Yep.
Originally it was just going to be a ship, but we thought no, we'd make every window a prize of some form.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And so you get to pick a little bit about what's going in there as well. So next week, once one's removed at the start of the show, someone will pick a window, and under the window will be the prize that goes in next week or whatever, or whenever we do this. So we had a little bit of a break because I went away, and I just never got around to setting it back up because it's a bitch to set up. Because I've got to put all the there's a camera, obviously, as you can see, there's a camera and all that, and I have to put it all up, and it's got to be positioned, and it's a pain in the ass. And it blocks my TV. That's the worst part. I can't watch TV with it there, so I've got to take it down and put it up all the time. But yeah, anyway, my cats enjoyed the fish, so there. Right, with that, then we'll go back and actually we've got to show it, Algared. So what do you want to show? And me and Pete, we have to silently guess, Pete.
Okay, so there you go.
Oh, I know what that is.
What?
I know exactly what that is.
Is that?
Yeah. Just the first person.
Yeah. What is it called?
First person.
I'm aware of what it is now that you've told me, but I would have never guessed before.
It's a throwback. It's a throwback. It's definitely a throwback.
Where was it first shown?
I've got one. It's in my hangar, Algared. Put it that way. So, Algared either. I think we lost Algared. No.
Too.
All right, you're back. You're back, Algared. It's all good. I'll try and refresh.
Okay.
This is going to be an ongoing issue today. I can just tell. Right. Okay. No. No one seems to know what it is, Algared. This is weird. Nobody knows what it is.
It is.
Wow. That surprises me. There's 50 people, over 50 people. There's 60 plus people watching, and nobody knows what that is. Wow. Okay, so someone, Jack Betts is the closest. He is technically correct. It's a 3D print, though, isn't it, Algared? Someone printed it for you.
But it is a 3D print.
But
it was printed by Mr. Combustible, actually.
Yeah, it represents something in Star Citizen. I wonder if I can actually wait. I might be able to open it.
And no, it is. And by the way, it is not the Pyro Crab.
No. Let me just see.
Just so you know, it is not the Pyro Crab.
I know Pete and Algared, you can see what I'm doing, but
you're looking for your
yeah, I know where it is. It'll be back on one of those first pages, Algared.
Yep.
Just trying to set it to.
Oh.
How do you know what it is, Pete? It's the penny drops.
Yeah.
Yes. Now you know.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I heard that noise. I was like, he knows what it is.
Oh no, I know. I know. Yes.
Right. I don't have my glasses on. We'll get your glasses on. Algared, put it up again so people can see. Until someone.
That's super obscure. If anybody guesses that, I'm going to be genuinely amazed.
No, it's not. It's not obscure. It's Star Citizen, but it's for.
In fact,
did someone get it?
In fact, one of the other questions I could have done with this is it is used also as a squadron symbol for one of the celebrated squadrons.
Okay, that's obscure, but
that's obscure. But I'll even tell you the squadron.
There you go, Pete.
Squadron. There you go.
There you go, Pete. You see that? That's it there.
Okay, wow. So I'm going to keep an eye out in case anyone says that. Wow.
That is a
Soul unit.
Yeah, so Wuxfree's got it as well. So Jack got it before you, Wuxfree. There you go, Thorshu Grey. 2 people got it. First person I saw get it was Soul Lint. Lunit? Soul Lunit.
Soul Unit.
No, Soul Unit. Soul Unit. Yeah, Soul Unit. You're in it. You got it, mate. You're in. All right, so make sure you're here at the end of the show for your open a notepad document and put his name in there.
To
Soul Unit.
So
you're amazing. Got, no way.
What is the ship we've got on under the window this week?
No, I don't, and I don't want to pull them up and look. But I know, I know the ship's under there. One of them was the Ares Inferno, and it's been under there for ages, almost since the beginning.
That's right. I think there may have been a second ship under there.
We had it with a Nomad. Yeah, there's 2 ships and 2 skins. There was a Nomad under there that went last time. I think it's a Mustang. I think there's a Mustang and 2 skins, the little Penguin is still under there. So the Microtech skin pack's still there, and I think the other skin pack is one of the ones for the Reclaimer and the mining stuff. You know, the the Dolvanite skin pack or something like that. One of those. So good job.
So there you go.
Piss poor Pete being schooled. Yeah.
What was it? Was it the 78 Squadron that gave it away for you, or did you actually know it?
Yeah, well, he knew what it was. He probably just had to go. I reckon he went into his hangar like I just did. So just to show you
he may have done that. He may have done that.
Where is it? There we go. So that's where I went into my hangar and got that to show these guys.
So what's the lore behind the Thorshu Grey? Do you know? Is it just a hangar flare item or?
It was a crab they made for 2 reasons. One, they made it to test out flare in the hangars to make. They gave us things for free to buy from the store to make sure the store was working way back when, and they also used it in the commercial for the Aquila. And it was a crab walking along the surface, and one of the aliens comes up and kind of like starts beating the shit out of it with a stick. And that's
was it the Space 2001 monolith one?
That's the one. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow, that's the advert that got me into Star Citizen.
Yeah, and that's the crab, and they put the crab and a bunch of stuff similar to that into, like, there's another fish down there that Vindle and the thing above it as well. They were all hangar flare items, and we got them all for free, and then they ended up starting to sell stuff after that. So Yeah, that's how old it is though. But like this is
Yep.
January 12th, 2024. So that's
So
technically predates you, Algared, technically, doesn't it? Just because you came in 2014, didn't you, sometime?
yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, that's how old it is. So
So
yeah,
to answer your question, no, there's full law for it.
yeah.
Full law for the Thurushigai. So it is omnivorous.
Yeah.
It's a six-eyed crustacean indigenous to the cold southern oceans of Terra 3.
I have to stop the stream here for something really important. Luna Maria, how did your dentist appointment go? I was freaking out, like all the things I was imagining when she was saying they were going to the dentist. I was like, oh god, you know, big. She left a thing earlier in chat, and I went to the dentist recently myself, so I think I'm a bit traumatized. But yeah, I hope you're okay. Because it can be scary place.
Yeah.
What about you, Pete? When's the last time you went to the dentist?
I am stereotypically English. I genuinely don't remember the last time I went to the dentist. My teeth are fine. Don't look at me. Go away.
One of those images now of those people with the teeth like going through their through their lip.
Frankie Boyle said it best. My teeth look like a vandalized graveyard.
Yes. Oof. Okay.
That's a scary thought. Just
Yes.
seeing that, you know.
All right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
The Thurushigai is also, by the way, a delicacy. The tender, sweet meat is also popular. It's also a popular aquarium pet, as most Star Citizen people know. And it is used as a symbol of the 78th Squadron, who I believe near the end of the Meza, they use that as because near the end of, I think, the Meza period, their bomber squadron dumped a whole pile of these over somewhere, and the whole squadron got arrested by the Mezas. So there you go. There is a whole lore on the Thurushigai. You can read it on the Star Citizen website.
Cool.
Actually, I was watching a video this morning, wasn't we, Pete, when we first met up? Super Mac Brother did a video, but also I read it earlier this morning that both versions of the Spirit, C1 and A1, are coming to 3.20.x patches, which is going to be interesting. We're due for a lot of ships, and the scary thing if you read the roadmap is there's just so many variants on there. I think they kind of went into this year going, what's the easiest shit we can do? Let's just make a shit ton of variants, and they've just kind of like got so many coming. Well, that's what it feels like.
You say the easiest shit, but they started with the A1, didn't they? And surely that would be the most complex of the variants. I would like. It makes me wonder why they started with that one. Surely the cargo one would have been the easiest.
Yes, from a modeling perspective, you're correct. For some reason, my light was unplugged and it's gone flat. There we go. Right.
From a perspective of in gameplay,
yes,
bombs are already in.
Yeah, the E1 is the most complicated, and that's why it's not coming, because you need AI and all that shit that we just won't work properly on the servers yet without server meshing and stuff like that. But if you break it down, you need tractor beams for the C1, because that's kind of wasn't in game quite yet. You just take the A2, make the bomb smaller. You see what I mean? So from an in-game play perspective, the A1 is the easiest to get done, and that's what was the first done. Or will be. Okay.
It's also the most impressive as well. So if you're gonna, bring it out, you might as well start with your best foot.
Why is it the most impressive? Why is it the most? Just because it goes.
The interior just seems like, from the concept images, it just seemed the most complex. It just seemed the most like, it didn't seem like the cargo one seems like a bit of a barren, empty Crusader space.
I'll wake up now. Sorry.
Sorry.
Not what you were saying that was boring. It was just the Spirit's boring.
The executive one, it's just, it's got extra seats. It's the shuttlecraft, isn't it?
A lot of people brought into it though. There were a lot of people that brought that variant. I would be interested to know what was the most common variant purchased. I would personally, of the Spirit, I think the C1 is where it's at. If you look at the Cutlass and you look at the Freelancer, right, you kind of look at what that ship is designed to do and where it's around about. I still think the C1's the one to go for. If you think about it, it's almost like the Freelancer Miss is what that is to the A1 is to the Spirit, if you get what I mean. Like it's this, it can do that, but is it the best at doing that? And it's the same thing. Would you? How do I put this? So instead of an A1, wouldn't you prefer something that's more dedicated, like the Gladiator or something like that, that actually is designed to do bombs? Now, I know the Gladiator is a bad example because it's old, but an updated version of the Gladiator or whatever, something more dedicated, because it's just got so much space in it. And I think the thing that that me and Algared have talked about. I don't know if you've noticed this, Pete, but that Spirit is a big ship for its size. Like it is way bigger than the Freelancer and Cutlass. Like it's going to have a huge ass drawback because of its size. It
made me think that they took the original Mercury Starrunner concept and then tried to like basically variant that.
Do you know where they actually, John Crew said it came from? It was the shuttle. You know how everyone was asking for a copy of the shuttle that goes around Horizon?
The Crusade Horizon shuttles.
Yep.
It was supposed to be based on everyone wanted that shuttle. That's what they based it on. And I think that might be why the E1 was so popular, because it was the closest to that shuttle.
Yeah, the panoramic glass roof. I can see that being popular now you mention it, actually, yeah.
But I think the difficulty with that is those escape pod type idea that we've got for it. You know, the passenger pod are basically escape pods for the passengers. So the chance of your wonderful VIP surviving is awesome. Chance of you surviving as a pilot is probably sucky, but because, you know, you've got so many tunnels you've got to run through to get to your escape pods. But yeah.
Well, that's the other weird thing. Like, if you look at how the ships are designed there, like, essentially, you kind of, like, they get longer and longer. So you go Cutlass, Freelancer, Spirit. I honestly think the way they should have broken that up is actually so instead of one massively long tube, they should have stacked two on top of each other. And I think that would have solved a lot of the problems.
You mean like you mean effectively like they did with the MSR, where they just put it on stilts to...
But essentially, it wouldn't need to be as long or as big. Right, I think that would have solved a lot of problems. And the closest to that is if you kind of look what they did with the E1, that has that floor that kind of raises up into the glass and stuff like that. But if they'd kept that for the other two variants, I think it would have removed the need for it to be this galactically long tube. And much like the Hercules itself, like if you actually look at that ship, the wings on the side take up so much space, but there's nothing in there. And it's the same thing with the Spirit. It's repeating the same thing. But I don't know.
Like,
we'll see.
The wings being the way they are, I expect they're like a Boeing wing, where that's where they keep the fuel. You know.
Yes.
I think I've got it's such a large ship with such a large fuel supply. It has to go somewhere. Surely it's got to be the wings.
I agree with you on that. The other weird thing though, Pete, have you noticed how that a lot of the Crusader stuff has these hollow wing concept? So they'll have like holes that just go where the wings are. Have you noticed that? The Ares has got it, the Hercules has got it, the MSR's got it. They all have this holes in the wing thing. And the Genesis
in the Hercules, I hadn't in the others.
And the Genesis Starliner started it. So you know the double wings of the Genesis Starliner? That's what it is. It's just that.
It's like a Romulan warbird.
Yeah, it's just that extrapolated out. So yeah. I don't know. Luxury saying in chat, he's a Drake boy. He will never get rid of his cutter. Me and Aaron talked about this last week, didn't we, Algared, on that episode we did with the
I think so. Yeah.
with the cutter.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in those variants. Quite a lot, Luxley.
The interesting thing was there were several questions in there. Why didn't we mention the Terrapin? Why didn't we mention the what was the other ship? Why didn't we mention the Spirit? Or why didn't we mention the X ship? Or why didn't we mention the name? A lot of people said, why didn't we mention the Nomad? Was it because we just jump on it all the time?
Well,
and to be honest,
we kind of did that at the start, didn't we? We kind of said, this is our personal list. This is our personal take.
But I went, when I was doing the list, I went through and went, what are the ships I'm flying? What are the ships I like?
Yeah.
And the ships that I didn't even think, Nomad didn't even cross my mind. It was something, it was the furthest thing from it.
Yeah. Everyone's got different
Mustang
tastes.
would have been the same.
And I think that's what we tried to say at the start of that show, that this is our taste and this is what we like. That's also why I had a list and Algared had a list, because we didn't want to have to compromise because it was subjective. And we tried to stress that we don't. It's one of the reasons we don't do a lot of those episodes, because subjective is just that, it's subjective, and a lot of what we do is analytical and statistic based. So it's not
certainly when we're doing Fix My Fleet, it's looking, the purpose is not this is a bad ship. We're looking at the value of the ships going forward in terms of ease to get in game versus dollar value and trying to stretch your dollar. It's nothing to do with stretch your in-game dollar. It's actually get your real money to get as much gameplay as you say you're after. And so sometimes getting the big ships is the way to go, because it's
the best value.
I know people say it to us all the time. Why do you guys always suggest the Endeavour and the Crucible?
What about you,
Look at the
Pete?
price.
Do you find a lot of what we say to be a bit weird, or how do you find a lot of stuff?
I can see why with CIG make it very good to have a select. You know, they've got a little bit of everything for every class, so I can see you having differences in taste. Like it's mainly aesthetic, though, isn't it? Because the ships kind of, there is no real meta amongst each class. There sort of is if you ask the pros.
Yep.
But each ship with them performing so similarly, I can see you disagreeing and both being right. You know, like
there's so much.
I can see it.
What you're kind of hitting on there is there's so much more to be added into the game. Like it's so hard to. SA, someone, a friend of the show, says all the time, all we've got is speculation at the moment, right? And so that's all you've got to go on with your purchases and everything. And over time, more and more is coming in that we can add that'll add to that. And we've speculated on things before, like the one that you worked out with the Reclaimer Algared and the Vulture. For the longest time, we had no proof. It was just a speculation that they didn't line up from a scale terminology, and now we know that they don't line up. So, 2.5 vultures is the cost of a reclaimer, but it takes 16 vultures to kind of roughly get to the level of a reclaimer. So
to fill the reclaimer up.
So the reclaimer is the better option in that case. So yeah, from a value proposition anyway. Your heart may tell you to get a vulture, then get a vulture. But we're trying to give you the facts, the statistics, and taking ourselves out of it is a part of that. And that's why we do it in at least a pair at the very least, but we usually do it in a bigger group, don't we? So yeah.
And the other aspect of that is the fact that the reclaimer will be significantly more expensive to buy in game compared to the vulture. So the vulture is a ship that you could earn in game. If you're trying to stretch your dollar and go, okay, which is going to give me the best gameplay for my limited money. And have helped me avoid, and I want to eventually get the reclaimer and avoid the grind. You're much better off to pay up for the reclaimer, even though it's more than a vulture, because the grind is just going to be so much less. Down the track.
Again, it kind of also depends on your starting ship. If you start with a vulture, you can scale faster than somebody that potentially starts in an Aurora, so you could potentially buy that in game quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why our whole earn down economy thing we talk about, because like rather than having, well, I'm really into mining and I'm really into salvaging and I'm really into scanning with a terrapin, you can just get a ship that's the value of all three of those and very quickly earn all three of those ships in game. So it's almost, we're not saying you're getting those ships for free, but you're getting those ships for a lot less effort, the same price, and you get that much bigger ship that you wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. And so once you understand that concept, like you know John Citizen, right? You've run into him once or twice before, I'm assuming. He's from the UK.
I believe so.
Yeah. So he had a similar thing. It took us 2.5 months to get this concept into his head. He was so resistant to it because he was just a massive fan of the Prospector, and we were telling him, don't get a Prospector, and he just couldn't get past that. But once he got past it, and one day it just clicked, didn't it, Algared? And he went and got an Orion because it gave him the Prospector and the Mole as loaners while he's waiting for the Orion. And then when he's got the Orion, go out and do one mission, and there's your Prospector.
And for those people who'd bought the Orion early on, their Orion was cheaper than the Mole and the Prospector in value or cash.
It's combined. Yes, it was $325, so $10 more than the Mole is currently. That's how much it cost me for mine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
So if you've got an Orion in your, one of the original Orions in your hangar, it costs you $325. You've got a Mole and a Prospector to use in game at the moment. So you're not missing out in the gameplay now, but down the track you've got something that will,
and believe it or not, when that
potentially earn
when that price went up from $325 to $575 that it's at now, that was because they announced it was doubling in size. Yep. So that combined with other things, that's why we talk about things like the Endeavour having to increase in size and the Crucible and things like that, because there's a precedent for it that they're going up. So yeah, and they're the last two ships of the old metric, as we've said now for like the last 3 or 4 years.
And just, one of the classic examples of the Endeavour having to grow is the fact that the hangar can supposedly take 2 Cutlass Reds. So if you look at your Kraken flat top, the big flat top, on the what would be the left-hand side as you're looking forward. I think that port side. I never get it right. But that side, that big single platform is a platform for 2 colors reds.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea of the size of the Endeavour hangar. You put that against the current. You put the Kraken against the current Endeavour model, and you go, yeah, it's got to grow.
All right, Pete. Now
Yeah,
you do a lot of costumes on your stream for your doggo. You got different. Can you show us one that you're a fan of at the moment? Have you got it set up to do that or
I
not?
could, but I don't really have any set up for these scenes. My costumes have animations sort of in and out, and I didn't really think about adding any. I didn't want to have anything too flashy to take away from your awesome scenes. You know,
we do not have awesome.
I don't want to be all like, look at me in the background doing stuff. I'm awesome. You know, I don't want to be that guy.
So basically, what I would like from people today in the questions is doggo ideas for Pete that he can do. So one of the ones he did recently was I call it Double O Doggo. So he's got James Bond. And so the suggestion I was going to give to you today is, Jaws from 007, a Jaws doggo. So with the big metal mouth. I thought that would be funny.
Okay.
I've given Pete a few. He knocks some down. He likes some others. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, if you've got an idea for doggos,
he likes giving other people work. He's a big fan of it.
Yeah, big fan. So
thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it now. So more work for Pete. So if you can think of a good doggo idea, So one that he does is the Terminator. I'm trying to think of some other ones that you've done. You've done Darth Vader, you've done Darth Sidious, like it has lightning and the lightsaber and everything. I think you've even got a Yoda one, don't you, at some point? Can you give us
the little baby Yoda? You have to have baby Yoda. The bloody thing's adorable.
Yeah. Can you give us some of the other ones that are your favorites? Like just give us three of your favorites.
Pick a franchise from the 80s or 90s, and I've pretty much copied it. Like
Dr. Brown.
You got the Borg, don't you? You got the Borg?
Dr. Brown from Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually.
Hold on, I've got one that's kind of similar, but it's not going to do any of the animations.
All right, that's fine. Mm-hmm. It'll just flick over. That's fine. Give people a taste of what you do.
It's probably an Einstein head.
So this dog is actually your puppy, yeah? Wasn't it originally your puppy? And you've just yes, and you've just taken it as your alter ego. So that is Rick and Morty, I assume.
That would be my version of Rick from Rick and Morty. He normally portals in with a portal gun, but because I haven't set any animations up, he's just appeared like magic.
Yeah.
And also anything green is now green screened out. So imagine he has a cool t-shirt on and some green goo.
Yeah. But he doesn't because it's green screen.
But he doesn't.
Yeah. It's fine. So yeah.
What we mean. We made him
Bruce Lee doggo. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that'll work.
Cool.
But yeah, put those if you've got any particularly good ones that you think work, put that as a when you put in your question, just say doggo oh dear or something like that, and we'll read that out. All right, Algared, do you want to take a question, sir?
Do some questions. Yeah, we can take some questions.
Yes.
So Voodoo Child says, do you think Baldur's Gate 3 is raising the bar will have an effect on Squadron 42?
I think it's just been a really long time since we've had a decent game. I think one of the things I read was PC Gamer, it's the first time they've given a score of 97 in 13 years. Just to put that in perspective, that's 2008. Half-Life, I think it was 2006. Half-Life 2 was 2006. So that's how far back we're going, right? And think of everything that's happened in that time. The removal of mods from games, like where they first disappeared from Battlefield 2, because Desert Combat came out and things like that a few years prior. We never got Half-Life 3 because they were so scared that it was going to affect sales on Steam. All the things that have happened are money related. It's always money. Now we're so used to loot boxes and DLC and skin packs that in full price games, you'll pay $100 to get the game and then you'll spend another $100 on other shit, right? It's just all milking of us.
It's kind of like the movies.
Consumers. Yeah.
A lot of the popular stuff is either a sequel or an ongoing story of an existing franchise. There's all the new stuff's hidden behind the AAA marketed stuff. I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently, and it's it looks like crap compared to the games I normally play, but the gameplay is amazing. It is so much fun.
That's a really good example. You talk about lack of graphics, but high level of gameplay. Real popular one at the moment is BattleBits. made by 3
Yeah, yeah,
people, and it's just smashing the shit out of Battlefield 5 because it's got the gameplay, and that's all we care about. You know, and that's the same thing with Baldur's Gate. Came along and it's just like, oh, you don't need to buy any skins, you don't need all these skin packs and shit like that. You just get a full price game and you can play it. It's got and by contrast, the most similar game I can give of recent memory, I know they're not the same, but Diablo 4. Battle Pass comes out and it's basically a list of chores that someone has written for you to do. Some of them are so low level and needless that it's just this list of chores. Like they don't even give a shit anymore. They've actually got to find things for you to do to jump through these hoops to give you this battle pass. It's that shit. It's just garbage. And it's like we get like the quality of our games are just dropping and dropping and dropping. We're getting less and they're being expected to pay more and more every time. And you can go back and right back to the arcade machines. Like it all started back there. It was all about back then the games were so hard because they wanted you to die and keep putting money in. Now the games are so easy they want you to keep playing so you spend more. It's just all about money. Like it's just crazy.
I've got a comment on Voodoo's that I'm not sure that Baldur's Gate 3 has raised the bar for Squadron 42. It's got great story. I think Squadron 42 has great story from what I've seen. It's got it's got okay graphics. I think Squadron 42's graphics from what we've seen in game are superb. So I don't think the bar's been raised. I just think it's, if anything, on par. In terms of story, I don't, the story from what I've heard and what we've seen in the side shots and what we know from what Chris has done
I don't think he means on the technology point, Algared. I think he's literally talking about like how
it was. Even in terms of gameplay, But even in terms of the gameplay and the story,
I'm not talking about gameplay either. I'm talking about how it was presented and how it's relatively, all this extra shit free. Like it just doesn't. You don't have to buy skin packs. You don't have to. There's no collector's edition. None of that shit. It's just. It's a game. It's really good. You don't have to go out and spend an extra $20 on top of the 100. Like it's just, it's like a game that was from. It literally is like a game from 13 years ago. That's what's so refreshing. We've just got so used to all this bullshit.
If I'm looking at a game, though, I'm looking at the story of the game and other stuff, and yeah, it's got a great story. But I don't think Squadron 42 has less of a story. Based on what I've heard and based on what I know from what's Chris did with Freelancer and Wing Commander, the story. The story's there. There's a deep story there. So I don't think the bar's been raised. I just think it's I think it's, if anything, comparable. But is it a good game? Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Yeah.
Sorry, Waxfree was saying on Twitch, Squadron 42 has Gillian Anderson, an easy win. I had to remind him that she was asked a couple of years ago, about Star Citizen. She totally forgot she was even in it. So it's been that long.
But it's also got Rona Mitra in it. It's also got
It was 7 years ago, so she's had it's been a while, twice as long as you'd wait for a movie to be released. So yeah.
Oh, look, in fairness though, I was watching Anna doing talking about one of the shows that she had done animations for or green screening for characterization. I think it was Final Fantasy, and she's finally playing it. And she said it was 4 or 5 years ago that she actually filmed those parts and had to keep it under wraps.
Really good one there on Twitch, Pisspool Pete. Agent Mulder from X-Files. The UFO.
Ooh.
Well, that's a pretty good one actually. I like that.
I want to believe in the background.
Yeah.
Believe.
And like a little alien that just pops up and goes, hello, or something like that, and goes away. I don't know. That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah.
Which Doctor would you turn your dog into?
As in the Doctor Who's?
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but it's the dude from the 80s with the colourful
Tom Baker.
Colourful scarf.
Tom Baker, yeah.
Yeah.
Either him or David Tennant. David Tennant was a brilliant Doctor.
Yeah, David Tennant was good. He's actually in, believe it or not, I don't know if people know this or not, but I've been watching the first 2 episodes of Ahsoka. He's actually the voice of the robot, the lightsaber robot, the one that knows all the different lightsabers. I always forget his name. He looks like he's got a weird beard, but David Tennant's actually the voice of that robot. he was in the series, and they got his voice for the live action as well.
There you go.
Yeah. So yeah.
Cool.
Okay, another
Next question, please. Yeah.
Alcana Bellamy. Oh, yes, Alcana Bellamy. Bellamy. What do you think CitizenCon will? When do you think CitizenCon will stop being CitizenCon?
I don't think it will be. I think they want to turn it into something like Blizzard, don't they? That was really obvious from the first couple of years with those goodie packs. What about you, Pete?
I don't think it'll change. I think it'll just get longer.
Well, 2 years this year, isn't it? You know, 2 days. Sorry, 2 years.
2 days.
2 days.
2
2
days.
years. Geez, that'll be a long since.
2 years.
Two days this year. Yeah. All right.
How much of the 2 days is live streamed though? Because we know there's like an after executive party on the second day and stuff. We imagine that's not going to be live streamed.
That won't be live streamed, but traditionally, like the last few years, CitizenCon's been 8 hours long. So if you have 8 hours each day, I am so like it would take a mammoth thing for change my mind, but I'm so convinced that one of them is Star Citizen, the other day is Squadron 42.
Now, I am as well. That's 2 full 8-hour days. Like they've got a lot to tell us and stuff. Their presentations are always fantastic. But
how often have they?
That's a lot.
How often have they had to hold over shit just to pull enough out to do 1 day of Star Citizen? How are they going to pluck a whole second day out of their ass? They're not. They're going to use Squadron 42.
Yeah.
And even if I think even if they don't do a single dose straight Star Citizen, a single dose straight Squadron 42, there's enough for each day to be, they might split it up, but my gut feeling is they're doing that as well, the 1 day of each. But all right, next question is from Squashy710, and Squashy710 says, "What chips do you think will win BIS?"
Funny you mentioned that. Lemming, one of our mods on the Discord, is doing. I can show it to YouTube, but I can't show it to stream. So here on the Discord, he's made a new channel called Ship Showdown. It's under. Oh, why is it under members only? Okay, so apparently it's only for members. I don't know why he's done that.
You got to be a member of our channel, dude.
Oh, I think it'd be for. I think it'd just be for anyone that's joined. Yeah, but anyway, so there's a Ship Showdown bracket, and you basically post an image in there. So what I can do is I can actually open this image, and that. Be able to show if it was on the right screen. Bear me a second. I'm just doing some rejigging in the background. And if I click this button, there we go. So this is the bracket that I made that I've put on the Discord. So you can actually see that I've gone between the Fury and the Arrow, or an Arrow. And then I reckon the Scorpius, because it won last year, is going to beat the Redeemer. And I think it's definitely going to beat the Arrow. So therefore, I think that'll go up there. The Carrack has won almost every year it's been in. So I think that's going to go all the way up. I think the Mercury has won a lot as well, so that will beat the Corsair. And then the Cutlass has won before over the Andromeda, so I think it'll do it again. 600i and 400i. I think the 400i, because it's smaller and newer. And if anyone's got to pick between Origin, most people would pick the 400i. And then I think, like Algared said earlier, the Cutter is going to be the 890 jump, but I think the Cutter is going to win the whole fucking thing based on how annoyed people get going through this vote, and it's the last vote. I think people are just going, right, let's just meme this shit out of this.
I would like, because I think that's what CIG are expecting, that the Cutter to win. I'd like to see, just because I'm peeved off with the way they haven't changed the way they've done it. They haven't done it by category. They haven't done it, like, in what freaking world is an 890 jump and a Cutter the same class? Come on, what a load of bullshit! Seriously, I'm annoyed by the way they've done it. I'm not even going to bother this year, to be honest.
I'd like to see the 890 jump receiver skin, because as far as I know, it's the only ship that doesn't have one.
And I think that's why they've done what they've done, because it's a lot of work to make a skin for a ship that size. And I think they know at some point they're going to have to rework some of it. So they've definitely put it up against something so it'll fail.
This feels like a PTV win all over again. We should meme the hell out of the 890 jump and get it a skin, so they have to do like 3 months of work on it.
So based on how annoyed I am by the way they haven't changed it, I wouldn't mind seeing the 890 jump win. It won't. Yeah. But I wouldn't mind seeing it win. Just to put this in perspective, what we didn't want Ship Showdown to be
was a popularity contest, and it's still a popularity contest. That's the problem with it, right? So basically, I just don't like how this works. I don't like it as a popularity contest because it becomes a haves and haves not problem. Like, and they want it to be like that because then it's like, well, if you buy this ship, you'll get an extra skin. So they win off this, right? We never win unless we have all the ships, right? And basically, you know, rejigging your fleet just to get a free skin is a bit of a dick move. But I know people that do it. Like, I put it this way, I have enough credit, right? So last year when the Scorpius won, it was the only one I didn't have a skin for. I had a bunch of credit sitting there. I just brought a Scorpius. As soon as they gave me the skin, I no longer have the Scorpius. It was just like that. So if you've got the credit, you can get around it that way. And by the way, they applied them as they came out. So I could have literally just had, like, say, $400 credit and bought every ship and then sold them straight after each other and got the skin that way. So there is ways you can jump around the system, but it needs to change. I don't like how it works.
I'm annoyed by the lack of change to the system, and the fact that it's still a popularity contest. It's still the fact that we could meme a ship and get it through.
What about you, Pete? Are you the voice of reason here? Are we overreacting to this popularity contest, or?
I agree. I think that the cutter or the 890 jump will win. But I'd like to see. I'd like now your irritation with this has spurred me on to motivate chat into voting for the 890 jump. Not like I could never afford one. It's not for me. But
do you know what we're doing next year, Pete?
Have a skin, and they've tried to rig the vote. It seems like they've tried to rig the vote against it. It appears anyway.
And
the way you present it.
I think Algared will be up for this because I think I said this on your stream last night, Pete, when I was there playing with you. But next year, Algared, the ship that's going to win, that we're going to make win, is the Cutlass Steel. Because no one will fucking own it. No one will have the skin for it. It'll be fucking useless, and no one will buy the fucking ship, so they'll make no fucking money off it. So next year, that's what we're going to do.
Go down well.
And the Drake fanboy group that has to have a great Drake ship win will be happy because it's a Cutlass Steel. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to make the Cutlass Steel win, and they won't sell diddly shit because it's one of the worst ships in the entire game.
I think we overestimate our influence here. Come on, I don't think even we can.
No.
The Steel win.
No. What you don't understand is, it's not just us. So we'll go talk with the other Inforunners like Paul and Space Tomato and all that.
And infest them
That's
with
what we
ideas.
do, and we put it on Twitter, and the little ideas seeps out there, and it memes out like. You know, there's a core group of people, this older veteran people. Like, when we want something to happen, we'll start doing it, and it just becomes word of mouth. It's kind of what happened with MPUV. Someone else had the idea, Paul picked it up, I started running with it, and just fucking everyone started running with it. That's just how it works. I'm not saying Paul started or I started it, but that's how it worked. It was to try and teach them
to care about his votes anymore. I haven't spent enough to have enough of the ships when the vote finishes. Like, they always seem to have a sale just before the vote finishes that has a brand new ship that's not in this vote. And I'm like, we're shiny new stuff.
But that's the problem, Pete. That's what we're trying to
do. Is gone, and I don't ever get shit. It's so irritating. It happens every year.
Yeah, that's why that's what we're trying to tell you, Pete. Like, it's all this whole thing is designed to make us spend money. It's not designed to. In what world does it make it good that we're competing off with each other's ships? It's not good. It's not healthy. This is probably one of the most toxic things that the Star Citizen CIG does, in my opinion. It's not good. And if they had
quite that bad.
Well, put it this way: one of the things we were told that they were initially going to do was categories. So you'll go best industry ship, best mining ship, or something like that. And that way you'd have like 4 dedicated winners and no top dog like they've got now, right? And that's the problem. This is in what metric can put every ship off against each other? You can't. Right, and at the moment, because most of the ships are combat ships, a lot of the time like even in this list, you can look. Most of them are combat focused. You know, I'd say 50% of them combat focused. Right, and that's the problem.
I'm genuinely surprised that the medical of Pisces isn't in that list.
Yeah, I said that.
Well, I see it be used in the verse is insane.
Yep. It mustn't have had enough, and that's the other part of it. They have to have this social media push. So someone's got to make this weird art. Like I know someone knitted or crocheted a freelancer one year, and they still use that. You know, people build stuff out of Lego. It can't just be, I want to vote for this ship. It's got to have this weird media push, and obviously there was no weird media push for the C8R, so it's just not in this list.
Travesty.
Yeah.
Yep. And then you get setups like, you know, I always frustrates me. They put, you know, the 890 jump, the most expensive luxury shipping game, against a starter ship.
Algared, the other part of this though,
you know,
is why the fuck is there 3 Origin ships? There's only 5 of them in total.
Yep, I know.
They shouldn't. They are overrepresented, right? There's no other manufacturer, I think. Or let me double check before I put words in my mouth, right? But let's have a look at it. So we've got RSI, 2 RSI, 1, 2, 3, 4. Drake is the only other one that's got as many, right?
Yep.
All Anvil's got 3, Aegis has got 2. That's it. Yeah. So Drake has got more.
I think part of the reason for that is the fact that you've got a very large fanboy group for Origin, and you've got a very strong fanboy group for Drake. But to me, you know, I don't think having a capital luxury ship up against a starter ship in any metric,
it's definitely an outlier.
Is any indication of which ship is better. I
think the only way you can group them together is because they are so extremely far apart. You know, the fact that they are so extremely far apart kind of makes them grouped, if that makes sense. You know, you've got one from each end.
I get, and I agree with him on that. Like, if you go down that list, Algared, what could you pair the cutter with? What could you pair the 890 jump with? And there isn't anything else. And I think that's why they're paired.
Yeah. That basically means, you know, it comes back to that whole problem of the way that it's designed, though. That as a competition, it's just bovine excrement.
I actually think every ship that makes it to the final 16 or whatever it is should get a skin. And what it is the further up they go, maybe the cheaper they get or something like that. So basically you get, you know, a 10% discount every bracket it goes up or something like that. And
if you want a toxic voting system, then include money.
Yeah,
that's going to get real toxic real quick.
But it is toxic already because, well, was it last year or the year before? 1 year, people were making accounts and voting for things, right?
Yep.
And
Cargo year.
I can't remember. But CIG was putting votes out, and they were literally going, "We can see you making the accounts, and we're making it so they don't count towards the vote and all this shit." And it was just like, yeah. So. It just got worse and worse, and the fact that they told us that they were going to fix this, and it's no different. Like, they also promised that they would remove ships that had won, like, in previous years and stuff like that. Carrick's on there. Well, the only thing I can think of is they were like, okay, so the one that won last year was the Pisces X, so that's off. I think it should have been the top 5 every year, or the top 4 is taken off, because that gives a next year. I thought that was implied. So all they've taken out is that maybe that's why the Pisces X is not there, the C8X is not there, and they went, oh, the C8R is not there. Because, by the way, the skin for I could be wrong here, so I might be putting words in my mouth, but I'm pretty sure the skin that won does work on the R as well. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I always thought the best in show skins were variant locked. I didn't think they worked on other hulls.
Well, put it this way: all the medical skins work on the normal Pisces.
Yeah, but some of the cutlass skins work on the other cutlasses. The best in show skin for the black always was specific to the black.
Let's put out the audience then. Can anyone let me know the black and red one for the Pisces last year? Have you guys got it to work on your medical Pisces at all? Right, I'm pretty sure it does, because I'm pretty sure I got it to work at one point, but I could be utterly wrong. But yeah, you're probably right, Pete. I don't know. It's trivial.
I vaguely recall it was by variant. So if the Cutlass, the Cutlass Black won, then it only worked on the Cutlass Black because it was that ship that had won. But
actually,
I haven't tried. I honestly haven't tried putting them on the other ships. I don't like those skins in general, so I haven't.
That's a really good way to do it. Sorry, Carlson Christian just pointed something out. Why don't you just make it so that everybody gets the skins, even if you own the ship or not? Fuck it, you just get the skins for free. Or they just sell it, or they just sell it as a skin pack, so we can all fucking buy them.
Oh.
Rather than making it so you have to go out and buy the fucking said ship. Because that's why they do it. They do it so you'll go out, oh, I'm going to buy the Scorpius this week because it's got a brand new black and red skin or whatever, right? And that's why they do it, because people will do it, right? So it's set up for them, but I think they have to take it back. I think they need to take it back and remove the toxicity of it, because it's just too toxic. I don't like what it does to us. I don't like what it does to me as a person. Like the fact that I'm sitting here pissed that the Scorpius is going to beat the Redeemer again. I hate the way how petty it makes me feel, right? But that's something they've done, not something that I've done. And that's what pisses me off.
I'll go to the YouTube chat because yes,
Mhm.
Luminaria, I do have an Apollo. But yeah, so there was a question that says, does anyone have an Apollo, or a statement? How many?
Agred's
people
got
have an Apollo?
everything.
Well, I have an Apollo. Yeah. No.
If he could get a kitchen sink ship, he'd have that too. Don't you worry.
No, I don't have a steel.
like what you
This
did
vote
there.
might not go the way you think it is. You know, looking at the live votes, the Redeemer's ahead by a good margin, a good
Really?
10-20%. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, let me have a look. I've got to swallow my own words. If the Redeemer wins this whole thing, I'll be a happy boy, but I don't think it will. Because, like, look what it's coming up to in the bracket. Like, in the bracket, it's going to go up against the fucking Carrick. Good fucking luck, Redeemer. Wish you well. But you're dead.
It might not, though. People might be feeling the same sort of sentiments that you're feeling, where they're tired of seeing the same stuff and they want some new stuff.
I'm voting for the... Look, that's only 500 votes. That's... Okay.
100%.
All right.
I personally would have rather seen the Scorpius up against the Hurricane. That would have been a
I love the Hurricane. I really like that ship.
Yeah, actually, believe it or not, the Hurricane has never been in the vote. I don't think.
Nope.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen the Gladiator make an appearance. I would have loved to have seen,
There's no chance of getting a rework. It is really legacy.
It's this shit that pisses me off, though. Sorry, I just realized we're not sharing this screen with everyone else, right? It's this shit that pisses me off. The fact that you got to put in these weird content creation things to get the vote going, and that's just to drive all the social media for them. Yeah, drives me nuts. Why can't they? Why can't they just like do a vote from the beginning? That would be fair. You got to have a popularity contest. Have a popularity contest all the way through. So.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, best in show is best in beauty contest. It's a popularity contest. It's never been anything. It's never been about the best ship.
I think you can hear it in my voice, Algared and Pete. Like, I don't get annoyed often, but when I get passionate, you can hear. I don't know. Can you hear it, Algared? You know me longer than anyone that's here, but can you tell how annoyed, like agitated I am? Like, yeah.
Oh, I can tell you are peeved.
What's irritating me about? What's wrong?
Well, it's two stroke, right? It's the fact that it's a pissing contest, right? It's a popularity. I'm going to do an episode on this on the weekend, Algared. I've already teed up with Paul, by the way, after Captain's Table, so we're going to talk about that.
So there is no objective winner. You need to quantify in fact.
So it's
what is the best?
No, put it simply. It's whoever owns more of a ship, right? Because it's like I own this ship. So
look at the Argo Cargo. That one a couple of years ago. Like the only people that own that are flipping people that own Idrises.
So you asked me the question.
Sorry, the carrier is.
Just let me answer the question.
Nope, you can actually buy the Argo Cargos.
So the problem is, though, right? That Argo Cargo thing happened because we were trying to send a message to CIG that this voting is fucked, right? And we were like, we are going to rock your vote to try and teach you how fucked this is, that you make us pit shit off against each other, right? And they promised us after that, the following year, we were going to go, right, you haven't changed it. We're going to do the PTVU. And when we were going to do that, they said, all right, we'll change it for this year. They haven't changed anything. They haven't changed a goddamn thing, right? So they basically just told us that so we would shut up for a year. That's what pisses me off. That's the first thing. The second thing is this makes everyone toxic because you will always vote for a ship that you own. Right. And one of the things that with that MPUV that pissed a lot of Carrickers owners off was they deliberately put the MPUV up against the Carrick because they wanted it to die. Right. And because so many people were pissed off and they wanted to send the message to CIG that we hate this voting system and it makes us all toxic, the Carrick got defeated. And it didn't even make it to the top 4. So all the Carrick owners were super bitter. And by the way, you got to remember, this is one of those needs of the many things because the more people own a ship, the more people get a skin. That's why this is toxic. If you just gave the skins to everyone, it doesn't matter then because 10 years from now, you can buy a Carrick and you'll have the skin or you'll earn it in game. You can have the skin. No, that's not what this is. This is a tool for them to sell more ships. And that's the problem with it. It makes it toxic. right? Because you will go out of your way to vote for things that you already. It makes us all selfish. That's what it does. We're human beings. We have this innate desire to satiate ourselves. That is just it's a survival of the fittest mechanism, right? And that's why I hate this. It makes us primal. Like it makes us go back to these things that we. It's just stupid. I hate it. How do I make me feel?
I've got a group. I've got a group Liminalia as well.
Yeah.
I do like the Terrapin. The Terrapin is a lovely little ship. It does have some cool lore about it as well. That's another ship I would have liked to have seen get in. In answer to the question, what ship would I put the 890 up against from that list? I'd probably put it up against a Carrack to start with. I'd put it up against ships closer to its size.
Carrack,
You don't put a top line ship up against a starter ship. That's just moronic and stupid.
the reason
sorry, CIG, but yeah.
we're talking about categories. They're both explorers. That's why it's against the Terrapin, not its size. It's the same thing with the Vulture and the Reclaimer.
Yep.
Right. And you in some cases you've got to assume. Again, it'll be the one that's. So you tell me. Do you reckon they're more Terrapin owners or Carrack owners? It's tough.
Carrack by a mile.
And from the votes that we have from several years ago, yeah, it's correct because it's basically there was 3 starter ships, and the 4th most common ship in the entire game was the Carrack, and that 3rd one used to be the Vanguard. It literally went Aurora, Avenger, Vanguard, Carrack, and that was from.
If you divide the ships up into their classes and categories, which category is most overrepresented? Would it be just the fighters?
I would say generally combat falls into that bracket, but then you've got things like the Corsair, the Mercury.
If that's the case, then this list is fairly balanced. If that's the case, because there's not that many combat vehicles on this list.
No, just pretty much the Scorpius and the Redeemer this year. But put it this way, since this vote began, the Cutlass has been there, the Constellation's been there. Ever since the Mercury came in, it's been there. The Carrack's been there. The Corsair came out last year. I guarantee it's the same shits. Same shits. It's the same ship year after year. By the way, the 890 jump wasn't there last year. I'm pretty sure, Algared, was it? It wasn't there last year. It was 600i and something else was there from Origin.
I can't remember if it was there last year. It has been in the
100
before.
100i was there last year. I think it was the 100i.
The 890 has been in a couple of times. It usually gets knocked out in the first round.
Well, it's because not enough people own it. That's just the problem with it.
Yeah, it's a big ship that costs a fortune that no one owns. And so if you're going by, I own the ship, then
we'll put it.
It's down. Then there's also the people who don't like it because it's a luxury ship. So it's a peak of luxury. I'm not voting for that. And I'll vote for the underdog. So. And
the other thing to just quickly add to this is that there are certain ships that are announced, but they're not in game. So this is only in-game ships. So Banner Merchman drops, Polaris drops. They'll probably win it. That year. We'll see.
I fully expect the Cutter to win. The Cutter is an absolute gem of a little ship. Yep. It is a gorgeous little thing. But
I want the Cutter. I want the Cutter to win because then more people will get a skin. It's just that simple. I don't.
Peeved off. In terms of the skins, rather than saying if you've got the ship you get a skin, why not just, as you said, give it to everyone?
Either give it to everyone or allow everyone to buy it. Because at the moment, you can't even buy it. You've got to have the ship to get it, right? That's how you know it's a marketing tool, because it's like, well, if you don't own it, tough shit, you don't get the skin.
So I reckon if you give it to everyone, because, hey, it's a celebration of the competition. You give winning skins to every person. If you got the skin for a ship, and it's a nice-looking skin, and you can only use it on that ship, but you don't own it, it increases the chance that you will buy that ship.
I'm trying to show you something here.
I have bought some of the ships that we got. The Luminalia skins we got for free.
Yep.
I have gone and bought some of those skins. Like I bought them in game. I'm too poor to spend it on the store, but it has motivated me to actually work towards ships that I wouldn't ordinarily buy.
Just because you wanted to use that skin.
Yeah.
So if I give the skins out to everyone, regardless of whether you got the skin, you increase your sales because people will either bust their guts in game to buy the skin, or they'll say, "Oh, I can't be bothered to grind for that. Yeah, I'm going to buy it."
All right.
So what would be the way to make this fairer then? Would it be to remove the winner for next year and then automatically grant the winner a skin anyway, so they don't feel excluded?
I just want to show you something here, right? Because this is important to show you, because this is what happens to these things, right, as well. So do you know what that is there, Algared? Algared should be able to tell you what this is. I don't. So just to show you how knowledgeable Algared and I are. Do you know what that is? That AIE 2950 is? You should be able to tell
That
from the
looks
colors.
like. I'm guessing that is a best in show skin. I'm thinking.
That is the best in show skin
Very hard to see.
from the Gladius to the Cutlass. It makes it go gold. It's black, white, and gold, right? It's the black, white, and gold Cutlass. That cost me $5. I've seen them going for $150.
Yep.
Because that's the only way to get that skin now. And it's the best looking Cutlass skin in the entire game. And I've just got it sitting there that I bought for $5. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've had so many people ask me for this, right? And it's the same thing. I've got like blue, like you get people like Expat Brat that went out of way to buy the blue Hercules. You know, you get, if you keep, so when that's the other way to do this is just buy CCUs to them and sit on them because they're worth an absolute metric shit ton in 2 or 3 years time, right? So that's insane. Like there are people I'm sure you guys can see Twitch right now. People are going, holy cow, right? That cost me $5 and it now goes for $150, right? So what I'm saying is if a skin comes out and it's decent, like the one that's valuable from last year was the Scorpius from last year because it's that black and red skin and it looks quite good. The Pisces one was also very popular, and I believe the Carrack one was very popular as well. But if you have a CCU to any of those, now they're not available anymore. It's because it's instant. Literally the week after that sale ends, there's no way to get them anymore. So you just got to pay whatever anyone wants to charge you. Supply and demand 4 years later, because you just can't get this anymore. It's worth $150. It's 15 times what I paid. That's just ludicrous.
I can see in chat someone saying they paid $100 for that skin.
Yeah.
You know, like blows my mind.
So that's a follow-on from what they've created, right? A lot of these decisions they make to give themselves money. We know they've got to make money to run the game. We get that. But by the other side of it is this toxicity of it, right? And it's the toxicity that I want to remove. You can still sell lots of ships. And one of the things we tried to show them, Algared, wasn't it, with the MPUV, was that they could make it up on volume. And Algared and Paul will both tell you, one of the things we heard back was they sold a metric shit tons of those MPUVs and made just as much money as they normally would. And they were totally surprised by it, which is what we were trying to show them. You don't have to sell the biggest and best ships to make a shit ton of money. You just have to have a good ship. Even if it's small, it will sell. And that's what happened with the MPUV. And I get you, shit you not, that is what will happen with the cutter if the cutter wins. They'll sell a shit ton of
cutter needs. Not that I think the cutter needs any help in that regard.
But you know what I mean, though.
It is just such. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it is such a.
Anyway,
a good starter ship.
We have flogged the shit out of this horse, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more in an episode of
North End Trooper.
And Pissball Pete's ready to kill us.
Has a question.
Yep. It's okay.
Look at that look on his face. He's so serious all the time.
Yep.
I'll just stay here and listen. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. So North End Trooper has a question, and then after that question, we'll do. I think it's time to do a second.
Not a tuna. Sounds good.
Not a tuna.
Mm-hmm.
So North End Trooper at 11 past 6 had this question.
That's an hour ago.
We are now. He said, "What is the process for CIG to create the brackets? They don't perform a seed style bracket. No.
Yeah, I think we can say they've put similar roles.
Meeny, miny, mo. There you go.
No, they've put similar roles together, but I think the main problem I have is they haven't knocked off ships that have won skins before to give other ships a chance to win a skin. I think that's the thing. And it seems like all they knocked off was the Pisces, but they haven't knocked off the MSR, they haven't knocked off the Carrack. Both of those have won multiple skins. The Cutlass has won skins. Yeah, they just need to knock them off to cycle it around a bit. I think that would be the thing. So if you get in the top 4, you can't come back for like 2 years or something like that. I think that would solve the problem. Just to cycle it around a little bit, but yeah. Right. Right. You want to do a thing? Now I've got one here that I will do. It's a bit off the cuff.
Okay.
Trying to hide it. There we go. All right. So I want to know what movie this is from. And who wears it?
Blankety blank.
Right, you ready? Very, very obvious one. Pissball Pete was worried about obvious things. This one's very obvious. Ready? Right, ready? Here we go. Who wears it?
Oh,
and what is it from?
I know this one.
Yeah, I knew you would. Told you it was obvious.
Me.
Yeah. All right. Who wears this? What is it from? I want his first and last name too. First and last name, and what movie? Right, I've got names and I've got movies, but I don't have them from the same people. Yep. Last name. I want his last name, please. That's the one.
Mhm.
Yep. Yep. All right. Axis 96 got it. You got all three. Didn't do it all in one question, but you got all three. 3 separate lines. That's all good. All right, Axis, you're in for that one. Shit, I dropped that on
Someone
the
said
floor.
Paul Shelley. I'm not sure Paul Shelley's right.
9-6. Right. We've got one from Twitch and one from YouTube. That's good. We like it when it's shared around a little bit.
Good.
All right, next question,
Okay.
please, Algared.
Tom Van Duren.
Mhm.
Yesterday, I bought a Carrack BSE for $0 euro. Awesome.
What?
The skin for the C8 for €3. Today, they silently removed it from my hangar. Did you ever have this issue?
So what did he buy? A Best in Show.
He bought a Carrack BSE, best show edition, I'm guessing, for €0, euro, and a skin for the C8 for €3. Today, they've been removed from his hangar. Have you ever seen that issue?
Did you buy it from a grey market seller, and were they stolen? The only reason I've ever heard of anyone ever removing anything, like CIG removing stuff from someone's hangar, is the stuff that you brought was stolen. It's like it's like in real life. You can buy a like I remember the example my teacher gave way back in high school. Like you can buy a VHS recorder from someone in a bar, not know it's stolen, but if it's stolen, you're breaking the law and it goes back to the person that was stolen from. It's the same thing. So if they remove it from your hangar, it probably went back to the person it belonged to.
And that is always the danger of the grey market, is that
okay. So no, people are correcting it in chat. So it was available for $0 on the store. Well, that would be why they removed it from your hangar, mate. You paid nothing for it. That's the case.
You paid nothing for it. But then they also bought a skin for the C8, and they've both been removed. So
yeah, if you got them
the
for
C8,
nothing,
they paid
that's
£3 for.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe it was removed because it was not meant to be available to purchase yet. You brought it from a bug.
Yep, there was a bug there.
Yeah.
It made those skins that aren't supposed to be available.
There's no way they're going to give you a ship. Yeah, context is a great thing. Like he's just made us look like the CIGs.
Did you get your €3 back? That's the important thing.
Yeah, they'll give you your €3 back, but there's no way you're going to get a Carrack for $0, mate. What kind of? Come on, be realistic. Like, come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Now I know the context. That's actually kind of comical. But obviously, it's a bit of a stuff up.
It would have been nice to have been able to get that, but no, unfortunately. But yeah, you'll whatever money you spent, you'll get back. Whether they refund you or give you store credit, I don't know. But yeah, you'll get it back. But if it's best in show for this year's stuff, then of course they're going to take it back because it's not supposed to be out yet. It's the oceans of a store are turbulent.
Do you know one thing I'm actually surprised that's not in that vote? Now I just saw that image. Is the mule? That would have been the one to meme on.
Yep. The mule would have been a good meme.
But I'd rather it go to a ship than a vehicle because let's be honest, the ships are better. So
but they don't.
Still in the cutter camp.
But the vehicles don't make it to the show because they're not ships. So they just.
I don't know. Is that true? I swear there was a vehicle in last year's vote. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we had the PTV, didn't they? They had to take it out.
Yeah, because we
tried to get the PTV and they killed it.
But wasn't there?
Didn't
an actual vehicle make it to the vote though? I'm pretty sure there was a vehicle that made it into the vote, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I can't recall.
Yeah, I don't
Someone
remember.
in chat will remind us. I don't remember yesterday, let alone last year. Come on.
Sorry, I'm just looking at these paints because people are talking about paints that were in for Chip Showdown already. And you said it was the Pisces that you got one for?
Pisces C8 he said he had.
Pisces C8. Let's have a quick look and see if we've got one there. C8. Nope, no C8 skins. Or is it an X? Am I missing an X? There we go, I'm missing an X. Nope, nothing. Fuck all. Right, okay.
Yeah, so if you did buy a skin for the C8 yesterday, Tom, it's no longer even in the store. So I would say that was clearly an error.
Yeah.
The store is known to be turbulent, so
God, they need to organise this better. It's so shit that you can't.
There are Pisces skins. Why didn't it come up when you typed C8? Let's scroll down. You can see them.
PIS. because it's Pisces, not C8.
There you
So
go. Okay.
they haven't put a tag in for C8 clearly then. But this is the problem, like this store is so fucked. Like, why can't I just organize this by new? Why can't I just go new and put all the new ones at the top? Why can't I, like, again, like I just typed in C8. Why can't I put in the manufacturer? Why can't I put in Anvil like this? Like, I just don't use the tag system. It's so stupid. Anyway, right, sorry, I'm venting again. I get in these moods, right?
You are venting again.
And once I start venting, I just
Okay.
start venting like crazy. So your next question, Alfred. Sorry, bud.
Jodomo says, do you think we will get a capital ship concept at IAE this year?
No, they're never going to sell anything. They're never going to sell anything at AA. They never sell ships at AA. Why would they sell any ships at AA?
Come on. The question is specifically, will we get a capital concept ship at IAE? Possibly the Anvil carrier, or an Argo hydrofuel ship, or an RSI mining ship.
I think the easiest way to put this is they always sell the biggest ship at the end of the year. Now, and just to give you an example, we thought the biggest ship was going to be the Hammerhead for the year when that came out at CitizenCon one year, but then it was followed by the Pioneer. Or was it the other way around, Algared? I can't remember. But they both came out. They both came out in the same year. But traditionally speaking, the biggest ship comes out at AIE. Pete,
I personally don't think we're going to get a big ship at IAE this year.
Certainly the Pioneer did come out at IAE.
So to give you an example, Pete, the biggest ship that came out last year was the Galaxy. Even though it's not a capital, it was the biggest.
Having the backlog of large ships that they do have, you know, and they are kind of reluctant to do a lot of the big ships because it's a lot of time and effort into making them, and there's, you know, those teams can be used to make several smaller vehicles.
Absolutely agree with you. And so the answer to that is the biggest ship that would be sold this year will still be sold at that sale, whatever it is.
Oh yeah,
even if it's even if it's just like the size of a Spirit or something like that, you know, like it's a medium ship, not a large or whatever the biggest one is, it'll be at AIE because that is what they traditionally do. And they also, the other thing we've noticed, they had broken that a little bit this year with how they did the Invictus, but they tend to try to have a small, medium, large type, you know, so they hit 3 different price points so that, you know, they can make one that everyone can buy that's like $50, and then they try to have one a bit bigger and then one that's ridiculously large for the whale. So that's just something that we've noticed they've done in past, but they are breaking that a lot because they're trying to get that Squadron 42 out the door, and that's why Invictus was so shit this year. There was not a single ship that had a quantum drive for sale that was new. It was the Fury, a snub, and 2 vehicles. That was it. That was, you know.
I really kind of like the Fury though. Like it's got its faults, but it's a fun ship to fly.
I get the feeling though they're going to make up for it at CitizenCon and AIE, because we know there's lots of ships coming. Like I'm pretty sure they wanted the Santoki for Alien Week. We know that that's wrapping up around September. You've got 2 of the Spirit variants. We know that the 2 Cutter variants coming. That's just the ones that are ready, you know. So, and then there'll be new ones that we haven't seen. Well, you go look on the roadmap. I think it was, now I don't quite remember the number. It's like 5 to 7 new vehicles on there and ships. Do you remember the number, Algared or Pete, off the top of your head? I can go look. I'll go look.
No.
Yep. Easy to look.
Do you remember at all?
With us getting the wheeled ground vehicle improvements in potentially in 320, I can see them wanting to push a ground vehicle along with it. You know,
what type of vehicle do you think we can get, Pete? Because I know you like to start rumors, Pete. So what's your rumor you want to start on this one?
I would love an alien type ground vehicle.
Do you know?
I've been saying they're going to be making one of those for years now.
I've been hearing this rumor for like before I went to the Philippines, and I think it's bullshit, right? I just want to rumor. This is a rumor. This is made up, right? I think whoever's done it has done it as a rumor, but that there is a variant of the mule for salvage. So you know the little arms, you take that off, and it's kind of like a destruction and suck up system, almost like mining. And then at the back where the little box goes, it just like kind of sucks it straight into that like scrap, straight into a box,
like a street cleaner.
And it makes a lot. I'll give them this. It makes sense from the Drake salvage thing. I can see it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm waiting to buy one of those.
But it sounds like a rumor. And I don't know. I'll believe when I see it, put it that way. But yeah, sounds like bullshit to me.
I do it. Yeah, I could see it, but I'd like to see the original concept of the Argo, the
Yeah.
MPUV, with the the claw arm and the torch and that type of version of it.
God,
But
I can't even remember how to.
I don't think I will.
Do you remember how to bring out unannounced ships anymore? I've forgotten. It's been so long since I've done this.
Nah.
I try and avoid the roadmap of disappointment.
Yes. The road of disappointment to disappointment, or something like that. That's what we should start referring to it now. The road to disappointment. And do you know how many roads they've made for this game now? The road to Pyro, the path to Pyro, the lost, forgotten path up around the corner to Pyro.
Now, we've got one road in game worth driving on.
Yeah.
The road of...
That's not even roads in game. How would we have any rides to Pyro when there's no roads? They've got no road tool yet, so...
Yeah.
And I cannot... someone might link it to me or have a look on the roadmap for me, but I cannot for the life of me find those ships that I found a while ago. But yeah, I do know there was a lot of...
less travel.
There's a lot of unannounced ships on there, more than usual. And I'd have to go with, from what I've been hearing from other people, that there are a lot of variants. And the leaks that we've seen talk to that as well, like the variants, because they're lighter and easier for them to do. And Algared did point out a good point. You know what you're saying about it would be really good for someone that comes into CIG to do as a test.
Yeah.
And we know there are a lot of new ship people coming in because they're starting to build out that Star Citizen team. So it makes a lot of sense. So it's like, well, instead of going out and building a whole new ship, here's the cutter, make 2 variants of it. Here's the Fury, like it's a small little ship. That's what and we know the Fury was a test bed for someone that started, so something small and light to sink their teeth into. So if they're doing a bunch of variants and spinning up new people to work on that ship team,
and they talked about that even in the ship showdown, well, not ship showdown, but the ship shape expedition. One they did where they had the round table talking about ships. They said, we're rebuilding we've had a lot of experienced people leave. We've got new people coming in. You don't want to put new people on a big ship where they're just going to be lost. You put them on the small ships so they can actually get the feel and get the taste.
Yep.
You give them a ship that's already done with a lot of language already there and say, okay, this is what you've got. This is the size.
That guy
we want you to do a medical version or a exploration version.
But that guy that you were talking about that did the Fury. He said exactly the same thing when he did the Fury to start with, because he originally started helping them on the Vulture. And so when he went from the Vulture to the Fury, he was going to Misk. He was putting a lot of Drake things onto the Fury there to unlearn those.
Yep.
So you are absolutely correct.
Yep.
I like the idea of that variant approach. Them putting... We have a lot of unique existing space frames that could be made for different roles and stuff. Like, I really like the idea of them reusing that pre-existing asset for a new role. Like, and CIG are good at doing that generally with gameplay systems. It's nice. I hope they do it with the models and stuff, because most of them are awesome.
Well, the other thing,
and we know that just want to do it for models and stuff as well.
Just real quick, if you look at the variants though too, I think they've improved them as well. So, like, if you go back to, let's look at the Freelancer, it's an older one, or the Cutlass, right? They were generally just, I don't know, Cutlass is a bad example because they're generally just recolors. The Vanguard's a good one. They're just recolors. But if you look at the cutters that are coming, the Outsiders had all these little extra pieces added, and they have now, so they are now more distinct. They are not just a color variation. They have these.
Did you show the cutter stuff last week?
Sorry. We can show it again.
Did you show the cutter stuff last week?
Yeah, we can do it again if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, please. I haven't seen any leaks at all. I've been actively avoiding them. I wanted to be like.
So, are you saying you didn't watch your episode last week, Pip?
I have you on generally in the background while I do other stuff.
All right. So you do you watch us like a radio program. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Here's a new week. Pirate Week paint. Look at that. There's a new one. Mm-hmm. We're getting black and white skins for Pirate Week. I'll open that one and show on stream. Hang on.
Oh, they're nice.
What else have we got? PP? 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 What's PP? Oh, that's the whole C. That's the whole C. Yeah, so there's some new leaks here since I was here yesterday. We're gonna go back and find the Carter stuff.
And while you're doing that, I might do us another question.
Please, Algared, please. Thank you so much.
So, Walter Huck says, any clue on when we get Wave 1 PTU?
Oh, shit.
When it's ready. I'm sorry, Walter. That's all I can. Wuta. That's all I can tell you. when it's ready to go, it comes out. Usually wave 1 is once Evercardi's gone through and they've done what they can and they need to expand it. That's when they bring it out.
Right. For everyone else's sake, Algared, are you playing it right now? Are you playing it right now?
What?
Well, the game.
No, Algared's got Evercardi. Algared, are you playing it right now?
No. How can I be playing it right now on the screen?
You know what I mean. Don't be a dick. Yeah, he's playing it right now. Evercardi are playing it. We know Evercardi are playing it. So yeah.
To the best of our knowledge, is there a tech reason why it's not out yet? Like, is there an important fundamental pillar that they're trying to push in with the patch that's holding it back, or is it just a timing thing? Well, do we know why they've broken the 4 patch cycle this year so much? Do we know?
So server meshing obviously is bigger and grander, and it has lots of issues. You can't do development to dates. It just doesn't work because me and Aga talked about this to length. Like, if I gave you $1 billion, like just $1 billion or whatever, right, Pete, and you were the best cancer researcher in the entire world and could work miracles, do you think you'd be able to safely tell me how long it will take you to cure cancer?
No.
It's exactly the same thing on a lot lower level. Can you
make?
Can you make server meshing?
What the tech was.
It's exactly the same thing. You cannot put a time limit on it, right? And it's you're also got to realize that they are strongly pushing Squadron 42 to get it out the door ready for release. And when
as far as we know, we're not getting server meshing with 320, are we?
Absolutely. It'll probably be mid next year. You know.
So is it the cargo rework that's holding up 320? Like, what specific bit of tech is holding 320 up? Do we know?
I don't. I can't.
There is one, and I can't remember what the fuck it is off the top of my head.
I know that
Someone
we had you look at the way that PES had an impact on, that slowed things down. Just the need to try and get PES working.
Yeah.
Then I think there's the
renderer stuff that's going in, but it's not that. There's the performance improvements, and I'm just trying to remember what the hell it was. There is something.
When they said that they were developing PES, so they said that the patch was going to take longer than usual. The community was fine with it when it came out. We were fine. Yeah. But they've not really said anything why this particular patch is taking as long as it is. Like,
I think a lot
seems
of it
to be like an information blackout.
I still think a lot of it's Squadron 42 based. Like, it's all hands on deck to get that done. From everything I'm hearing, Algared, I know you've heard a bit as well. So yeah, everything that we're hearing, it just leans towards that it's a Squadron 42 thing. So there's just a lot less people working on Star Citizen at the moment.
And everything seems to imply that they're pushing to get it finished by the end of the year. Like whether it's polishing, up to the polishing point, but yeah. So anyway, that Gus has a question.
All right, wait.
That Gus
wait,
says,
wait. I've got things.
Oh, okay, we'll do the cutter stuff.
Why does it want to do it that way? I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it this way.
I don't know.
Hang on, just bear with me. All right, do your question, Algared. Sorry, apologies. Do your question.
Okay, so Fat Gus says, isn't the idea that the shape of a spirit is about making it better in Atmo? Isn't performance and handling one of Crusader's main features?
Yeah, so generally they fly faster, but they don't necessarily, I guess, fly better might be the way to put it, Algared. I don't know how, Algared, how would you put that? There we go.
I'm not I can't really answer for anything that's Crusader because I actually don't like their ships.
What?
So I deliberately don't fly them.
Yeah, Algared.
Oh, Algared, I loved you up until this very moment. Why? What's wrong with Crusader ships? They're the best ships.
Algared is very lore based, and they changed the lore around Crusader, and he's been salty ever since.
Oh,
that's it in a nutshell.
No, but you go in, you go into the ships, and it's the endless corridor to get. It's worse than trying to getting to the cockpit of a Crusader ship is worse than getting to the cockpit of a Starfarer.
Don't forget the stilts, Algared. Don't forget the stilts. He'll never forgive me for what I did with that Mercury Star Runner. Once I said it was on stilts, he couldn't unsee it.
The time it takes from door to seat in any Crusader ship is horrific. But we at one point we could lock the doors open. What happened to that? That was awesome. That was the best feature of the game.
It'll come back. It'll come back around again.
I hope so. Right,
so
they put it in, they break it, and they remember
the Mercury Star. Yep. Mercury Star Runner, as Execute said, they put it on stilts just to get the crouch space in. you don't need the crab space in the Mercury Star Runner. You could reduce the height of the Star Runner by 50% by just lowering the stilts and putting the cargo bay directly behind the computer terminal.
All right.
You-
We're going to go through.
yeah,
We're going to go through this again. We went through it last week. We're going to go through it again.
Yep.
Right. So this is everything I've put together that I've been able to work out on my own. I've gone through Algared with it. I've gone through with a couple of the military guys. I even went through Grim Star Jump with this. So I've gone through a few people with this. Right. So the first thing I've got to go through everything I know, right? And then you and Algared can weigh in, Pete. So there are 3 variants. You'll notice here they all say G13A for the cargo variant, B for the expedition variant, and C for the scout variant. That's the first thing. So 3 variants, right? What you'll notice though is as it goes through, there are outside changes, right? So the first one we'll look at here is this engine area here. You'll notice on the default variant, you've got this round silver fatter tube area. When you go to the expedition variant, it drops off and almost completely disappears. And I'll explain why I think that is in a second. And then the last one you go to on the scouts, it gets fatter. So I think this is like the DUR. It has longer range and goes further. I think this one is somewhere in the middle. And I think the expedition is for movement. I think this has a hyper realistic, so as in, for what I think this ship is designed for, I think it's designed for maneuverability. And I think the fins that are all over this variant as well, so you'll notice that there's no fins on the other 2 variants. So the fins, I think that lead it to be highly maneuverable. The other thing that this ship has, this variant has, is a roll cage. Neither of the other 2 variants have a roll cage. And then obviously you've got this thing on top that I'll explain in a minute. And I also believe it's the only variant that's got the turret on top. And I think that turret is with tractor beams. So if you go to the scout variant, where else the scout variant go on? I've lost the scout variant. Completely lost it. There it is. It doesn't have it as well. So my running theory is ever since the Reclaimer went into concept sale, it's talked about a cutter as a snub craft. I think this is finally the variant that is going to work with the Reclaimer. It has the tractor beam, so it can pull components around. If you go onto the inside of the ship, Pete, that's the other part I haven't showed you. So if we go into the inside, this is the cargo variant, but some of the walls are flipped around. That is the scout variant, and that is also the scout variant. Sorry, wrong one. Playing it again. I skipped it forward. Or is it?
You did.
I did. Sorry, I'm trying to find there. This one is the expedition variant. It also has a suit on the inside. So basically, this ship is designed to attach the Reclaimer, so it doesn't need a toilet, doesn't need the food stuff or anything like that. Doesn't really need cargo because it'll give all that to Reclaimer. So the way this will help the Reclaimer is use the tractor beams on the front to move salvage in front of it, or go over to other ships and bring components back to feed into the Reclaimer. And if you also add that with, based on these images I have to find these. Just give me 2 seconds. Reclaimer.
So you reckon that one's role is to basically fetch? It's a gopher to fetch stuff to the moors of the Reclaimer.
It's a Reclaimer snub is the easiest way to explain it. So see, I gotta flick it over again. Hang on, I gotta turn this off.
It is. I'll put the caveat in that we don't know that it is a Reclaimer snub.
It's totally my theory. My
theory. We know that the Reclaimer is supposed to have a snub. The snub that it has is called a cutter. It is used to, go and explore the inside of ships and pull things back.
Which is why the expedition variant works for it as well. Because it's in the concept sale, it talks about exploring the interiors of other hulls to get the stuff out of them and stuff like that. But back then they called them artifacts. They're now called components. So I think it attaches on these 2 rails here. And one of the reasons I think that as well is this at the front here, there's an elevator. Oh wait, I'm doing it on the wrong screen. People won't be able to see what I'm doing. All right, so see this elevator here. There's also an elevator here at the back that comes down to about here. If you put the cutter that we currently have fits almost perfectly just between these 2 flat sections of rails here. There's also arrows that imply something comes in here and parks like this. And I think, oh God, I closed the wrong image, didn't I? I think this variant, the thing on the roof, is what allows it to attach to that rack. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm hoping it's magnetized or something to that nature. But that's what that's my running theory, right? And you can call me as harebrained as you think I am. That's totally fine. But the fact that it's called a cutter all those years ago and it happens to have exactly the same name, this one fits everything the reclaimer would need it to do to work with the reclaimer. The maneuverability, the roll cage, so it's moving around salvage, it's moving around the reclaimer, it's going up close to the docking collars to move in. It makes sense for it to have a roll cage for me to protect it and things like that. The highly maneuverable engines, they all speak to that. Doesn't need as much cargo bay, or, you know, the suit, you know, things like that. The lack of toilet, they're all things that you don't need because the reclaimer has them. So I think that's what this is.
Yep.
And nobody can
like
definitively tell me what the fuck that thing is on the roof. Have you seen that on a ship before?
Yep.
I haven't.
It looks like a runabout photon torpedo launcher.
It does. I'll give you that, Pete. Yes.
But when I first saw it, I thought, oh yeah, that's an attachment to line onto a ship. The other thing that I think, had we not had the C8X and the 85X come out as ships that had full quantum drive and full jump drive, I'd have said that idea X is totally off you're an absolute loon. You're a fruitcake. But the snub ship for the 890 jump, the 85X, has jump drive and quantum drive. The C8X was such a good ship, and both of those ships, they ended up saying they're so good they sold them separately.
Well, I think that kind of speaks to this too, Algared. This is the first real utility snub we're ever going to have. Like, I know the Mercury, the C8R's a thing, but that's not industrial. This is the first real industrial snub we're going to have. There's more to come, though.
And so because the cutter is basically a starter ship, just like the C8X, and it's price comparable, saying, oh well, that's a ship that goes with the reclaimer, I don't think is beyond the pale. Whether they end up selling it as it goes with it, and I think if they do put that with the reclaimer, it'll jump. The reclaimer will go up in price by exactly the same price. Whether they do it as it can have the cutter, but it doesn't come with the cutter.
So, Algared, you know how
reword their wording, but yeah.
So, you know, Algared, how we were talking about how it could be for magnetizing the ships. Something I thought up last weekend when I was talking with Grim is, notice how the tractor beam's on top. What if you can also use it to put really large components next to it, and it grabs onto them? So it's not just for magnetizing to other ships and holding onto them, but it can also be used to hold, like literally like a magnetized roof rack, to hold really large components and tow them.
Like an inverse MPUV.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Well, if it's got the tractor beams as we think it's got, I don't think you'd need that anyway, because the tractor beams would be lugging those components back. So could be, but
so Northrend,
if you're looking for what is that box at the top, then it can be,
it can be anything.
Take your pick. It can
All
be
right. So
anything.
Northrend Trooper just said something that I want to respond to. He said it's a transfer chute for salvage between that and the reclaimer. No, because transfer chutes no longer go vertically. They're going back and reworking them, taking them all out of the game. And as I said before, there's an elevator here that comes to the back. And if you think about where the back door opens on the cutter, it's almost in perfect alignment with that elevator. So you can just walk straight up the door and stand on the elevator and go up into, and you're in that back room. By the other way is, if you turn the ship the other way and go backwards, the door also lines up perfectly with that elevator on the other side. So you don't need a transfer chute. You just don't need one.
I've got to admit, X, when you were still in the Philippines and we were talking, you did suggest that could be a transfer chute, and it wouldn't matter, because for NPCs, you wouldn't be using that ship.
I've since walked that back though, Algared, because I think they're going to want NPCs to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Do you mean like a transfer chute for players to get into the ship, or for
there is a docking collar on the reclaimer. It's right at the top behind the kitchen, but it's vertical. So we also know that at some point the reclaimer's got to get a rework, because all docking collars have now changed to be horizontal because they were deemed too complicated for the AI to get through. So they basically, look at the one on the Retaliator. That's one of the reasons why the Retaliator's gone into a rework, was because they're moving the docking collar from the bottom to the side. It loses one of the elevators and it turns into a docking collar instead. Now, if they're doing that for that, it sounds reasonable. They're going to do it for every ship that has a vertical collar.
Yeah.
Got you.
And
so it's not going to be like just a ladder you can climb down with an open hatch over the top.
No. And just so you know, that also includes older ships like the Starfarer. That means it's got to have a rework as well, because it's got a vertical docking collar.
It also means ships like the Connie that have the the ones at the top are going to lose that as well. So all the
There's
ships
one
are
at the
going to
top
lose
on the
that.
Connie. I know it had two on the sides. I didn't
On
know
the
about the
Connie,
one
yeah.
on the top. Oh, okay.
Yep,
Cool.
one on the top.
Yeah. Whether they do extra work, I think they'll probably just
At
remove
least.
it, like you said. Yeah. You're right. Or they'll just make that thing look
But,
more
yeah,
cool and non-functional anymore, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So there's all of those types
yeah.
of things.
So anyway, that's the expedition variant that I carry on about like a pork chop. And then there's the scout variant. I think this is going to be really tailored towards salvage and like mining and things like that. And the thing that I think is most interesting about this variant is if you look at I have to go back to this other video. Sorry, I've got to bring everyone with us. Where is it?
It looks like it potentially has fuel scoops on the engines as well.
Agreed.
Mhm.
And that's why I think it's like the DIR. You know how the DIR can go further because it's got like bigger engines or whatever. Yeah. So that's the expedition interior. But if I go back to the scout interior, you'll notice how that back area changes from the variants. So you'll notice that that's the cargo variant. The where is it? It's going to flick in a bit. So this is the scout
That one.
variant, and the expedition variant is this one, right? So you'll notice that the expedition has the smallest cargo area. Oh god, I've gone to the wrong variant again. I keep going to the wrong one. Right. So this is the
Scout
biggest.
looks like it probably fits a vehicle.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Pete. We think it might fit a rock in it. And the other thing is, if you look at the cargo pads, so the only one that we can show you is this one. So that's what a cargo pad looks like. And in the cargo variant, that's where the cargo sits. But so where these little vents are walking areas. So if you actually go to the scout variant, it's just a walking vent. Walking vents. There's no cargo area. But why is it the biggest cargo area with no cargo? Exactly what Pete said, a vehicle. And so if you can actually put a rock in there or a future salvage vehicle, so that's what it gets over the Terrapin. The Terrapin is a really good scanner, but it can't do anything. This is a okay scanner or better than most ship scanner, but you can take a vehicle with you and do it on your own. That makes a lot of sense to me, Pete. How do you feel about that? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about the Terrapin's role. Is it? Do we know that it's just scanning? It's not like data interception and all that futuristic cool stuff.
It has two utility mounts on it. So one of the things that it's got going for it over most scanners, and let's be honest, there's not a terrible lot of scanning ships in the game, like dedicated. Like we've got the Carrack and the Odyssey, the Aquila, and the Terrapin itself, right? But of those ships, it's the only one that's got two scanners, right?
Nope.
So what's the other one that's got two scanners?
Aquila.
The Aquila, right? But
Aquila has
all right,
the turret with the two.
Yeah,
so
cool.
it's
Let me get to my point.
Mount.
Let me get to my point. So the point I'm trying to make is if it's got two scanners, what we're theorizing is it's actually going to be able to scan two types of things. So for example, the Terrapin can do salvage and it can do mining, right? And it'll be the same thing with the Aquila. But when you were going out with a Carrack, it's really just doing mapping, which is also why the Odyssey has like a mapping table, not a cartography room. So Arrogant, now continue what you're saying, Arrogant.
The thing with the Terrapin and the Aquila is they've both, not only do they have their standard ship array for scanning, they've got the utility mount with two size 2 scanning mounts. So the Aquila has the turret with the two size 2 scanning mounts on it, and the Terrapin has the mount with two size 2 mounts. So that would technically mean, theoretically, you could actually scan 3 different things, one from the ship normally and then one each from the two scanners.
And that's
so both of those two ships are through the roof.
Yeah, so the last thing that we don't know is exactly how they're going to do scanning. Are they doing it on different types like mining or salvage, or are they going to do it on different cross sections and things like that? Because we know signatures are a thing.
Didn't they mention that ships like the Terrapin would be able to link with like fleet command ships to basically share that data?
Yes. But think of it, if you can take out 2 Terrapins and scan absolutely every type of scanning thing, because one's doing 2 and 2's doing the other, you've got everything covered, right? Where if you've got to take out normal little ships, they've all got to scan different things. And also, there's the range. So for its size, a Terrapin can scan a lot further than other ships of its size. But then by its size, as soon as you take a capital ship, if you look at the scanning range of a Polaris, it's like 5 times, was it, Algared, the size of a Terrapin, something like that. It's way bigger. But you got to remember, a capital ship is going to stand out like donkey's balls because of the energy it generates in its own signature and stuff like that. So, you know, a Terrapin can hide its signature by that's what it does when it closes that armor up and stuff like that. But then it builds extra heat, so it can only do it for a certain amount of time. Where then again, a ship like this, it doesn't have anything like that. So a Terrapin, so this will stand out more than a Terrapin. You get pros and cons with everything. Everything is uniquely balanced in that regard. So in this case, it's soloistic and allows you to do a lot of vehicle mining. And I think this, I don't know, Algared, you tell me if you think I'm wrong here. I think this was brought in response to the Nomad. The response to the Nomad and the ability to take the rock on the back. I think that's distinctly where this came from.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. It's a variant. It's something to be comparable to the map. I can't see a problem with that. That's just
seamlessly putting a vehicle inside another vehicle and then traveling to a different planet is one of Star Citizen's biggest selling points. The more that they can get that into backers' hands on the initial purchase, the better perception they will have of the project going forward, I believe.
The last
that is the that's been my point with the starter ships all along.
All right, so the last little thing I need to point out while we're on this internal view is it's got a new component on that side wall. So you can see that it's got the scanner there, like a computer. So that new component's a computer, and the little terminal, so you can get, so it's essentially a data gather. So it has to have a computer component to transfer the data off when it's done. So that's what that is. And obviously no extra cargo implies it has to be vehicle related. Like, why else would you have a bigger cargo bay but no cargo grid? It's a no-brainer.
Maybe for salvage. I was going to say salvage is going on cargo grids, isn't it, soon?
Yes. So what is that? What is that for? If there's not, like, is it for transferring people? Like, what goes in there? Like, as you can see, there is no cargo grid on the back there at all. It's been removed. So yeah. And both the variants lose the toilet by the look of it. The one thing I didn't point out on the video for the Expedition variant, if I go back to that real quick, is this area here. Now the table, well, yeah, table I didn't mention, that is true. So there's a table instead of a toilet, but this variant, this area here that's empty or appears empty. And if I go to the cargo variant real quickly, you can see the empty area is actually where the toilet is. So what I believe is here is what me and Algared have talked about a few times before, is so you're giving up your cargo area for a tools locker. Because if you think about it, if you're going across with a suit, you need to go across with like cutting tools and the bigger hand tractor beams and stuff like that to pull the components out. So you're going to cut the components out and then pull them back to the ship. That's what that's for. So you're doing it by hand, and then you get the ship to take over and take it back to the Reclaimer. And if you go read the Reclaimer concept sale, it talks all about what this ship does in this singular paragraph. I can bring it up if you really want to, but I've brought it up 10 times before.
No, it's all right. No, I get it. Yeah.
I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, because I feel like I'm talking about it every second week. At this point, but I'm so convinced of it. And I'll be so disappointed if I'm wrong. But yeah.
And you could well be wrong.
Yep.
I've got to put it out there. You could be wrong.
Yep,
it
absolutely.
may not have anything to do with the Reclaimer.
I'm just like this,
and I've got to say that because I know you are, but I've got to say that because so often it gets put forward as we're saying this is the one for the.
If that's the way I'm coming across, I don't think I'm coming away across. I'm saying I'm hoping this is what it's for. Sorry, if that's the case. Sorry.
So I'm just putting that caveat. It could be.
That's responsible.
It makes sense for it to be.
Yep.
CIG could create something else as the cutter for the Reclaimer. We know the Reclaimer does have a cutter of some form, whatever it is. We know it's got some snub ship. That salvagey version of the cutter just seems to be a perfect match for Reclaimer. The fact that the price of it is around the same price as a C8 or a C8X fits in with the, if the C8X hadn't been, or the C8 hadn't been with the Carrack, I'd have said you're off your rocker. There's no way in a month of Sundays that would ever be done. But the C8 is a starter ship that's around the same price as a cutter. So I could easily see that being done for as a ship for the Reclaimer and being tied in with that.
All right, let me check this to you guys then. We did see lines of code for the Titan suit. How likely do you think and it's total speculation, total guess, just a yes or no, do you think we might finally see some Titan suit stuff at the end of the year or around CitizenCon? Maybe even a ship to do with Titan suits, maybe. A concept.
Even if it's a scripted flipping hidden model in the background of a scene, I would go crazy if we saw a Titan suit. I've been looking forward to that vehicle model thing for freaking ages since I heard about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited about it. Just the thought of gameplay, like Did you ever play Titanfall, Pete?
Yes.
You see where I'm going with this? You put that.
Yep.
It's Star Citizen. Sign me the fuck up. Like, yes.
It's a giant walking multi-tool. I can't see why you wouldn't want one.
Yeah.
I think one of the things you said that or pointed out was the code was for a Titan mount.
Yes, it's for a mount.
And my question was, could it just be code referring to, because we know for supposedly a Titan suit or the boss mob or whatever, as you've speculated in Squadron 42, is wearing a Titan suit.
Oh, that's something.
Could it
just for you two, real quick? That's the radar dish does deploy on that Titan, by the way. Not that Titan, sorry, the cutter. So here's that line, Algared, if you wanted to see it. It says activate usable Titan suit mount.xml, and that says activate usable Titan suit. So it's a suit and a mount. Suit and
I wouldn't be surprised if it. I speculated whether it was just referring to accessing, being able to loot the suit from the boss mob when you've killed him, and take his weapon off his mount, off the weapon's mount. So, because I can remember years ago they talked about, a Titan suit being a suit that could carry, have a size 1 ship weapon kind of on the arm type thing.
Yeah.
So it would need a mount for that. So
they have reworked a lot of that. Reworked a lot of those weapons since, so now they fit on the dragonfly and things like that. So I just assume it's like a vehicle weapon, like a dragonfly weapon or something like that on a suit.
Or it could be, the mount could be referring to a place where you plug in the Titan suit so it recharges, or so something on a ship. So
you assume if it's like some of the suits, like Iron Man suits, or some of the other, like think of Fallout, like the Fallout suits had a mount as like they'd have something to hold them up when the body's not inside them.
So it's probably like that. Because if you look at the only concept image we have of the Titan suits, they are plugged into like racks on the walls.
Wait, racks on the walls?
So
wait. You said there's an image of...
They're like Borg alcoves, and they just stood there.
Where's this? I have never seen that image.
The original concept image. Let me find it for you. Hold on.
Please, because I've never seen that. That was one of the very first Inforunners episodes we ever did, and I've never seen one of the suits plugged into walls or in alcoves. I've never seen that. If you could find it.
I've seen suits in
give me
containers and stuff. But so it could, they could be referring to that being the mount, so the suit being plugged into walls or ready for dropping or whatever. It could be the weapons mount on the suit itself. My gut says weapons mount on the ship, on the suit, because they did when I remember them talking about, I think it was Josh Coombs talking about, having a suit with a size 1 weapon on the arm, and I can't remember.
And we lost Algared. We'll be back in a sec. Algared. It is 8 o'clock in the morning. It's like everyone just woke the fuck up.
My back.
All right, Algared, you're back.
Yep.
Go for it.
All right. So whether it's actually a weapons mount, and I remember John Coombs saying that, talking about Titan suits having a size 1 ship weapon type thing on it, and that was I can't remember whether it was a ship shape or whether it was a lunchtime chew the fat session, or whether it was just shooting a shanola, whatever. But it was one of those things that was said. So
I sent you the only image I have on Discord. It's in your DMs.
Please, thank you. Looking now. Why is it nude? No, just kidding.
Oh
shit! I have never. Can I be honest, Pete? I have never seen this image before. I shit.
World exclusive. Yeah, this is the only image I know of the Titan suit that's actually.
How old is this? I have never seen.
It's old.
It's
really old.
Never seen this before. No, that is not it, because the video. Give me a second.
There you go. Boss mob from Squadron 42. You've seen it there. There you go.
Have you seen that before, Algared? I've never seen this before.
I can't say that I recall seeing that ever before. So.
Yeah, that's new to me, Pete. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's what got me hyped for the suits. That's why I've been asking for them every time. Every time a dev came into my chat, I irritated the piss out of them asking for Titan suits.
So it's about
now they don't come in anymore.
Wait, so Edison Trent's saying it's about 3 years old. So yeah, that is after the initial. So the initial time, I think, was 2016, 2017 when they talked about Titan suits. So that is newer than other stuff. But I reckon you're right there. I reckon that is the boss in Squadron 42.
I had seen very early. I had seen artwork of Titan suits with great big size 1 weapons on them at one point. But I can't recall seeing that one. I probably have seen it. I just don't remember it.
Didn't Sean Tracy say they had to remove those because none of the Titan suits would fit down into the corridors they'd made?
Yeah, so that's why they reworked all the sizes of the weapon. I don't know if you remember, they had a similar thing on the Saber. When the weapons retracted, they didn't fit, they were too long, and so basically they went back and they basically rescaled all the weapons to be smaller than they are today. They used to be a lot longer, and now they've all been resized, so they don't have that problem anymore, because they were finding it once they brought these suits in, it causing that issue. And the last thing I heard about this suit was there was only one of them in game, and that it was a boss. That's probably who this guy is. But the original concept image, Pete, if you type in, God, see how quickly I can find it. Star Citizen Titan.
The only one I can think of is the one with the lightning gun.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that this one. Look, there it is right there. Found it that quickly. But this is the wiki, right? And this wiki doesn't even have the image you're talking about. Oh, it does. Fuck. All right. I've just never seen that. I am totally blind. Right. But yeah, this is the only image that I knew of and the original one, which was the concept, which is this one. They're the only two that I knew
and
of.
And I can remember them talking about the leg shape of the Titan suits kind of mimicking the legs and the ability to jump like the Vandal.
And like an idiot, I don't have it open on the right window because of that thing I'm going to do with the chat. Sorry, we're just gonna have to lose the chat window, guys. It's causing trouble for me. Right, that one. Yeah, so that's the one we were talking about. Yep. That's the original concept that showed how people fit inside the suit, and then obviously this one that you've got, Pete, is a newer one. That's definitely newer than anything I've seen. Yeah, you can
still see the same shape of that Titan leg, the way the legs are going. Even the style, even the head. You put the helmet on, it's going to be the same style as that previous one. It's just
looking at that suit there. Who do you reckon manufactures it?
We've talked about this at length too, haven't we, Algared? We actually think what was one of the things that pissed us off the most, right? They're called Titan suits, right? Do you know when? Think of a name of a Titan off just the top of your head. What's a
casual penguin?
No. No. So the Titans had names. One of them was Atlas.
Oh right, got you. Yeah. Sorry,
they
called it Titan,
and then they called the Anvil Atlas platform, and it's got like the Spartan and all that shit. And we were like, what a fuck up! You could have just had every Titan suit, and it could have had a name of one of the Titans. So you could have had a medical Titan, and it's like Athena, and you could have had like this writes itself. Like you could have had like because they have gods for everything, like the gods of like roads and all this shit. They had heaps of stuff like that. So you could have literally just gone and taken, the different Titans. Like Gaia was the one for plants and animals. So you could have an agricultural Titan suit and called it Gaia. You could have done all that. It wrote itself, but no, they fucked it and. As they always do. But I think you'll see manufacturers at different tech levels as well. This is something Algared and I have talked about. We're seeing this repetitive thing of low, medium, and high tech. You even see it in the hangars like Safeland, AeroView, and what's the other one? Revel and York.
Revel and York.
Kind of like Origin versus Drake. So I think you'll get like a real manual Titan suit that's, gears and cogs and probably runs on some form of fossil fuel, and then something really high tech. And then like maybe I don't know if it's Origin, but like a high tech one, and then something in between.
The right one that looks like a walking Gundam and got covered in blades and stuff.
But me and Algared have gone through heaps of it. So like Argo or
even
Drake,
in terms of
hang on, Argo could make something like or Drake could make something like the power loader from Aliens. So you got a cargo one. The military ones write themselves, like Algared said, with all the guns and stuff like that. But it's all the other ones. And back when we were looking at videos for a lot of the Can You Fix It's and stuff like that, they didn't actually call them Titan suits. They called them exosuits. And they talked about these variants like a cargo one, a repair one and things like that. So we know that they've been thinking of them.
Oh, I really hope so.
Yeah, so I think you'll end up getting, like everything you get a ship of, you'll get a vehicle of, and possibly even a Titan suit of. So yeah. Algared,
we saw the style guide they had with those robotic limbs that they had. If they apply that same sort of principle to these walking mechs, oh god, that's a whole new line of credit.
a lot of the military guys and I have talked about is we essentially see these as tanks for inside, right? So if you have bigger doorways, especially like the bunkers and stuff like that, the further down into caves and stuff you go, the smaller the vehicle has got to come. So you're artificially creating spaces where you need different things. So basically you can't put a capital, so a lot of the capital ships can't come down to planets, so they're very space dominant. Then as soon as you come down onto the planet, it's a size down, and then a size down, and then a size down. And you can see very quickly you can make an environment where everything excels. If you get down to a small enough environment, it's just on foot human FPS. But then you go back a step and it's like inside bunkers, and the bunkers they've been showing us are for smaller vehicles, and Titan suits would excel in those environments, wouldn't they? You could jump up platforms, you could, we've even talked about ones that have literally just a jetpack on the back. And we've also talked about different levels. Like you could have one that's more like an, how the army have those running ones. They're just designed.
The exosuits.
Yeah. So it's like really trimmed down. It's almost like a wireframe. And then there's ones where you put extra armor on. So much like how you have light, medium, and heavy armor, you can have light, medium, and heavy exosuits.
Oh, this is a whole game within a game.
Yeah.
I really hope they do half of this. This could be amazing.
Sorry, Algared, I'm not interrupting you again. Really quickly before Algared speaks, this is all speculation though, because we're pretty sure the only Titan suit that exists is this one, and that it's a boss in the game. But we think eventually it'll be like vehicles and ships, where it'll all be rolled out and it'll get a bit of everything. Sorry, Algared, go ahead.
So, just to put things into context in terms of a reclaimer, and I think when we looked at one of the episodes early on when we talked to reclaimer, we even talked about the cutter for the reclaimer being like a Titan suit, power loaded like Ripley has.
Because you're going to be able to go into the ships and pull out all the components and cut them out and stuff. Yeah.
So it is possible, even though what looks to be, the current cutter being put in as a snub ship for the reclaimer being attached onto the hull or other stuff, that could be one option. It could go the complete other way and just be a power loader suit for the reclaimer. That's the breadth that it could go. And I've just got to put. I feel I've got to put that out there just to clarify. We don't, when people, because I saw a question that's coming up that says, do we know how? In fact, 1982 has a question that says, can the reclaimer dock at a station? And then there was other questions that not the one I was thinking of, but there was one that asking about the docking of the cutter, or
it's one of the reasons,
and we don't know.
It's one of the reasons why the reclaimer will also get a rework, because it has to have the docking collars changed so it can dock with a station. Because right now it's meant to be the one on the top, and because they've moved into the sides, it has to be reworked. That's why currently the reclaimer can't dock with a station. And obviously at some point,
small airlocks on the sides, though, aren't there?
So there's two. And that's the other thing, Pete. I'll get to that as well then. So they now have two docking collar sizes, the small circular one and a large capital one. It doesn't have either of those on the back.
Yeah, it's got a single door.
It's got a single door.
It's got a door.
And so what I reckon they'll eventually do is they'll probably just, at the back, they'll just change those two square doors to be two capital ones. We also know some ships have a capital that also has a small one in the middle of it. So it's like a door within a door. A multi-door. So they could also do that with the reclaimer as well. So it has two of those multi-door airlocks, because that allows it to dock with smaller ships, and it also allows it to dock with bigger ships. Of all the ships that need to dock with multiple ships, the reclaimer would be one of them.
I was about to say, I could see the reclaimer being one that really benefits from having both, because it's a salvage ship. You rock up beside a hulk, you lock onto a side, you go board in the thing, and then you get invaded by the aliens who are in that ship. Anyway, we need more questions answered. So, Fat Gus. Isn't the idea about the shape of a spirit about making it better in Atmo? Isn't performance and handling one of Crusader's main features? I think we started to answer that and got distracted. Yes, it's supposed to be. I hate Crusader ships because of the endless corridor.
I think the other part you would add to that though is a drawback to its. You can see why it's got better engines and better handling and stuff, because it's got much bigger wingspan. Right, if you compare it to the Cutlass and the Freelancer, let's just pull it up, because you can answer it with that hangar view, can't you, Algared? With the hangar link, we did this when it first came out, and we'll do it again because it's pretty simple. Am I on the right screen? Yes, I am. Cool. Right. So here's hangar link by StarJump. So if you come in here and type Freelancer, We'll smack one of those in. What did I say? Cutlass. We'll smack one of those in. I think I did. Did I smack one in? It's just no, I didn't. Yep. And we smack in a spirit. And we'll just chuck in C1 because that's all we need.
One.
And then if I very quickly select all three of these, change the angle to be top down, remove the labels, wrong one, top down, not top down, this one, the right one. You can very quickly see when I auto layout, that thing is gigantic compared to the other two, right? And as cargo and specs go, this tube is essentially the same. So you can see here the tube is slightly fatter on the Freelancer, and then here it's almost like just the back section. It's almost like one tube at the front and then two tubes side by side on the back. So they're roughly all the same, very similar in cargo space and everything. But because they've made this one so long and thin, it's like we were talking about the wings. Like those wings just have nothing in them. And I know, Pete, you're saying it's fuel or whatever, but like, can you imagine if it was just long and thin and it didn't have the wings on it?
Yeah.
Like it would.
Do we have those wings fold like the Eclipse?
They you mean like the Hercules? They do actually. They have a very similar you're talking about the VTOLs?
Oh, so they fold down like the Hercules.
You know the VTOLs? It's got a similar. I'll see if I can find you an image, Pete. Just give me a second, and if I can't find you one, I'm sure someone will.
Which for some reason I expected them to fold up like a Corsair.
Spirit. Citizen, here we go. Images, I'm sure it'll be in one of these. There you go, even where it landed in the hangar there, it's got it. Okay, that's not where I wanted to go. I didn't want to go to eBay, but can you see that, Pete?
Yeah, that still doesn't really reduce the width of the vehicle that much either.
No, but I'm just, you asked if they were there, they are there. that's
yeah.
The other thing that got me was when the Mercury Star Runner came out, and you know, it's comparable to a Connie and flies faster and better and more fluid than a Connie.
Oh, you're talking about the size of it, yeah.
And,
I can bring that up too.
Yep, and we were, and you were saying, oh, but it's not that much bigger, and I went, bullshit.
Yeah, so I can do that one too.
And I showed you in game, and you were like, oh crap, it's
that's because
massive compared to a Connie.
It did change during development though, because it didn't initially. It didn't.
Yeah, originally it wasn't supposed to be as chunky.
Yeah, but now it's kind of disgusting what's happened to it. Because have a look at this. This is what Algared's talking about. If I can delete nameplates and do this one. Because when you look at here, it's quite surprising how chunky that Mercury Star has become. That's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it flies better than a Connie in terms of, you know, the Connie still flies like a big heavy monolith.
But in initial concept, Algared, you would say what it was about 2/3 as long as the Connie. It was way smaller back in the day, and then after it came out, it just ballooned and came this big. Yeah.
Yep. And it's fatter. It's you know, it's higher. It's wider. It's longer. It's in every metric. It's you know, it dwarfs the
better.
Yeah. And I think I think it kind of shows what may happen to the Connie though. The Connie will eventually get some form of rework, and I think it's going to grow.
You reckon they'll completely rework the Connie or just release a new 2957?
I don't think they have a choice because it's got so many fundamental flaws wrong with it. Like we've talked about it quite a lot, right? And a lot of the problems stem from the fact that they seem to want to have a cargo bay for a rover that you can go in both front and back, right? And because it's got no landing gear at the front, so when it lands, it does this whole lurch forward thing, like the Hercules does as well, because it has the same problem. But as soon as you move that cargo bay to the back where the Merlin is, and then just put the Merlin as a pad where you can land on top, make it more like the Carrack, all those problems disappear. Because then you can just actually have it so it just drives out the back, much like the Mercury, and it just solves all those problems. And then you can also make the ship shorter because you don't need to have that huge all those engines in the middle. So it's essentially like push the engines out, push the whole cargo back bay in the middle. So if you're happy to make the ship fatter, you can solve that. But I don't know how they're going to solve it, right? It really needs a whole... Like they have this thing about really keeping the looks of ships that they concept, and unfortunately, that's one of the oldest ships that just needs a huge, massive overhaul. And I don't know how they're going to get away with it, but I think they just need to bite the
I can
bullet and just change the way it looks completely. And what I mean by that is
I
just
can see
the back half.
I can see even just the bare minimum for fixing the interior cargo area of a Connie so it can fit the Ursa is give every Connie's midsection the fattening that the Phoenix gets.
Yeah, that too.
Because one of the things I can recall Josh Coombs saying when he was working on it is he said, I made it wider so that the doors on the Ursa could actually open properly without clipping into the ship.
Yeah.
That was his whole reasoning for making the cargo, the cargo area wider on the Phoenix. And I could see that makes perfect sense for doing it on the Aquila, because the Aquila is the one that's supposed to have the Ursa. It makes sense for all of the Connies. The Phoenix needs a rework as well because it needs to have its third turret added. So its point defense turret needs to go in. And there's no visible place for that third turret at the moment. So there's all over the Connies. So do they need a rework? Yes. How are they going to do it? I have no idea.
Yeah. I think the big one you and I talked about a lot, Algared, is you got the elevator, Pete, where the elevator comes down, like for the personnel elevator. Is with that, Pete, if they'd actually had it so that there was a landing gear that came down there and the elevator goes up and down inside the landing gear. But I think a lot of the reason for that is you can't then drive the rover out because the landing gear is there.
Yep.
And everything just seems to come back, like whether it was Chris or whoever designed it, they wanted the rover to be able to go in and out, not just go in one side. And I think that creates half the problems. And if they can lose that, I don't think it's a problem just to be able to drive out the back. Look, the Mercury Star-Runner, it does no problem. And all you do is just close off one side of the elevator like a gate that you just drive into.
But I know a lot of people have problems with the dipping of the nose on the Connie. I tend not to have too much trouble with it. So it's just when you're used to flying the ship, you get used to the quirks. It's like the caterpillar.
Well,
when you get used to flying the caterpillar, you don't have those same issues. But
can you imagine these two here, Algared? So you know these two parts here, either side.
and there you go. There you go. X, you have a circle in the middle there. That's your hatch of a top.
All right. So what I was trying to say though was see these two arms. If these somehow rotated to landing gear, that would work as well.
Yeah.
But whatever they're going to do, it just has really an insane amount of issues. And I think if you think the older a ship is, the more issues it tends to have because so many things have changed. Like, so that's how I know at some point the Freelancer's getting I grabbed the wrong ship, but the Freelancer is getting a rework because it's so old. It just hasn't, the original ship. What is it? The original 5 or 6 ships in the Kickstarter campaign.
The original 5 were the Freelancer, the 300i, the Aurora, the Connie, and the Hornet.
And then ones that came after during that, the Caterpillar was one of those that came in the Kickstarter campaign, and I think there was another one, but I digress. The point I'm trying to get to is...
Wasn't the Avenger Titan fairly early on as well?
It was fairly early on, but it was not Kickstarter, though. It came in a year or two after. It was actually... what the hell was the guy's name? One of the ship guys, it was the first ship he ever designed. He ended up working on the Nostromo. He's worked on a bunch of other things. Not the Nostromo, sorry. He worked on the Reclaimer. But the point I'm trying to get at is these older ships, you can tell they're going to come back and rework a lot of them at some point. They just need it. They're just
not talking about Church, are you?
No, I don't know.
The last name Church?
I don't know. I'd have to look him up, Algared, sorry.
I couldn't remember the first name, but yeah.
Oh, the Avengers.
So, but yeah, the first 5 ships, Aurora, 300i, Hornet, Freelancer, Connie. So yeah.
Point. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Next question, Algared, please.
Aurelius Indomitus. Will they show more about the Orion on CitizenCon? Possibly.
Yeah, there's no way to tell. They haven't shown any for ages. They don't always show things about all ships. Yeah.
Your guess is as good as ours. I haven't heard anything.
You're more likely to see a concept sale for the other
large
miner.
miner.
Yeah, the large, well, what we think will be the ground miner. because that was on the vote, almost 2 years ago now, or a year ago now. So that could be the ship you see for concept, but no clue. It can be whatever they want it to be. And it's like Pete said, one of the things you said, Pete, is they seem to be not selling as big as ships lately because they're kind of waiting for that team to come along so they can get more dedicated people on it.
Yeah.
I could see if they gave us information on the Orion, it would be in light of we've got, these are our mining ships, here's our new mining ship, and that's going to give us the link to X.
Just got a reply to this particularly rude chatter on Twitch who says, some of us can land the Connie just fine. Learn to fly, hashtag. And I'd say in response to that, some of us can grow a beard in a very timely manner. Maybe you should get some facial hair and get rid of your pubes off your face. Right, anyway, Algared, you were saying?
Are you that must have been Badgers.
It was Badgers. It was 100% Badgers. I just got to
the second you
school
talk
that
about
young
facial
Englishman
hair,
while I can. Right.
Although, in fairness to Badgers,
just not you.
In fairness to Badgers, his beard is quite.
It took 6 months to grow, though. You know, he's getting there.
Well, you know,
Got to grow up one day.
He's a young lad. He's a young boy.
Yes.
Do we have an itinerary for CitizenCon yet? It's not that far away.
We don't have the schedule. I have been talking with Starjump or Grim. Me and Grim are looking at doing a joint stream, and we'll probably see if we can pull a bunch of you boys in, like Algared and Badgers and whoever else, because it's going to go over 2 days. So we thought rather than doing it 2 days and be utterly exhausted, we can cover each other a little bit, you know, like because we're on different sides of the planet, like I can take a break and then come back and vice versa and things like that. So between the two of us, we're going to see if we can do it together.
With them going for 2 days, they surely have a keynote this year, yeah? We can expect a keynote.
Well, they usually have two, don't they? They have the one at the start and the one at the end, so they might have four.
They
so they're
skipped
going to
one last year, though.
Well, they skipped it last year because it was virtual.
Right, okay.
And they basically, any reason that they can get Chris not to talk, they're scared when Chris talks because they're scared he's going to say something they've got to add to the game. It's just that simple. Have you noticed the last few times we've seen him, he never doesn't talk without Todd Pappy there? Have you noticed that? And then they did a keynote, and Todd Pappy was holding it, and Chris wasn't there at all. So yeah, I think they don't like Chris talking, so yeah, which is a real shame because that's why a lot of us early backers backed was because of Chris. So yeah.
The thing is,
Chris is an ideas man.
Like, but I look at this stuff that we get in game now, and even the stuff that Chris says, and I don't see it any differently from what he was saying at the beginning. It's just
agreed.
It's either got more meat to it or more flesh to it, but it's not different. It's just I don't think he changed his view of where he wanted to go from day one. It's just people see it as he's changing the rules again. No, I don't think he's changing the rules at all. He's just saying, no, this is what we wanted for. This is what we're aiming for. That's what we're aiming for. And
we hear that a lot too, Algared, don't we? Like I remember Death of the Spaceman. People going, it's been 7 years, and then 8 years after they talked about it, they dropped it, and it barely changed at all. That's why I'm convinced about things like the cutter, because people go, that it's just a name or whatever. But like those old documents were released, and they really haven't changed. Like there's so many documents you and I have gone back to, and they just haven't changed because that was the plan, and they've stuck to it.
Yeah, and you looked at the way that the whole regen stuff was incorporated. It was incorporated to make sense of the Death of a Spaceman stuff they talked about 7 years ago. So it wasn't new. It was just putting it into context. So yeah, I often don't see Chris as adding stuff. He's just often clarifying or putting, but yeah. Anyway, so North End Trooper, we did answer your question. That was about the reclaimer and the cutter parasite docking and station and storing process. And we've gone through what we know and what we think, and it could be it could be something else. But so I'll skip that question. Nemesis 851 says, "Do you think day 2 will be a repeat of day 1, or will it be more content, more and different content?" I think it's more and different content.
As we said,
so
I think it's one for SC
whether
and
it's
one for Squadron 42. It's just so obvious. Like we've never had 2 days before. And as I said earlier, they struggle to get Star Citizen content. How are they going to have a whole second day? They literally stop giving us content from like now until CitizenCon for like usually 2 months, just so they've got enough to show. So
Yeah.
how are they going
And
to do
so
a
whether
whole nother day based on that? Yeah, that's because
so whether it's a specific,
it's not for Star Citizen, it's for Squadron 42.
yep. So whether it's a specific day for Star Citizen or Squadron 42, we're going to have information that would cover enough to fill one day each for each of them, and whether it's split between each day or whether it's a specific day for each. But yeah, I think it's going to be totally different content.
What about you, Pete? What's your
regardless.
take on that one?
I agree with you guys. I think potentially like the important engine stuff and stuff that could be, used on both days, it could be used for both projects, will probably be, day one. I can see Tony Z being there, giving a quantum presentation. I'm looking forward to it. Like, it's all speculation. We generally don't know. The only thing with it being 2 days, we assume that it's a squadron thing, but they could have some, John Crew's apocalyptic changes. It might be time to talk about them, and they could have huge news. Like, there could be that many changes coming up potentially that it does take 2 days to explain them all. Probably not, but
I got 2 questions. What is your beer of choice?
it would be a shandy of any kind, probably Carling.
My grandmother used to drink shandies. Anyway, and next year at CitizenCon, are you buying us one, or me and Algared buying you one?
I'll buy you one. I'll save up.
Right. Save up.
That'll be pennies.
Yeah, because
So-
we'll be there in Manchester next year, so we'll hang out with you then, for sure.
Definitely planning that at the moment. So yes. Walter Hack says, why the hell don't we veto CIG on putting the winners of last year on the list if they want to keep things fair? They don't want to keep things fair.
Yeah. They just want to make money off ships. That's what it's for. That's our whole problem with it.
It's a peeing contest. It's a beauty pageant, and
all you're doing is feeding the more popular ships and selling more of the more popular ships, and it's not. I don't know. I just don't, it makes things toxic because well, look at it. It goes back to that old Drake versus Origin thing, and people go, "Oh, I'm a Drake fanboy. Oh, I'm an Origin fanboy." When's the last time you heard someone go, "I'm a Miss fanboy. I'm an Argo fanboy"? You just don't hear it as often. So it just creates these toxic rivalries that I just don't think we need. It's the same problem.
I'm an Argo fanboy.
It's my same problem with Spectrum Algorithm, why I keep bitching that they've got no downvoting errors. It's never going to be fixed until they put it in. And they're worried about these little delicate snowflakes getting their feelings hurt. That's how those delicate little snowflakes learn. They get them hurt, and then they stop doing it, and they grow up like the rest of us.
That's how those delicate little snowflakes came how they are.
Because they've been babied and wrapped in bubble wrap their entire lives.
Yep.
Anyway,
sorry,
I'm venting.
All right, Luminalia had a question 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
What's
wrong, Pete? You there, Pete? You right, Pete? You right?
Question 2 hours old and we've been talking nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what it's like here. We're detailed. We answer everything. If it wasn't for that bot, we wouldn't be able to take our time with it. But anyway.
Like, I think it really is. We are the radio talk show. We are a radio talk show for Star Citizen. Is the best way to think of us. And so it ranges all over, and we eventually get to your question. Maybe. We may even answer it.
All right,
so Luminalia said, any of you gentlemen have an Apollo? I so rarely hear it mentioned. Yes.
I have an Endeavour, so I don't need an Apollo.
What about you, Pete?
I can't bring myself to buy ships that aren't in the game. I pre-purchased the Mercury Starrunner, and the wait for it, and then its eventual launch really soured me on the process of pre-ordering.
You're not the only person we hear that from. We hear that from a lot of people. They don't want to buy a ship. They don't know what it's going to be like, and so that's a problem with a lot of speculation stuff, isn't it?
I would highly encourage you, if you are thinking any line of medical or farming or component enhancement or repair or salvage, that you get yourself a CCU to a Crucible and a CCU to an Endeavour, because they are by far the cheapest ships, the cheapest you'll ever get them.
Not only that,
they're going to grow, they're going to go big, and they're still at their original concept sale price.
The issue with ships like the Endeavour, though, it's basically a flying space station. Like as a single player, I don't really have an org or a lot of friends. How am I supposed to maintain that vehicle and just keep it operational?
Pete, you will. The way the game is going, it's pushing players to work together more and more. But what I was going to say, take any ship in the game, to say that Apollo that Illuminati gave as an example. If you think you might like that ship, or there's a ship that you think you might like, generally you can pick up a $5 CCU. Just sit on that and then wait for the ship to come out, and you can build a ship to that. So you don't have to invest.
I've got the $5 Galaxy one you told me to get last year.
There you go. Yeah, perfect.
Any ship you're after, buy a CCU to it. Buy the cheapest CCU you can get to the ship, just to lock in the price. But I'll always say the Endeavour and the Crucible, just because they are so cheap compared to what they are going to be. And the Crucible, one of the things I went back and I was looking at the Crucible, one of the things I saw them saying about the bridge of the Crucible rotated was so that a single pilot could control both fly the ship and repair ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually thinking solo play, even though they say it's an 8-person ship, it's got multiple doorways and access points, so it's a real nightmare to security hazard because there's so many points of entry and exit, so you can actually get to the ship you're repairing really quickly. But converses that is that people trying to raid your ship can get in multiple ways as well. So, so yeah.
All right, next question.
Nemesis 851. Why is the whole seat not a choice? Maybe because people are indicating because it's not in game yet.
Yeah. Is he
the whole
talking about?
Not on the.
Is it the video that he was talking about? Is it the video we did? Yeah, it's because
I'm
it's not in game.
assuming he's talking about the Ship Showdown. Why it's not in Ship Showdown is my guess.
Oh, it's
so
not
why
in game.
Is it not a choice?
Yep.
It's not in game. And the Connie, I think the Connie's there, and the Connie is Valak anyway. So yeah,
it'll be there next year.
Axis 0096. That is a good question. Honestly, I would have thought it being contention, but it's not in game.
What was it?
So just building on Nemesis' question.
Yep.
Do you guys also hate the amount that gets added to the ships after their initial sale on the website? I feel it's the same amount to ask for a ship like the Vulture and Prospector nowadays. And that's Walter Huck asking about the price of ships and why they go.
It's because like you are speculating on whether the ship's going to be any good, and then when it comes out, so that to kind of cover you for taking a gamble on something that you don't fully know what it's going to be, you get a discount. But as we said, you no longer need to take that gamble. You can, it goes from being like, what was this Mercury Star Runner? $260 when it finally came out. You could have bought a $5 CCU and it only cost you $5. So a $5 gamble isn't much, and it's not really a gamble at all because you can technically melt the CCU and turn it back into credit. So
and they've always said, buy the ships early, they're going to be more expensive later on. Even the 890 jump is going to be more expensive later on, based on what they've indicated. So, so it is kind of that buy early, get it cheaper. It is. They are expensive ships. But
it does also appear to be the bigger the ship, the more it will increase in price eventually when it does release.
Yes. We did forget the pirate paint. Sorry, I'll show those now really quickly. Sorry about that. I did forget them. There we go. So there's the pirate paints. They seem to be black and silver. Kind of like the what are they called? What the hell is the? Someone's going to arrest me. It's not the Union Jack. What do they call that skull and crossbones flag? It's got a name to it, and it's something.
Jolly Roger.
Jolly Roger. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah. Thank you, Algared. So yeah, Jolly Roger skins. Looks like there's an Ares Ion, one of the Hercules, an Eclipse, and a Mercury Star Runner, which is interesting choices because I would not really. Well, I can see the Herald as a piratey kind of vessel, so I guess the Mercury Star Runner could be it as well.
Well, the most celebrated Mercury Star Runner is a piratey type ship.
I think you're right, Algared, because of the what's that? The Night Runner skin. That'll be pretty popular because maybe that's why they've done it. But the silver and black one for the Eclipse is a bit meh because it's black by default anyway, with some red lines. That's just an
And
A2 with silver instead of red, and that's just an Inferno, but you put it on the Ion.
but
So the
silver
only
and black
one that's any
pirate
work was
skins.
that one.
But the pirate skins for an Ares and an Eclipse, huh?
Do we know if they're the only pirate skins, or is that just a selection of what might be coming up? Because it seems like an odd selection.
I'll go back and
Like, none of those ships I associate with piracy, like Cutlass Blue, Mantis.
I can see the
you know?
Mercury Star Runner though because of smuggling and the stuff the Herald has on it. So I can see the thought on that. It's got guns that shoots, so the air Ion.
Yep.
No, it just says Pirate Week paints. That's it.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's just 4 examples of pirate leaked paints.
Ooh, look at this. Lines for the Moby Glass related to Star Map.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Ooh.
Oh.
If they've actually fixed that up. So, Medic Sun.
And we lost Algared again, didn't we? I could tell by the drawn out that he made. He'll be back. Sorry. He'll come back.
It's halfway through a question, though.
Yes, but it creates drama. There he is. Now he's back. All right. What's the question, Algared?
All right. So, Medic Sans Guarantee says, can you question when can you buy the best in show skins?
AIE.
Basically at the end.
AIE.
No, AIE is they come out available.
So the ship showdown will wrap up around the end of September.
Yep.
So about I think it's mid-September. It goes for well, you got to remember, it's one every day basically. But the next one, once that wraps up, they sell them at AIE. So you'll be able to, and they usually deploy them in the last week of November to December. That's when the Scorpius ones and the ones that came out last year anyway. So yeah.
And IAE is the sale just after CitizenCon, yeah?
No. So CitizenCon is in October. This year it's like October 20, which is 10 days later than normal. AIE usually starts like, I think the earliest we ever had AIE was the 19th of November, and it runs right through to like the 3rd or, and some years they had like the Mole, they had a 2-week break and then they sold the Mole after AIE. So yeah, it's CitizenCon October, AIE November is the easiest way to kind of remember it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. All right, Algared.
Next question from Nemesis 851 is, what is the largest group event working together you have each participated in, i.e. 10 people racing around a ground point A to B?
God.
So X largest group event you've done in game.
The one we've manufactured ourselves,
Yeah.
or one that we just participated in that was like an act.
I've been on an 890 jump that had 100, like an entire server on it. I've been at events that had entire servers there. I remember helping people farm the Vandal Mask. That's probably one of the biggest repetitive.
That's the one that I was going to mention.
Yep.
Yeah. Because
the biggest teamwork event I was involved in was helping other people get the Vandal Mask.
Yeah, after I had it, I went back like another 30 times and just help people farm it because
as soon as I found out that people were upset that people were conga-lining, that was I was involved.
Yeah,
great to help.
But what I found is it went so much smoother if it was organized, and I would turn up and people would just like, I don't know if it's because I was known or what, I would turn up and I would just tell people to do stuff and they would do it. And like, instead of it taking 2 hours, I got them down to 20 minutes. And so I could do 3 in an hour. So I'd just give up 2 hours of my day every day, and I would just get heaps of people that Vandal Mask. And that, they'd be like, oh, it's Execute again. You were here yesterday. And, and they'd go through again and do it again. So yeah. And I enjoy helping people. That's just my jam. So yeah.
I like the way we turned a PvP event into a cooperative event. Yes. That really made me happy.
I made people there. I've made friends there that are still on my friends list to this day. So yeah, it's.
I know some of the PvPers hated that, but there was no rule.
Yeah,
there was no rule. You couldn't do it.
The community team came out later and said they fucked up and dropped the ball on that one. They even said it themselves. Like they said later on, like we realized how one-sided that was, and when they brought the Vandal mask back the second time, you could literally solo it and run out and go into. What did you do? You just had to go into different outposts and find it. That was it. You know,
Yep.
and I got it down. I started help people doing that one as well, and I got it down to 45 minutes to get all 3. Yeah. So.
Yep.
But it was harder to do, but you could do it on your own. That was the key. So yeah.
Yeah. So probably the biggest event I've done was Congo lining as well.
Yep.
But I have been involved with things with SCA doing Crux Cupsy type races where we had probably 15 people, I think, maybe going around the track at the same time, doing trial runs or time trials. We've had events where we've just gone cruising in the evening, just flying around site all together, just bumming around.
That conga lining
so,
stuff, the reason why that kind of hit home and stuck so much is because everyone had to get on Discord. And so you were all on there talking to each other, where in game you don't talk to each other so much, like it's all text based. So
like there wasn't another comparable event where so many people work together. I don't even think the Xeno threat attack. Yeah, I don't even think that there's that many people working together during that.
Yeah, but it's because of the Discord. I think it's because you had to communicate, like because you had to get it to work, you needed Discord. And I think, like, if they ever want Spectrum to become a thing where we talk to each other and we talk through Spectrum, downvoting errors. I'm sorry, but like you put any restraints on a system and it pisses anyone off. So say you only piss off 50% of the people. That means 50% of the people are not using your system because they don't like the way it operates. It's that simple. Until they put downvoting arrows back in, it's just never going to work. And, I went out and talked to Knight Rider, the head mod, and he basically said the reason why it was a design decision from day dot was they didn't want people piling on other people. So, well, that's how people learn. They learn that they're saying stupid shit because they get piled on and they don't do it again.
Anyway,
and what have we got?
Because and what the distraction, I'm going to go. The distraction has a $10 YouTube gift for us, and their little message is: CIG's next lore character should be a Mrs. Maisel, but makes fun of the dev choices. I think that we do that ourselves quite well.
Yeah.
But yes, that'd be a nice character.
This is our
is Mrs. Maisel an Australian celebrity or something? I've got no idea who that is.
I don't know either.
Disney character, the marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Okay. Yeah, welcome to 1939 or whenever it was made. Is that an old one? Is it an old one, Algared?
I'm just going from my memory of the marvelous Mrs. Maisel. That's all I can tell you because I don't know. That's where my knowledge ends. But yeah.
There it is. 2017. Are you serious?
So there you go.
Wow, it's a TV show from 2017.
So yeah,
I never even heard of that. Okay,
I've heard of it, but I haven't watched it.
It's on Prime. It says it's on Prime. It's not even Disney. Okay, weird.
Oh, there you go.
Right, that's probably why I haven't heard of it.
I just assumed it was Disney because it kind of had that 90. I suppose it had that period feel. So thank you for that. The distraction, most appreciated. Always appreciated when we get coffee break money from you guys. It keeps me less jittery.
All right.
Mr. E.
Hang on. Before we do another question, I think it's time for Not a Tuna again. So, do you have one to show off, Algared? Or Pete, do you have another one to show off?
No. I've got a question.
Yeah.
Where and what is the address of RSI's Astro Development Team? What is the in-game address of the Astro Development Team of RSI? You can give me the city, the planet. So the planet, the city, and the address. If the more detail you give me, the better it is. But yep. And no, Edison, it is not Terra. Terra sucks. Terra is evil.
I would never pick
disgusting,
one Terra.
Horrible.
You tell sounds like history here. What happened to Terra?
Is a Herster through? No, he just hates Terra. He calls them terrorists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Terra is crap. Terra people from Terra are terrorists. Okay, we've got one. We've got. I will tell you, Hollington on YouTube does have Earth, so that's our first step. So it is on Earth.
Yep.
It is in Sol system.
Isn't it New York or something like that? I can't remember.
It is not London.
Oh, it's not London. Yeah, this was a cat toy, Algared, and it actually scares the shit out of my cats when I hate it.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue.
It's backwards, Algared, so no one can read it. Enhance, yes.
Enhance.
Yes.
Give you a clue. It is on the RSI constellation.
Someone said Zone 2 Arc Corp.
No.
Germany, Manchester, Seoul, Earth, New York, DC, LA.
New York is New York is getting there.
So it's somewhere in the States. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I think we lost Algared again. Let me know. Whereabouts in the States? Is it in the States, Algared? Is that a clue?
Yes, it is in the States. It is in New York.
Oh, it is in New York. So I was right. I thought I'd remembered it. Yeah. Right, but so now we need. Someone said New Jersey.
No, it is not New
Jersey.
Jersey.
79 said New York.
Now people are just fucking guessing at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In which case, you're guessing. You disgusting. I'm horrified by you people.
All right. So who do you think got it?
400.
The most.
It was definitely the one who said Earth, New York. So that was
Earth, New York. Hollington said Earth. He was the first person to say Earth.
Yep, he was the first one to say Earth.
And then anything after
and
that?
then the last one down was
New York Earth Sol was Dark Sylvia. Someone said York, just not New York. Wheels 79.
Wheels 79 was Sol Earth, New York.
All right.
And the actual address,
Wheels 79
is 419 Madison Avenue, New York, Earth, E1C3.
All right, so in about an hour's time, the three people that will be the only ones left here to do the last round will be Soul Unit, Axis 0096, and Wheelers 79. The three of you will be in a sudden death. Only, like, no one else will answer, just you three. And the person that gets it, Algared's got the last item there ready to go. And yeah, we'll talk about that when that comes up. But yeah, in about an hour's time, or 50 minutes, because we're a little bit late on this one. And the winner of that can pick a window and win something.
Picks the window and win something.
All right, let's get Pete back on here because he's feeling very left out and in the cold.
There
he is, Pete. Good boy. Hello.
Fetch photo.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's what you need as an animation, Pete. Like someone, when they give you bits, it like throws a bone and the dog... something like that.
If you got any idea how hard that is to animate.
Yeah, I know it's impossible. It's real hard. But yeah,
and I know from what you were saying earlier that's work.
I'm so lazy. Please, come on.
Yeah. Why do you think we don't edit?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. EU, is it true if you don't use it, you lose it? Well, on certain things it is.
What's this?
Yeah, I've personally found that in my own life. I used to be a fully trained engineer, welder, forklift truck certified, electrician, the whole shebang, plumber. I used to know so much. No, let's not go too far. But I used to be incredibly educated, I swear, and I've forgotten every single thing.
Pete doing brain surgery.
There's nothing in there anymore.
Yeah. Well.
Yep.
All right, next question, please, Algared.
Okay, next question. Sorry, I was trying to read chat.
Okay.
So there's discussion going on something about Earth and the heritage, the cultural heritage and other stuff. And all right, Nemesis 851 says, do you think day 2 will be a repeat of day 1? No, we've already answered that.
Like 4 times. All right.
Luminalia, are any of you guys attending SitCon? Not this year.
No, but we plan to next year.
What about you, Piss?
Next year, almost certainly, I can afford a ticket for that.
Yeah.
It's the travel cost is what really is going to do me, and if it's in Manchester, I can just drive there and back.
Yep.
Everything I've heard is Manchester.
Yeah, everything is Manchester. I've heard Manchester's not particularly too expensive to stay in compared to other places in England. Would you say that's correct, Pete? Because it's not like a major, massive city. It's
Yeah.
like a.
The thing is,
more of a
Manchester's
secondary?
like the second major city,
Oh, really?
like
Okay.
after London. So
Oh, okay. So it's not super
it's
cheap.
not as expensive as London, but it's not as cheap as here.
Yeah.
I don't know how best to describe
So
it.
what we're thinking of, Pete, and you can crash in with us if you want, is what we're thinking about doing is getting a bunch of content creators together and kind of like Airbnb being like a bigger house for 3 or 4 days, and then just staying there and hanging out and just sing the fuck out of it for 3 or 4 days. You know, just like take it all in, because it'll probably be 2 days again, and probably arrive the day before and leave the day after. You know, so maybe 4 days. And then if we do Airbnb it and get a bigger house, it'll probably cost us like a quarter of the price cheaper each, but we all get a better house, and you know, and we're hanging out with people that we know and can mingle. Like, we don't have to hang out at CitizenCon because we'll hang out there with each other. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, no.
Regardless of what Pete says about it being cheaper than here, for
it's
us,
going to be
it's
way
like,
more expensive. My mum's
if
my mum got back today. She's just been in the UK for
Yep.
a couple of months, and she said everything's about 3 times as expensive for us.
Yeah.
And she said when she goes to the States, it's about twice as expensive. So, you
Yep.
know, a $20 sandwich here is actually $20 US, but because it's a US dollar, it just costs so much more, and it's the same thing in the pound.
Yep.
So yeah.
I remember the first time I went to the States, we were it was, you know, $1.10 to every American dollar. It was
Yeah.
it was so wonderful.
Yeah.
Everything was cheaper than it was in Australia. It was so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, North End Trooper. I believe Montreal should be a dedicated alien ship team. That way, they learn to design an alien ship the first time, and we would see more alien ships.
The guy that was going there to teach the team was an Argo ship guy, so I think there'll be a bit of everything. If they're building a dedicated ship team, I think you'll find most ship teams. Well, look at the Manchester one; they do a bit of everything now. They've done Drake and music and.
I know.
Yeah.
I know it was at that period, but it was a period where they said, you know, this branch is going to do these ships, but I don't think it'll work.
I think you're far more likely to get teams within the team that concentrate on manufacturers. So, you know, they might, and you'll probably get people that have different skill sets that move between the teams as well. But I don't think you'll find one person that just goes, all I do is miss ships.
Yep.
It's too narrow. So, yeah.
Is it okay? Access 0096. Is it possible we will see a soft date for Pyro or Squadron 42 at CitizenCon this year?
Anything's possible.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It asking those types of questions is like asking when.
Yeah. And they don't do dates and stuff like that. It'd be great to see Pyro this year, but obviously I think Pyro is very locked to server meshing. I think with the way they were hoping to get server meshing done by the end of this year, but I think you can, like, I don't know, you guys can weigh in on this as well, but my feeling is all hands on deck have moved on to Squadron 42. And I think it's like what Pete was saying. We haven't really got it, you know, like when Pete was asking us what's coming in 320 and why has everything kind of been delayed. That's why I think everything's just like, we really haven't got a full proper patch this year. The only patch that we really got was 319. That was a .x patch initially. So the last patch was 318, and that was in December. So we haven't actually really had a proper patch at all this year. We've had incrementals, all right, so they're patches, but what I mean is a big, you know, those landmark ones that drop that really changed a lot of stuff in the game. And I think that's 320 this year, and I think that's the only one we're going to get this year. And I don't think server meshing's in it. And I think that because it points to just so much work being done on Squadron 42.
I think server meshing I think pairs and server meshing have ended up proving to be bigger issues and problems than CIG thought they'd be. And it's just, you know, it's like programming. You think, oh, right, it's going to take us this long. And then as you start going, you go, no, it's a bigger fish than we thought. And yeah, I just think it's they're the big holdups. But so I think that's the holdup for Pyro.
Well,
it'd be lovely to see that. And thank you for the distraction.
Just to give you a quick idea, we've had 4 years of them showing us Pyro. What are they going to show us this year of Star Citizen? What can they possibly show us that's new?
Perhaps fauna,
aliens,
animals.
You know, this it's got to be more Pyro, but in a different spin, because it's just 4 years of the same shit. I'm sorry, but like, like
Yep.
Now we know in hindsight that the presentations for Pyro were kind of scripted. Like at the time, we sort of expected there may have been some server meshing tech under the hood, running it in the background. Is there a chance they rerun the similar demos but with the actual tech running this time?
What is it?
That'd be interesting.
What's this year? The Runway to Pyro, the Yellow Brick Road to Pyro. Like, what are they going to call it this year? We need to start taking votes on what are they going to call it this year? Oh, there's a.
So I got to cut you off again.
Yeah, go
because Distraction has a $5 super chat for us. So thank you again. It's always appreciated those. You don't need to do them, but hey, if you want them read right away, then that is one way to do it. He says no Pyro, but expect a new Cutlass variant. Yes, the Cutlass abomination. But yes,
that's what's hitting me about the Steel too. It feels like the Steel was written by the marketing team. Because again, it broke the convention. That's the thing I hate about like what CIG does. They've just been doing it for so long now that they don't even take their own convention. That's why you get mad about Crusader, because they broke their own convention. And the Steel did that as well. Like they had a red, black, and a blue. Why wasn't that a silver? Why was it a steel? Like if they'd made it silver, I wouldn't even be batting an eyelid. But no, it can't be silver.
The rest of colours, why is that a material?
Because again,
I'd never thought about that before.
Again, it's because whoever named it was not thinking, and I think it was the marketing team that made that ship. I don't think it was the writing team.
For me, that ship is just an abomination anyway, because it's just it rips everything that's good about the Cutlass out.
Can you see why I want to put it on the vote though next year? Algared, you'll see why I want to put it on the vote next year. It's a piece of shit. I want to buy
it. It is bovine excrement.
So if they don't
sold it as modules from Cutlass Black, they made a fortune.
Yeah, if they don't change how the vote's done, that's my plan for next year. We'll just push the Cutlass Steel and get as many votes on that thing as we can, and they will. Well, doing an MPUV, their sales didn't suffer. You want them to stand up and take notice? We'll pick a ship that no one's going to buy, and that'll be it.
And we'll plug the ship, but we'll also plug not to buy the ship.
Yeah,
because
we'll vote for it. But we're trying to send CIG a message. They've been fucking us around for what 4 or 5 years now. They promised sweeping changes. They didn't change shit. And where it hurts. That's the only way they're going to listen.
Do you feel that we are peeved? Yes, we are.
And I don't know, you guys. All right, hang on. Let's just make sure that we're not absolute wankers here and do a poll.
Just a quick heads up. I don't care about the ship showdown a little bit. The ships that I own aren't even anywhere close to being voted for. I stopped giving a fuck. Like I don't care.
There you go.
Like I would like to care on behalf of you guys. I like a good injustice that I can get behind.
I'm just wondering whether the back pain that I've got is starting to kick in, is actually making me more irritable and nasty. I apologize if I am coming across more irritable and nasty.
All right, so I'm going to do, there's a poll on YouTube.
Right.
I'm doing a poll now on Twitch. So we got yes, no, oh God, man, it'd help if I could spell indifferent. Indifferent just basically means don't care.
Yep. So while you're putting that up and while people are responding to that, in Aurelius Indomitus has a question. When Squadron 42 is ready, do you think a lot of devs will leave because it's the most interesting thing to work on?
I think a lot of devs will leave because they've been working at it. There are some devs that have been working there. It's their first game they've ever worked on, and they haven't shipped a game. And in the gaming industry, you have to have shipped games to get jobs in other places, right? So coming in at CIG, being the first game they've ever worked on 5 years, they should have shipped 1, possibly 2 if they'd worked on a smaller title in that time. So turning around, like you're almost holding them at ransom. But the other thing, you do have to take COVID into account as well, right? If COVID
had seen recently that some of the devs, if they get a good enough offer, they don't hang around for the completion of their own personal project. They'll just get a new job and leave. The Banu Merchantman was the perfect example of that.
But some people, they were veterans, right? A new person that doesn't have any game under their belt, very hard to even get their first job, right? So you have to kind of stay until you've got a ship game, because then you go, look, I've got a ship game on my resume, and it's much easier to get another job. But you are right; they might be able to use the job they have to leverage it to get another one. But
I think
the
it'll depend also
but
on
the time that this project is taking, though, is definitely having a toll on dev turnover. Absolutely.
I could see even, people being able to use just the tech that's been developed. If they've been working on developing the tech or something that's been really valuable in terms of Star Citizen being seen, I could see that being something that they could use as a job thing. But yeah,
Wow. Okay.
will they leave? Possibly.
Okay, so on Twitch, no one gives a damn. It's no. So we're just whiny at bitches to Twitch. 64% or 7 people said no. 3% said yes, and then one person said indifferent. Yet really weirdly on YouTube, it's 34%, 34%, and 32%. So it's absolutely fucking split on YouTube. And they have a lot more votes, obviously. So about 40 votes on YouTube. Okay, so it really is splitting the community. I think it kind of points to that toxicity thing. There's people that just don't give a shit because they don't want to get involved in the politics. There's people that actually give a shit, and then there's people that are like, I don't know. The no. If you say no, I feel that you're frustrated, right? As in, or you're over the shit show.
Yep. All right. So the distraction also has another $5 super chat. Again, thank you so much for that super chat. He says, I only care about the showdown if they give us a reclaimer skin that isn't
an ugly piece of shit. Piece of shit. That's what he meant by
that. And that is apply or die. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think the last ghastly one was that purple thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So thank you for that.
The white and purples are another whole problem because they're actually separate variants too. So they're not a skin because they were before the skin system. So, yeah. We'll put it this way, Algared, you got yours deleted from your account. You were so worried about applying them, weren't you? And I
actually had applied them and I actually got them undone.
Yeah.
They're still there.
Yeah, they're just hideous.
Atlas Gaming, thank you for your $5 super chat. And he says, there is no difference between no and indifferent. It's 34-64.
I don't know. Maybe I should have just left it as yes and no. I don't know. But I'm just trying to give everyone...
No, I would say there is a difference. So it's like asking a Drake fan and an Origin fan, which is better. That's a yes/no. You ask someone who's an RSI, which is better, RSI or Origin? They say, I don't care. I'm an RSI guy. I don't care about those. So they're indifferent.
Yeah, I think the fix for me comes back to just somehow giving access to the skins, whether everyone gets a skin for free or a skin pack for free, or you can buy them rather than leveraging for ship sales. I think that's the issue for me.
Yeah, I tend to think if you just gave everyone the skins for ships, regardless whether they've got the ship in their hangar or not, that would actually encourage ship sales because they've got the hangar, the skin. They go, I actually did like that skin. I'm going to buy the ship so I can apply it because...
I'm trying to think, Pete, what are the ships that you fly, Pete? I know you've got a C2, or is it an M2? M2?
It's a C2.
C2?
There's too much space for it.
I know from what he said that he loves Crusader ships.
So what have you got?
I love me some Crusader ships.
So give us like your top 3 most popular ships that you own. What are they? So you got a C2?
The 3 that I use the most common right now would be the Medical Pisces.
Yep.
Because it's a great module to stick inside the C2 and then make the C2 a medical C2.
Yep.
It's brilliant. The C2 itself and the normal Pisces, weirdly enough, to get back to my stuff after I've died.
Okay, interesting. So that's your backup ship. One thing I do find interesting, I was watching your stream the other day, is somehow your Pisces got missiled inside the C2, but the C2 didn't die. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I think the missile was of a size where it was too low to do terminal damage to the C2, but the AoE effect damaged the inside of the ship.
Yeah, and that killed the Pisces, which was interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
So Tom Van Duren has a question. Is it possible that these cutter exosuits will be used for siphoning fluid and ammo in repair? Yes.
Totally possible. We just don't have all the answers yet. That's just it.
CIG have said in the past that you would need to siphon the fuel out and take the ammo out of the ships that you're salvaging. Otherwise, if you munch that stuff, it's going to blow up. So 100% you will need to take that stuff out.
before they kind of came in with different metrics and stuff, the Reclaimer had more cargo than any other ship, and that's because it stores scrap and liquids and things like that, right? But its actual cargo bay isn't even as big as a Starfarer. It's because it has all this space to hold bespoke material. It's kind of like an Orion with saddlebags or prospectors or moles. So they used to kind of call them cargo. Now they're more bespoke. They've got a different name for it now. I can't. The name eludes me. It's like when they moved it from they changed the Reclaimer too. Then they used to have a refinery, and it's now got a processing unit. You know, so as they've gone up, they've updated the terms. Like they were eco seats, now they're Titan suits. I just can't remember the name has eluded me at the moment. I can't remember what they changed it to. It's more bespoke cargo, I think it was, Algared. Something like that line, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, something like that.
Hmm.
Boozy3050 gives some more context to your question. It says, when it takes damage is my only question, and I have no idea what you're referring to.
Yep.
Chris Bates, do we know if a medium ship will be able to dock with the Endeavour, or is it strictly a hangar module for small ships?
Polo is the biggest ship we know that can land in the hangar, and that is technically it's the smallest large ship you can get.
And the Cutlass is a
medium.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got
it can take two medium ships in its hangar. So
yeah.
The hangar module is not for small ships.
I have a question as well. You know, the Endeavour, with it being a essentially large spindle with attachments that dock onto the side, is there a chance that you could flat out remove one of those attachments and just dock a massive ship straight to the Endeavour like it was a module?
So the last thing we heard was you actually need to take the Endeavour to a shipyard to change the modules over. So yeah, but I think with the passage of time and how the the Hull series has turned out, you know how the Endeavour kind of goes out sideways. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up using it like spindles, just like the Hull series. So instead of it just going out sideways, I would expect them to go out up and down as well, and maybe even add a spin to it. Because you imagine how cool that would look with the Endeavour moving along and all the biodomes are spinning. That would look sick.
Yeah, that would look awesome.
Yeah, I could even see the Endeavour using the concertina effect, but the Hull uses when it's got one pair of things that it's smaller, and so you expand it.
It's like telescopic.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they use
that? But
why wouldn't they use that tech now they've got it? Why wouldn't they use it? That's exactly right. Yeah.
And it's the same manufacturer, so it's not as if they're taking it outside. But that's pure speculation. We have no idea.
Yeah.
But all we know is they've got to rework it. It's going to grow. It's going to be bloody awesome. Grimm's probably hating that idea because that would mean he'd have to remodel for his.
Well, one of the cool things would be is if you're talking about like it changing its size, Algared, is you could have different size modules and it just scales to fit the modules. So if it's really large, you can put all 3 slots on. But if you only want to have 1 slot, then you can have a smaller one, and it costs less to run. So there's an advantage to that if they want to do it that way.
And that would be, I'd see that, if you've got 1 pair of modules on, it just goes that size. It's got 2 pair, and it just concertinas out to the size. I could see them doing that, but that's pure speculation. I have no idea. I've heard nothing from CIG. It's just it makes sense.
Unfortunately, the Endeavour's the coolest ship, but it's also going to be one of the last ones because it needs everything else to be in before we can make it. Before they can make it. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, not everything, but it does need all the gameplays associated with it. And let's be honest, when's the last time you heard of a science ship? The Endeavour and the Sen are the only 2 science ships we know of. So.
Or farming or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, agriculture. It's the only agriculture ship we've got in the entire game. Oh, and the Sen. The Sen is actually also a plant. What do you call it? A plant sample ship type of thing. Like it grabs plants and puts them in a little sample study container. So yeah, agriculture is the least of any profession at this point.
If you are someone who's bought an Endeavour and you've got the Endeavour in game, you bought it for $350. You've got access to a Starfarer, I believe it is, and the
Cutlass Red.
Second ship.
Cutlass Red.
And I think between them, their value of those 2 ships is more than the value of the Endeavour itself.
We just got another super chat from Atlas Gaming, $5. It said, "Are you guys looking forward to playing Starfield? Did I miss you guys talking about it?" No, we did not talk about it. I did cave yesterday and I picked it up. Algared I think you kind of said to us before the show you're not really sold on it, or is that?
Yep. Yeah, look, to me, Starfield is just. I never liked. What's that other game they had? The
Fallout
Fall,
or
the Fallout
Morrowind.
game.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
To me, Starfield just feels like Fallout in space. That everything I've seen just feels it's Fallout in space.
I'm kind of a bit
and
the
I don't care.
same. I kind of played Fallout, the last one. It was the first one I really played, and I wasn't like, it's the way the engine runs. It ran like dog shit. But from a lot of the reports that are coming out, is this one runs a lot better than previous games. But if it is just Starfield in space, but because of the sci-fi element and theme, I'll probably like it a lot more, which is why I picked it up. But also, there's just not a lot of games that I'm really into. I don't like single player games generally. I prefer the multiplayer stuff. So will I finish it? Probably not. But yeah, I'll definitely have a go. I do know, I think it's Space and Paul are both doing videos on it. I know Paul's got access to he's playing it right now. He's got a review copy. So he'll look for, from our fellow Inforunner Paul or Astropub for a video on that. And I don't know if Space has got early access. I'd have to talk to him, but he's definitely looking at covering it. And I know Loken's looking at covering it. Badges, you want to tell people if you're going to be covering it? I don't know if Badges is covering it. Yeah. What about you, Pete? Are you interested in Starfield at all, or not your jam?
I'm super interested in the concept, but I want to see actual gameplay. I want to see where the edges are. You know,
yeah.
Like when you see a demo of something, you don't know where the actual walls are and where the gameplay is. Is that object on the wall over there agreeably, or is it interactive? Is it part of the game? Is this just a long twisty corridor? Can I open that door? Can I go here? Like until we found out where the boundaries are.
I think if you're
set my hype level.
I think you're expecting much more than what was in Fallout and Morrowind and previous games. Because look at all the previous games; they're pretty much.
Like if the thing is Fallout in space, I'd enjoy it. It's just that I'm not super hyped for it yet because I know I've experienced releases before, and generally they're expensive and buggy.
But the only thing that is in any of the trailers that hasn't been in one of their previous games, if you look at all the games, they build up on the previous game. So we had base building in Fallout 3, and this has got base building in it, but a slightly different camera angle. So the only real different thing is the modular spaceships that you can fly and fight in space and do cargo and things like that. And we know there's 5 different variants of the spaceships that you can have. So like cargo to fighting and things like that. So there's a little bit that's the little new part, just the ships. Everything else is building on the previous games. And they've got a bit of anti-gravity, and that's about it. So if you're expecting much more beyond the scope of what you've seen before, that's it. Just those spaceships. That's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
So don't think everyone's talking about like it's going to be this groundbreaking game. It's going to totally change the genre. No, it's not. It's just a different theme of the same thing.
It depends, right? Because Skyrim itself made them a fortune. They sold it on every device, on every console, you can get Skyrim on your phone. I'm sure you can now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it took over the genre. If they can do a similar thing with the space genre, it's going to be one of the best advertisements for Star Citizen we've never had.
Absolutely, because again, Space did a video on this, and I totally agree with him in the video. Single player versus multiplayer, just that alone, and I also think there are slightly different genres because you're looking at a very open-ended quest sim with kind of choose where you go in this procedurally kind of generated well in Starfield, but when you come back to Squadron 42, it's more of a cinematic story piece with multiple choose your own path. So it's more linear. It's still not linear as in just straight down the line, but you're moving within a wide corridor and choosing multiple paths, so it's got replay value. So you can go, I want to fall in love with this character, this playthrough, and next playthrough, I'm going to fall in love with that character as an example, right?
I was comparing it more to the PU, actually, if I'm being honest. Like when you go down to planets in Starfield, from what I can tell, it's cutscenes, so you don't get that enjoyable flight down onto the planet in that seamless transition, which means that the landing zones, to me, potentially could be finite in size. You don't potentially get the entire run of the planet and stuff, which is
they said
huge. But
so I'll tell you what I know. They're procedurally generated from the landing point, but also that means that you're on foot, there's no vehicles, so that limits, you're not going to walk for half an hour just to pre-generate shit, are you, right? So what they've actually said, the landing...
Accepted.
Yeah, the exactly. But the landing point they've said that what it is it procedurally generates the mountains and the creatures and shit like that. But where you land, it will generate a created cave or a created landing zone type thing, like in Star Citizen, where the mission will occur. So it's like those games, like in Diablo, where Diablo had certain set pieces, but they'll procedurally generate between the 2 points. So it'll be the same thing. And you'll know as well as I, even looking at the bunkers in Star Citizen, even at the moment, because they're made out of similar artists, it looks the same. If they don't have enough tile pieces, it'll still look very similar. And that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Like, they call it procedurally generated, but if you've only got 2 options for corridors, how procedurally generated is that? It's technical procedural generation, but is it really? So that's like you said, like, how far does that go? How far, like, every time you land on a planet, if it just feels the same, like, oh, that mountain was blue and now it's white. And I think that's what you were getting at before, weren't you, Pete? Like how far does it feel, right? And that's my concern too. I don't think it'll feel.
How big are these play spaces? With Star Citizen, there isn't an edge.
Yeah,
like it's not like a conventional game. Like,
yeah,
if you can see exactly, if you can see it, you can go.
Yeah,
there's the odd bendy corridor, you know, like that doesn't really lead anywhere. But like, like the traditional games, they have a landing zone and an area to play in. There are walls, there are artificial, like real, like they'll put barriers in the way, so you can't go this far because they don't want you to see it.
You can't fly the ship round on planets. And what I mean by that, like when you go down the landing zone, it's like it lands where it lands every single time. You can't go, I want to park over here today. No, I want to park over here. It's the same spot every time. And there are no vehicles.
It doesn't have ground vehicles either. So
it doesn't
make a base 1 billion miles away.
So that's what
3-day walk.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to go really, like, are you really going to walk half an hour in one direction just to see how much it loads? Or are you going to go, oh shit, that's a waste of my time? I guarantee you there'll be someone that'll walk until they hit the edge of the world and they'll realize it's just like an 8 kilometer by 8 kilometer map, right? And if they, you know, a lot of game developers put artificial walls in. So what if they've made it so at the after a certain distance, it just puts a wall there that you can't get past?
Yeah, just impassable terrain.
Yeah. And I reckon that's what it'll be. I don't think it's going to be this. I don't think you're about to land and just walk for infinity and come back to the other side. It's not that. It is a flat map. It is not. I don't even think it's 64-bit. So you think about Star Citizen, where when we were playing that, when you got to the edge of that map was at the 8 kilometer limit. Do you remember, Algared, with your character? So I'm just a TV remote, by the way. But you'd have your joystick and your character's hand trying to do it would literally start to drift off the stick. Because you were too far, like they weren't lining up. And once we got 64-bit, they've always changed. Yeah, desync. Yeah. And I think the same thing will happen in this. They will have tested the limit and they might go, right, 8 kilometers too far, it creates desync. You can only go 4 kilometers from the landing zone. Right? So I don't think it's going to be as sandpitty as they think it's going to be.
But I can remember Star Citizen talking about that, you know, about 8 the reason maps are 8x8 is because of that desync that you get over a certain range from a center point. The further you go from that center point, the more desync you get. And when CIG cracked that changed the whole way they could do maps and everything else. But I don't see. For me, Starfield is just So I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not a franchise.
Yeah, I just caved because there was it's sci-fi. We don't get a lot of sci-fi games. I played Fallout and I played Elder Scrolls. I played just this. Was it Elder Scrolls? I played just the main storyline really and finished that. Fallout, I did mainly that, and I think it went a little bit into Brotherhood of Steel, but they just don't have this depth, and I hate reading shit. It just pisses me off. I much prefer cinematics and stuff like that, and that's why I reckon Star Citizen will be a lot more popular because it has that cinematic feel to it and stuff like that. And you know when you used to play StarCraft and you finish the mission and you be rewarded with a cinematic. That's what I think Star Citizen is going to be. Your reward is a cinematic for finishing the level, and I always enjoyed that. Where in Fallout, half the missions are just something you had to read on your Pip-Boy, and they used to piss me off. Looks like this time around there's a lot more talking involved and talking to characters, and I'm hoping that it scratches a little bit of that sci-fi itch for me. But I'm going in really hesitant because I've been burnt by Bethesda before, and their games usually run like junk. They make multiple billions of dollars off this game. Why the hell have they not invested in a decent engine? I will never know. But yeah.
I'm of the opinion. I bought the Calico Protocol, I think it was called recently, and I've got maybe an hour and a half into it. and what I thought it was and what it actually was were completely different. So I'm willing to wait, because I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
crap. It could be a very good game,
Could be amazing.
but I'm willing to wait and see what it actually is before I invest. Because
I
you know,
I find that even in Baldur's Gate 3.
Sorry, Algared. Outer Worlds is a fantastic game. If you want a good sci-fi game, go play Outer Wilds. That is fucking amazing. It's single player, made by a small development team, but that really does hit us. I haven't seen a game that good in 3 or 4 years. If you want a really good sci-fi games, and that thing's cheap. It's like $10 at the moment to pick up. So yeah, sorry, Algared.
Saying the whole thing with the missions, I find even with Baldur's Gate, I'm skipping text, and it just reminded me of Viva Dirt League's got episodes where they've got the character in NPC Man going skip. Oh shit, because you've missed up, and I could see people doing that all the time.
Yeah.
If it's just a text based or just questions, you're going to skip.
Text back in the day was because we didn't have the technology or the file sizes to do that. So for now, when you do text, to me, it just comes across as lazy.
Yep.
It's okay if you have it as like a data pad in a mission because the person is dead and it's a bit more story based. I have no problem with that. But like when we've got the tech now to just record audio, like you and I can record audio, Pete can record audio. It's lazy. It's really low effort. You can have audio, right? But when you can actually have a character talking and looking at you and picking up all those facial cues and all that, they've got the tech. They've got their own animation studio at Star System now. They've got their own animation studio with all the bells and whistles and shit like that. And would they say it even beats Imaginarium's studio now?
Yeah, Brian Chambers was saying it was. I asked him, how does it compare to Imaginarium? He said it mine's better, and it craps all over it. Basically, I'm using my language there, but he basically said it's hands down 100% better than Imaginarium, and it makes sense because Imaginarium is older now, whereas their new studio is like all the bells and whistles. So, Atlas Gaming, thank you again for that $5 super chat. Epic NPC Man is epic, and yes, if you haven't checked out Epic NPC Man, check it out. It is one of my go-to feel-good places is often watching those. They really do nail a lot of the games and the styles and things that happen in games. So check it out. Viva de Epic NPC Man. And thank you for that $5 super chat to plug Viva de League. So anyway, we'll move on to some questions because we're falling behind.
As usual.
Well and truly falling behind. My back is killing me. In regards to the freelancer health and how thin it is, could you see a freelancer widening to the width of a spirit? Yeah.
But a freelancer max, it does exist. It is a thing.
Yep. Edison Trent. I'm going to move. I'm going to try and rapid fire some of these.
Yep.
Edison Trent says, "Did any of you ever consider Origin may have more blades space or have more stuff bladed than?"
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bunch of stats that haven't come in, like armor and shit like that. And Origin does seem to be very component and redundant heavy. Yeah, absolutely. They are designed like flying safe rooms. Absolutely. But besides a safe room, what else do they do?
The 890 Jump is the only ship with a second bridge, with a safe room bridge. When it came out, it was also said to be the fastest ship of its size. So it's supposed to be the fastest. So if you think the 890 Jump is slow, it's supposed to be faster than an Idris or a Bengal or all the other large capital ships. But it was also said to be utilize a lot of automation, which meant it could have the smallest crew size for a ship its size.
That's also its bespoke. So every capital ship has a bespoke capital component, and the engines are the bespoke capital component on the 890 Jump. On the Reclaimer, it's the power plant, isn't it? So yeah, the different ones have a different component. And in time, we'll obviously learn what all they are. We don't know what all of them are, but yeah, as they come along, and that is for balance reasons. So to give an example, with the Reclaimer, you can't use the top level 3 of the top level military shields because it has too much of a power drain. So they've obviously done that to kind of make the Reclaimer not as tanky. Again with the Origin one. they can use it. So, for example, and I'm not saying this is what they're doing, but remember Algared, how it was very fuel heavy at one point? They can make it so that it's very fuel inefficient. Might be the fastest, but it comes at a cost. So, it allows them to balance those capital ships exactly where
they can
want
balance
to take
things out. But to pick up on Edison's question, the fact that they also said that it uses a lot of automation does play into the idea that it will have a lot more blades and automated systems or weapon systems because it can, and that's what enables it to have a small flight crew or small crew for the ship.
When you say it has more blades, do we know what functionality blades will bring? Like, have CIG mentioned anything?
Yeah,
specific?
basically AI blades that basically control turrets at this point. That's basically the extent.
So that's it. There's nothing like potentially remote unlocking and locking. There's no like comfort features like remote unlocking and like stuff like that.
There may be other things down the line, but at the moment, AI blades are basically computers that fill in for NPCs or humans.
Yeah, and what you're doing is when you put a blade in on a computer, you're chewing up one of your computer slots, which means you can't use your computers for other things. So,
so you might have slower. This is guess speculation, right? You might have slower spooling up of the quantum drive because you don't have as much computer powering to put into the calculations. You might have slower response times to other things as well. I'm sure you can figure that out for yourself. You're an idiot.
You're trying to fly for a wormhole or a jump point. And
takes longer to navigate it.
Can't process the stuff. You're any of those. Eminent Shadow has another question. Is there a ship that uses size 6 guns?
There is size
6 guns.
There are size 6 guns on the Kraken turrets. I know that for a fact. But in game,
used to have them, but they removed them.
Sorry,
I think the Starfarer used to have size 6 guns, but I think they changed them to 5.
Yeah, it's size 5s on the turret. It's a Reclaimer turret.
Size 5s on the turret up top.
Yeah, it's like the Reclaimer and the Redeemer both have size 5s on top as well. So yeah, you're absolutely correct.
And the only way you get size 6s would be having a gimbaled size 5 that you're putting a fixed size 6 on. I can't recall. I haven't flown enough different ships lately to
Kraken. It's
Kraken.
It's Kraken and Idris.
Oh yeah, but in game.
I reckon
it's weird. There are size 6 guns in game now, but there don't appear to be any ships you can put them on.
I think the first we'll probably see is the Polaris. Wait and see, but I think it'll be the Polaris as potentially the first we'll see it on. I think the reason why they probably came in was the Banning Merchantman and was kind of coming, and I think that's what they were planned for. And I think we'll probably see them on the Polaris next, though. Yeah.
Or it was just to fill up space in Hurston Dynamics shop because they needed stuff to fill it out. Walkstree says, do you see the Perseus getting bigger? What do you think they will add to it to justify the size?
It gets bigger as it comes towards you to destroy you. That's how it gets bigger. What do you reckon? No, I don't think they will, because I think they really like that small operational cruise size. And I don't know, Badgers, you can speak to that if you want in Twitch chat, but I think that's one of the appeals of that ship, that it's got a small cruise size.
Yeah, and I think if they make it bigger, they've got to add more crew, and they want to keep it that small crew size. And
why it doesn't have a medical facilities, because then you're going to have a doctor or someone like that where, and that's another person, another crew, and the crew quarters get bigger. Every time you add a person, it just gets bigger and bigger. So keep it small.
That limit the living space. Yep. Does anyone have solid confirmation that Vulture will eventually be able to viable in game? Everything will be viable in game eventually.
Yep, absolutely everything will be viable in game.
So that is solid confirmation. Everything will be viable in game.
I think it's specifically more attainable in game, not necessarily purchasable.
Purchasable or obtainable is the same. When we say purchasable, we're saying, hang on. When we're saying purchasable, we're talking about purchasable for in-game credits or UEC. That's what we're talking about.
But again, that's still not the same thing, because you could unlock a lot of those things by reputation requirement.
Yes, you can unlock them, but you still got to buy them for credits once they're unlocked.
Maybe.
But even look. Will it be able to be purchased in game? Yes.
The other one that we could probably say is the Vulture came out. Was it last patch? So it could potentially be available for 320 to purchase in game. Don't quote me on that, but that has happened with some ships before. So hopefully it might be purchasable as of next patch.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said the Vulture would be 320, didn't they? Because they want to leave it 2 patches between release, and it just happened to have been a long time.
That's correct. So I think that's where I'd expect it, but don't quote me on that. But I think you're right, though, Pete. All right,
Edison has a question. He says, "Why do we keep denying the Perseus as one of the best large combat ships for a small friend group?" We don't.
I don't know. Ask Badgers.
We actually do think it. We do think it is a great ship for a small group. What we keep saying is it is too expensive and not worth the money for that when you can buy a Polaris for a small amount extra. So I don't think we keep denying it.
Looks like he's not
I think
listening.
you're trying to put words into our mouth.
Yeah.
What's the operational difference between a Perseus and a Polaris? Aren't they basically fighting wedges?
So one is a highly like the Perseus is defensive and the Polaris is offensive, and they're about twice the size difference. And you've got 4 crew on a Perseus, and I think what's the minimum is like an 8 on a Polaris. So the Polaris is technically capital, where the Perseus is technically large. So there is quite a bit of difference between the two, but they are often compared because they're both from RSI.
Yeah. Why don't you pull up Ship Viewer and show us the difference in size if you can?
Please do, because without context, they both would just look like super star destroyers to me.
Yeah, sure.
Perseus is small compared to the Polaris. Polaris has a size 2 hangar, so fighters. Perseus is almost Connie size in comparison. If you know, it's not the size of a Connie, but it's small.
Yeah. So there you go.
There you go.
Can you see that, Pete, or not?
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's quite substantial. So this is the thing: is there's a 75. So without discounts, because sometimes there's discounts and it goes down to $25, but there's a $75 difference between these two. Can you see why we're telling everyone to buy the Polaris? $75, and you get that much more ship.
And torpedoes, large torpedoes, and
they are very different roles, though. Like we don't think the Perseus on its own merits is a bad ship. We just think it's bad value. Quite honestly, I'm pretty sure Algared, you own one, and I've got a chain to get one if I want to, right? So again, we're taking ourselves out of this. This is a value. Like we're talking pure statistics and money. Like this is not our own opinion. This is investing, right? And if you're giving investing advice, you've got to give smart advice. There is no way you can look at those two and say, for $75 left, that ship on the bottom is worth it. It's just not. You can't justify it for $75 less.
Yep.
If you can get a Perseus for Edison, if you can get a Perseus for $75, well done. That is awesome. But we're talking again statistics. So we've got to look at this stuff before that. So there's no if, buts, whens, and maybes. You've got to talk cold hard facts.
And again, we're not saying that the Perseus is a bad ship. We've never said it's a bad ship.
Yep.
Ever. We've said it's bad value. And if you have heard us say it's a bad ship, then you haven't been listening to us.
Yeah.
It has great guns. It is a big ship killer. But it's a large ship, and it has been always built as a river, almost. I think CIG built it as that river, short range river.
Look at the Redeemer. You know, the Redeemer can have 2 to 4 people on it as well. But I would quite happily say I'd expect this Perseus to beat the Redeemer because it's just bigger and tankier and stuff like that. But it's ballistic based. This has bespoke ballistics. So the way the Redeemer is going to win is this is a defense vessel that stays close to home, so it can go back and reload fairly quickly. But if you can out-sustain, so say you had 2 Redeemers versus this, right? Because that's probably a bit more of a fair fight. If the Redeemers can out-sustain this and drain it of ammo, that's when they're going to win. Right? Because they have the repeatable lasers and stuff like that, but lasers are just weaker than ballistics and armor. But armor and ballistics are finite, so it becomes a numbers game. Do you have the stronger weapons and armor, but you're on a time frame, or do you have the weaker but they last? Well, essentially, I'm not going to say forever, but they do last a lot longer, don't they? And they regenerate the shields. So, and what's going to be the best? A combination of both. If you have armor and shields and ballistics and lasers, you're probably going to win because you can when you run out of ballistics, you've still got some ammo left, you've still got some shields left. You run out of armor, so a mix and match is going to be the way to go.
And I know that in the past I've argued that it's not the long range fighter that everyone keeps claiming it is. It's short range because it's
Yep.
billed as being that river patrol boat. It's that local defense
Yep.
ship.
And the Polaris is the opposite, isn't it, Algared?
So,
It's, what do they say? The tip of the spear. That's literally how they word that thing.
spear.
And it's designed to thrust in, do a torpedo strike, and get the hell out. That's literally how that thing's. You don't want to hang around in the Polaris either. It's not a sustained fighter. It is, and it's also got support functions because of that hangar. It's designed to take fighters with it and cycle them through to keep them in the fight.
It's seen as a ship that was designed when I kind of saw it as when it was just being designed as almost the local patrol ship for local systems. So it's a system defense ship to be the flagship of a system defense. Whereas I'd say the Perseus is a planet defense ship of local,
absolutely
literal local defense.
Yeah. Does that help, Pete?
Are they bad
ships? No. Does that help with what?
Yeah, no, yeah, you can definitely see the difference between them. I was just imagining roles and stuff you do with the hangar and stuff, and like if you say it's a frontline ship and it'd be dropping off fighters, obviously
you can also put other things in it like terrapins. So so you could send a terrapin in to scout. Like it takes it into the area, and then the terrapin goes forward, puts itself at risk to protect the Polaris, and it could potentially, find targets, and the Polaris rocks up, locks, shoots, and gets the fuck out, right? But also the Polaris does have, because it's capital, the Polaris does have really large scanners. It's quite large.
What gun does the Perseus have on it?
The Perseus has these bespoke ballistics, but you can change the ammo on it. So the thing that it has over every other ship that we've seen is, we know that they're bringing in different ammo types, so you can have flak and stuff like that. So where another, if I want to put guns on a ship, I've got to either put lasers or laser repeaters or whatever I put on it. But then if I want to change them, I've got to go back to the hangar and change them. This, I just load different ammo.
Right.
Cool. And that's where this shines over other things. But everything it fires, because they're bespoke ballistic guns, they are ballistic. So its weakness will always be that it's going to eventually run out of ammo. It's eventually going to run out of armor. And armor, so you know how you've got shields and lasers that regenerate?
Yeah.
Armor, as far as we can tell, is as much like ballistics. It will be finite and run out. Like you can shoot it off ships. So one of the things they talk about is how the Aurora cannot shoot capital class armor at all. But that doesn't mean an Aurora can't damage the capital ship. It means something like an Ares has to go in with that giant minigun, shoot off all the armor or a hole in the armor, then the Aurora can come in and shoot.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's protected
until the ammo and the Perseus and stuff. Say with finite resources. Are they ever going to go back to that model they had? You used to be able to buy ammo packs for your ships.
I'm hoping they do.
Remember that?
I want to.
Are they ever going to go back to that so you can just have ammo on your cargo grid and then restock on the fly?
That's still the plan, but they haven't talked about it in years. But I just love the idea of someone picking up an ammo box full of bullets, running down the ship, and feeding it into the. I just think that sounds awesome. So there's just a guy running around reload. Like, can you imagine how cool that would make the Hammerhead? Someone's just running around, loading all the bullets in. Be mad.
Having a ballistic cannon on a Gatling gun on your Hornet, and then using your tractor beam to reload the Hornet with the ammo pack. Yeah, 100%. I see that coming.
I hope so. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be annoying, but it'll be fun. It'll add that gameplay. But yeah, like you just look at those two ships. There's no way they are the same. The roles of those two ships is different. Even you look at the way CIG designed or talked about the roles. The Polaris is designed as a system flagship for system defenses. The Polaris is almost a totally different role.
And like the Perseus kind of is designed to kill kind of like Connie-sized ships. You got the Hammerhead, which is another defensive ship, but that's designed at fighters. So we're getting these different ships that aim in different directions. One of the reasons why I don't like the Hammerhead as much is I tend to like ships that punch up. So the Polaris punches up and kills other capitals. The Redeemer punches up and kills, ships above it as well because of the size 5 guns. This Perseus kind of punches down a little bit because it's punching at medium and large ships, so it's kind of punching in its own size class.
When when the Polaris and the Hammerhead first came out, we saw them as being a good pairing together because one was taking out the fighters and one was taking out the cap
Yeah.
ships. Now that the Perseus is out, you'd always see the Perseus and the Hammerhead being a really good pairing because they're both the same class ship, the same size ship in terms of class. One's taking the punching up, the other's punching down, and so you know.
It's like the Nautilus too. That those mines are designed to take out fighters. So where are the other mine ships going to be? Because you're going to need mines for capital ships and large ships and medium ships like those. That's one of the weird things about the Nautilus. Like a lot of the ships, a really easy way to tell how good it is combat wise is how good it is taking out itself, right? A Nautilus can't take itself out because those mines are designed for fighters. So it could take all the mines on that ship and barely damage itself because if it's got the armor, it can just withstand it. It's crazy.
Can one of you explain to me the value of a mine layer in this video game? Like
passiveness. So you can go out and put all the mines down and then go back and grab another ship.
I hear that, but hear me out for a second. Like, minefields work because generally people are attached to the ground. You know, if you put mines in space, we have a third dimension where you can just go around the mines or in a different direction. Like, I don't get how 2D defenses work in 3D space.
Yep, will do.
Yep, thank you. Right.
So you're typing it.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I just don't see the value in a mine layer in this game.
So they've actually said the mines go in every direction, and they are like a homing. So if you think about like a missile and a torpedo, they're kind of like that in one, but they actually will move towards people when activated, and you can set them to certain signals. So you can set them up for certain ships. Like if I detect a mining ship or something of something that is bespoke to a certain ship, I can get the mine to go for that. The other thing is mines have to be maintained, and not only are there mines, but there's also sentry turrets. So they can, so for example, if you had like say a Kraken privateer that's set up as a bazaar, not only could you put some mines around that when someone goes red that they go for them, but you could also put up turrets so as soon as someone fires, they start firing back. It's a defense. It's essentially an area of denial device. Is what mines will be.
But even in terms of your question, Pete, Star Wars: The Old Republic had their fighter component of their game. There was a mine layer sniper ship in that, and you would lay your mines, and the mines would either add extra shielding, actually do healing. I don't know how to do healing, but they also did mines that exploded. So. And you'd place those mines to stop people coming around and doing stuff. So
when you were doing this, were you flying through canyons and stuff?
You were flying around space stations and asteroids.
Okay, so you were okay. I'm just thinking in space when you can just go around it. I don't see. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but you can think of it in multiple different ways, Pete. So like even if we just had a fixed point in space, so say we've got one ship, you've got what is it? How many mines is it? 8 mines, I think, on the Nautilus. You can put one above. It only takes 6 mines to cover that area because you put one above, one below, 2 off to the sides. 6 degrees of freedom.
Yeah, one on every pole.
Yeah, and then basically a ship comes in and a mine will go for it. And again, you can have them interconnected, so all the mines will go for one ship, or all the turrets will start firing at one ship. Things like that. And there's nothing to stop you from going out twice and putting out 16 mines. There's nothing to stop you going out.
There could be a swarm mode on them.
Yes, exactly. As I said,
they're working individually. They would cooperate as like a group.
So they've also said that you have to go out and maintain them. So basically, you can put out 400 mines, but you've got to go out there and maintain 400 mines because they will break because they run on fuel and stuff like that. So
that's for the explosive bang bang ones, or just for the laser turret ones?
That's for both.
Everything.
Oh,
everything.
Because they run on batteries. They're machines.
And the other thing you'll have is if you come across a minefield, you want to be able to remove a minefield.
Yep.
So a minesweeper or the Nautilus becomes in value in that sense as well.
So say I come and attack Algared's base and I take over Algared's base and there's still mines sitting there. I just wait a week until they all go flat and then I go in and just pick them all up and sell them. That'll be a thing. The Nautilus is going to be both a money maker, so to speak, and a combat ship. It's one of the weird ones that cross those both lines because if you can just reclaim a bunch of mines because someone left them there a month and they've all gone flat, why not? cool, I just
Yeah,
made
no, fair enough.
500K by picking up a bunch of mines that, you know, you might even get a mission that's like, oh, we need someone to come pick up these mines. Can you come out in your Nautilus and pick them up?
Cool. Bomb disposal will be
It's
quite
a
a cool
really
little job.
it's a really weird bespoke ship because it's one of the few combat ships that are going to be used during the week. Because like it'll be like, well, on the weekends where most raids happen in MMOs, everyone's doing the combat. Take my Nautilus out, or maybe on the Friday but night before, put all the mines out for the battle. The next day you go out in a different ship like the Polaris or the Perseus or whatever ship you go out in, and then you know during the week you come back and not only maintain your own mines but go collect other people's mines. So it's going to walk the line. It's a very underrated ship, and I know there's a lot of people. I think Grim actually might be someone that's into it. I know he's into that, and he's into the Kraken, and I know there's DG360's into the Nautilus as well. So there's a few people that are really interested in that one, because it's just different from every other ship in the game.
So an hour ago, Lillian asked a question. Lillian, Lillian had the question. It was, as we inch closer to Pyro, do you think we will need the Apollo or Hope for player medical respawning at this for that system to work?
No, because you'll respawn at hospitals like you've already got now.
Yep. Hospitals, or you'll still be able to respawn at your Carrack, your the Carrack, the 890 will still offer that. We might get more ships that can do it, but would it be nice to see those ships? Yes. Will we get them? Probably not when they're ready.
All right, I've just done this last one for Pete's benefit, right? But Algared, you know what I'm going to say. So
Yep. The ships of the same class. Yep.
Yeah. So the two at the bottom, the Nautilus and the Hammerhead, are both $725. It's only a $25 difference between them and the Hammerhead. That's why the now these three are considered large, and the Polaris is considered capital. Why the hell would you not pay an extra $25? This isn't out yet, by the way, the Polaris. So this is going to obviously go up by possibly $100. This isn't out yet, so this is going to go up. But if this goes up by $50, this actually makes this more expensive than both of these. That blows my mind because it's so much smaller.
And of those three Corvettes, the only one we've really got at the moment is the Hammerhead.
Yeah. So the Nautilus will go up as well in price, but you have to imagine they're going to go, based on where their price point, they've at least got to go up about $100 each. So the Hammerhead is actually going to work out being one of the cheapest. But it just kind of shows you how behind the Hammer, like it looks equal at the moment, but the Hammerhead's actually behind, though it's larger. So yeah, still the best value, 100% is the Polaris. I hope that shows why we recommend the Polaris so much over the Perseus. Yeah,
it's a value for money thing rather than a purpose thing. Anyway,
it's literally pure dollars. That's why we recommend the Odyssey sometimes, because a lot of people like the Carrack, but like based on value, because the Carrack's out and the Odyssey isn't. The Odyssey is going to go up another $100. So that'll what's that? What $775 or something like that? That actually puts it above where the Polaris is now. You know.
The classic was when we were doing the 10 best ships episode. And I'd always looked at the Carrack and the Odyssey for some reason. I just thought, yep, they're the same size. And you said, no, it's actually a capital ship. And I knew the Odyssey had the same size hangar as the Polaris, but I hadn't made that link. And when you put them up, you go, that's a much bigger ship. And so when you're looking at the value, you go, yes, they're doing the same job. They've got different branches of the same job, but this one's a better ship because of
probably a good thing to show, actually.
The bigger size.
So this is something I've suspected for a while, right? These three are in the same size class because they're all large, right? You know that they're a triangular thing. One of the things I was saying to Algared is I think the Odyssey is actually in with the Polaris, and I think we will.
Which makes sense because it's got the same size hangar.
Yeah, I think we'll eventually get a third ship that's in this size class as well.
And I think the Carrack is probably closer to the.
It is a little smaller though, right? But you got to remember, like these are engine fluff because there's nothing actually back here. It's just kind of engines. The rooms actually stop underneath the hangar, and you do have the torpedo things on the side here. So this is like basically a triangle. And you do have a little bit that goes out to the edge. So they are roughly similar inside. You've also got to remember this thing's got multiple decks. I think this has only got 2 decks from memory, where this has 2 or 3.
The Odyssey is the Mystic Explorer, isn't it? Or has it got
like
some sort of refinery function or something?
Yeah, it's a Mystic Explorer. But the thing is that kind of is a bit hard to understand is these hangars are the same size. This has really big doors on it, but they actually are the same size. It's weird. So yeah.
They actually, and from memory, they actually stated that the hangar of the Polaris was the same size as the Odyssey after it came out, because they were making the Polaris, bringing it into that kind of metric. And if you look at the carrot kind of fits more the size of the Hammerhead Polaris.
Yeah. So if I kind of line these up, Algared, it would be, you would agree with this, would you not? So I often talk in design terms of rock, paper, scissors. So we've got our scissors here, which is the kind of DPS. We've got our outlier, which is paper. We've got our tank, which is our rock or stone. We don't have that for this size class. So I would expect whatever they drop here is a fairly tanky type of thing. I could be wrong, but that just seems to be like how it's turning out at that.
How it's shaping up.
Yeah.
Or it'll end up that one of those ships is actually the tank, the Polaris.
Well, that could be the very long-rumored Anvil Corvette could drop in there and be a tanky thing. We just don't know. At this point, I think it's kind of bullshit. I'll believe it when I see it. At this point, I think it could have been something that someone saw as concept, and it's just fallen on the editing floor. Or you got to imagine how many concepts do you reckon they've gone through that have just not made it, Algared? Like the only one we've kind of seen is the UFO one. That's not made it. There have to be hundreds at this point.
Well, we know that the Anvil one hasn't made it. It's in the sound files for but Killian on the shipyards of Killian. They're working on this new ship, but
the Odyssey's in here. Badges for stupid ships that you would buy badges. That's why it's their badges. Yeah,
that's why badges. Yeah. That's why it's there for your badges. Okay, so Lillian has a question that's unique to Australians. It's is there an Oz bar citizen planned? At the moment, I'm not sure. We've had a couple. The next one I think we were looking at was possibly going to be in Canberra.
Do you know what you know what we should do is sometime next year plan one for down here, and you can come down, and only if it's just me and you, and we'll just see how many people turn the fuck up, right? I'll have one in Launceston. We'll do one here, and you can come down for a holiday and join me for a couple of days. What do you reckon? We'll do an Inforunners bar citizen and see who the fuck turns up. I don't reckon we'll get anyone, but we'll see. I know there hasn't been a Tassie one, but we'll try and see if we can advertise a Tassie one. No, there hasn't.
We have had. There hasn't been a Tassie one. There's been a Melbourne one, I think, and South Australia one. We've done a few Melbourne, quite a few Sydney, quite a few.
Well, Lonnie's a good city to do because you can come up from Hobart or you can come across from Burnie and Devonport. And Lonnie's kind of the middle point in the state, so Lonnie would be a good place to do it. So
often when we try and pick the location, we try and pick a location that's central, B a location that's easy to get to, and one that lots of people can reach. So I'll chase it up. I'll see what I can find out. I know we were talking. I know Jez and I were talking about doing one for.
Would you be interested
Canberra or Melbourne.
Would you be interested in actually coming down, and maybe Jez can come down too, and Duck, a few of the Melbourne boys to come across? Just for the weekend. We're doing it on a weekend. You can have a weekend little trip away. Might even see if we can tour it up with one of the AFL games. And watch an AFL. A lot of people come down here to watch the AFL. I know you don't, but like a lot of people do. Well, they can go to the football, and you and I will just play board games all weekend. So,
we can play. We can play. A couple.
Fucking Pete, look what he's done. Look at Pete.
Yeah, he's got his.
I don't want to intrude. Sorry, you guys get drunk. It's fine. I'll just stay over here and drink by myself.
Yeah. We don't drink that.
he knows that. That's why he's doing it. He knows. Don't you worry. I've rubbed his nose in it every chance I get. Don't you worry. Nobody drinks that shit. That's not piss. That's like nuclear urine. That's just wrong.
That's what we export to everyone else. We don't drink that stuff.
Yeah.
So
funny because it's true.
So I will get back to you, Lillian. I'll check up with some of the guys. I know we were planning one. We usually try and do a couple a year.
All right. Well, I'm going to try and organise
during the holiday break. So
yeah, I'll talk to you, and we'll see if we can get a Tassie one going. I don't know when it'll be. Maybe we can. You know what would be good actually is one like in January, February. I reckon would be a good one.
Well, that's when we usually do. We usually do have them in January, February, November. Usually during the break periods.
Oh, okay. Maybe
is when
around
we usually try to do them.
maybe around Easter then.
Um,
What do you reckon, Easter?
so
Oh, I'll talk to you about it later. Fuck it. We'll talk about it later.
don't put me on the spot when I'm trying to.
I love putting you on spot, Algared, because it makes you awkward. And
I know you do. You're a bastard.
And you get all, you can't handle it. Like, that's fine. All right, next question.
Okay. Axis, do you believe we will see more than just Pyro saying maybe some more work on Nix or another system? It'd be nice to see. That's a possibility when they finally give us Pyro and we get jump points. We'll actually get Nix and one of the other more empty systems in the region. But your guess is as good as mine.
That would be really cool. Instead of Pyro, to see an updated Nix or something like that. That would be really cool.
Oh, I
instead of showing us,
Levski.
just instead of showing us Pyro again, and go, oh, by the way, this is the work we've done on Nix or something like that. That'd be really cool. So yeah, I don't know.
Give us back Levski. Give us back Sarah Bannister. There you go.
Yeah. Let's give it back Recco Battaglia as well. I miss those legs.
Yeah. Oh, Battaglia, the metal legs. Yep. Is she gone? Is she? Oh, yes, because she was on Levski, wasn't she?
Yeah. She's the only NPC that didn't move anywhere.
Yeah.
She went with the planet.
Yeah, she went with Delimar.
Yep.
But sorry, Pete, you
All
just made me choke, you bastard.
Yep, that'll learn you.
Mm.
So, question from Depth Tripper 177: what would you like to see CIG? What would you like to see that CIG can announce to reaffirm the backers on the project? Well, personally, I'm feel reaffirmed anyway. So,
I think it's real simple. I think we're going to see Squadron 42 shit at this year's CitizenCon. It's just everything I've seen is pointing towards that. Everything I'm hearing in the background, the lack of ships. Like me and Algared,
I'm reading on.
When was it, Algared? Like November, October last year. You and I started talking about it, and as the year's gone on, more and more people are joining that bandwagon.
Yep.
So there are other people that are hearing things as well, not just us. But everything that we've heard is pointing to a very clear progression that starts Squadron 42. Well, you've only got to look at Invictus to know something is happening. Why so many shit? Why would they how much they push dollars and fundraising in this game? Why would they release such a shitty lineup of ships? Snub and 2 vehicles. That is the lowest quality, lowest hanging fruit we've ever seen. They didn't do a ship at Alien Week. That's 2 years in a row they didn't do ships at Alien Week. And yet they've got all these ships coming. And variants. They're all variants. Well, they're not ships, they're variants. Because they don't have enough people working, because they're trying to push Squadron 42 as much as possible. I don't know. I'll eat my words if it comes out at CitizenCon and we don't hear diddly shit about it, but I'll be really surprised.
To train up. Yep. As I've said numerous times, I think the small ships are just part of a training up of teams to the variants. But I'd love to see Nix be done. But everything I read, everything I see in the monthly reports screams that they're especially when you read the Squadron 42 monthly report, it screams they're finishing off.
All right, Pete, sorry to hide you, but we're going to hide you again for not a tuna. All right. What is the final question? We have to make sure everyone's here, so we're looking for Axis. Are you on Twitch? Wheels 79 and Soul Unit. We'll give you guys, 60 seconds. Make sure everyone's here, or try to. If you're not here, tough shit. Axis laughed, so he's here. Looking for Soul Unit and looking for Wheels 79, 79. 79, not 6. I keep saying 69. All right, Soul Unit's here. Wheels, I'll give you another 30 seconds. Looks like Wheels is going to be... the reason they call him Wheels is because... what's that Stephen Hawking joke? Wheels. Anyway, right. There he is. All right, they're all here. All right, so, Algared, what are you looking for? So you're looking for the model number and the...
I'm looking for... and the uniqueness.
So what's
the
uniqueness? Clarify the uniqueness, because I don't even get that.
So, what is this? And why is it so unique? What makes it unique compared to what we see?
Well, the model number would be the answer to that, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well, the model number, but also what makes that model unique.
Mm.
Okay.
It's pretty obvious to most people what it is. Oh, close, Edison, but you're fucking wrong. And Edison,
Right,
you're
so
not meant to, just for the slow people in the audience, you are not meant to be answering. The only people to answer are Axis, Soul Unit, and Wheel 79.
Wheel.
So model
I should
and
have
what makes it unique.
yeah. So it's a limited Emerson. That's funny. No, it is not.
Yes, it is limited.
It is limited.
It is limited. There were, at least of that, there were only 5,000 made of that particular model. It's not a Constellation Phoenix, no. And you're not supposed to answer Soul Unit.
No, Soul Unit is one of the three. He is. It's Soul Unit. Yeah, it's Soul Unit,
Okay.
Wheel 79, and so there's
my apologies, Soul Unit.
and Axis is on Twitch. So yeah. So it's not a Mark III.
It's not a Mark III. Well, it is a Mark III.
Oh, it is. I thought it was a Mark IV. Okay, my bad.
No, it's a Mark III.
So that means
So it is a Mark III.
Yeah.
But what makes it unique?
The thing that makes that annoying though is Edison answered that first, and then the other person would have had the chance to copy him, which kind of pisses me off.
Yes.
So I think unfortunately, Algared, we're gonna have to do it again. It's the only fair way to do it. So maybe I'll throw this to Pete. Pete, do you have a
what makes it unique? What makes it unique? Why is that so unique compared to what we have?
I don't even know Algared myself.
You don't know.
So...
You don't know. You don't know what makes it unique. You don't know what makes it unique.
Well, I do.
You can't work out what makes it unique.
Well, but then if I say anything, I'm giving it away. So I don't want to say anything. I'll wait till someone else answers or whatever. So,
Let's see if someone can do it.
Yeah. Again, we're only waiting on Edison and Shadow. Stop talking. It's only Axis that can answer on Twitch because he's the person that is in for the winning. If you answer for him, we have to do this all again. So please stop. And then Wheels and Soul Unit. Does it smell like beer?
So who are the three? And
yeah, Daily Nude will be the only other person because Algared told me and him in person. So I think I know what it is, but I just don't want to say anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the closest is Axis, but he actually followed on exactly what.
Yeah, I think Pete, do you have a question that you could answer based on some of your sci-fi stuff? Because you were saying that you don't have anything you can show, but you know how Algared asked the question. Do you have something like that, like a question you can ask, maybe, Pete?
And we're changing that because the question has been answered more or less by people who weren't supposed to answer, even though they've been here numerous times.
And that's been the first time that's ever been broken. And am I surprised? No, I am not, especially with who did it. But yeah, Pissball Pete, do you have a question you could ask?
It doesn't have a bar though, no.
In Star Trek First Contact, Captain Picard orders the destruction of the ship. Do you know his authorization code?
Oh shit!
No, I don't.
I know parts of it. That's the part that hurts. It's been too long. Yeah. See, that's how you answer it. Yes, I know, but you don't actually answer it. That's the perfect way to answer it if you want to say it. Yes. All right. Axis, have you said any? No, Axis doesn't know. Unit. There you go.
Wheels.
Wheels? You got it right?
Wheels.
Yeah, you got it right? You got it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Good. Because I had the Alpha and the Tango, but I didn't have the first two. I was like, shit, what are the first two?
Authorization card 47 Alpha Tango.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. All right, cool. Checks Google. Yeah. All right, Wheels, good job. Right. All right, Wheels. Well, actually, we should have done it earlier, but we're just going to do it straight now because we've got to wrap up. We've basically got 3 minutes to close of time. So, Mr. Wheels, what window would you like? You can have the super sexy square window,
Square window.
the titillating triangle window, the rambunctious raunchy round window, or the horrible hexagonal starfighter window.
TIE fighter window.
TIE fighter window. Which one would you like, sir? Yeah, good luck, Wales. May the thing has always been your favorite. God, I can't remember the line. I've forgotten it. From Wings on Fire. Fuck, I can't remember the may the God, man, I've butchered my own thing. All right, Wheels, what are you going for?
Don't worry about it.
Round,
the
please.
round
He's gone
window,
for the
please.
round window. Let's have a look. What's
He's going
behind
for
the
the round window, and what's under a round window?
The
Yeah,
round
'cause I can't
window is a
remember.
Mustang. You have won yourself a Mustang.
You get a ship. You've
Just
won
to-
yourself a Mustang.
All right, let's have a look under the other windows just to make sure that I'm not full of shit.
There's a square window. We had
I was just gonna go. Hexagon was the Dolvanite skin. The triangle is the that's the Stormwall, that the Crusader skin pack, and the
skin pack.
Ares was
Inferno.
under the square.
Inferno.
So there we go. That is everything. That has been not a tuna. Spared no expense. Right. Wheels, just get in contact with me on Discord, buddy, and we'll get that out to you ASAP.
And to answer the question, what made this unique is the fact that it does not have the snub on the back, and that is because when it was originally designed, the cargo bay of the Connie was actually the hangar bay.
Oh, that's right. The cargo's in the middle. Yeah, because it was the Mark III. Damn. Okay, yeah, now I remember.
That's right.
It's like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what makes it unique? Yeah, it's the Mark fucking III, Algared. That's why it's fucking unique. It's the Mark fucking III. I was like, what is he talking about? But now I understand.
Mark III with the hangar bay was the cargo bay. So you back then you had to make a real choice whether I'm taking my vehicle, my snub, cargo.
Yes, we know you said that.
Mattered.
We know you said that, Axis. But the thing was, Edison Trent, about 3 lines before you said it as well. So we're like, did you do it yourself, or did you just copy and paste his answer? And that's why we got Pete to ask another question, because whether Edison just forgot or whatever, it's fine. But it's the only annoying thing about doing this is that we have to kind of cut it off for other people, but it doesn't stop them from answering. You know, so most community can do it. Again, it's the first time it's ever happened. I'm sure it won't be the last. All right, Pete, where can people find you on the interwebs?
Yes, sure. I'm Pissball Pete. I'm normally more entertaining than this, but I've been sitting here enamored by you guys talking, and it's been fun. I stream on Twitch Wednesdays and Saturdays, twitch.tv/Pissball Pete. One word, 12 letters, 3 Ps. And try and have a good time.
And chaos, just lots of funny chaos. He's very entertaining to watch. Good laugh, usually at my expense, but that's fine.
Thank you.
And you're very entertaining. And your mate that joins you for your adventures, PC 101, he's there usually too, yeah?
Yeah. You know, we've got a small group of testers and trolls around me that keep it interesting. So,
and you've actually
check me out.
That doggo that is his icon is also now a real dog, and you can give it treats. Go there and redeem some channel points and give the dog some treats. And it gives it a real.
He's a super good boy. He's currently kicking me in the back, dreaming.
Yes. Good. Dreamy. I do find it funny when dogs dream and you see them. You know, like, those be the night terrors, you know. Oh, no, not the bone. No, don't take my bone. My cats do it too. I've got a cat that goes "Rah, rah," when she has dreams. It's really funny. So, yeah. Anyway, all right. How many questions we got left, Algared? Real quick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You reckon we could rapid fire 10?
We can rapid fire 10.
All right, go 10.
Question. Death Trip Trooper says, what would you all like to see being shown at SitCon to Riff and Play? Oh, we just did that.
I think we've done that one. Next one.
Shinobi Trip. If you'd like, it would be better if they sold the Best in Sage paints a year after they won. I
think people have forgotten them a little bit long in the tooth.
The paint.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice if they were constantly available, I suppose would be good. Do you believe that tractor beams will be part of 320? I believe that at least they might be part of, or certainly 380 point.
Agro, that's not a bad idea what you just said there. If they actually made the skins permanently available in the store, that would remove the toxicity as well. It would also remove the entire grey market bullshit as well. Not a bad idea. Right, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, look, I've hated the idea of the F7A
Mm.
patch. Now that was sold as a fundraiser for veterans.
Rapid
It was a
fire.
$20 skin.
Rapid fire.
Sorry.
Rapid fire. Quick. Do the questions again.
Sorry. But you know, I'd like to see that patch, that CCU to the 7A just readily elevate, even if it was just still going to the backers. But because you go online and you try and buy that skin, which you can't buy, and it's $7 times the price you'd normally pay. So yeah, I wish they'd just make it available all the time. Why do you Lillian says, why do we keep giving CIG a free pass on making the Endeavour? They don't need to have all the gameplay and all the modules to start to make it a basic
Yeah, they've
version.
kind of changed that a lot, haven't they, Algared? They really want to get the game. Well, look at the C1. They don't want to put the C1 in until we've got tractor beams, and it doesn't technically need it, but they want it to have tractor beams, so they're holding it over.
Yep. They used to put ships out when they were ready. So ships like the Reclaimer came out and had no gameplay, and they still put it out. And I think that they're trying to make sure there's at least some gameplay besides just hauling cargo for the ships. But the Endeavour's also a ship which needed to have, they always said right from the beginning, right from the day it was first concepted, this will be one of the last ships we build because it's, you know, so it's not a free pass. They've told us right from day one.
The thing is with CIG is they do make mistakes, but they don't seem to make the same mistake more than once on most occasions. Like they do learn from it really quickly and then implement change. Like it's one of the few good things they're good at. Once they recognize a mistake, they generally do fix it.
You fucking sure?
And
Ship Showdown, bro.
Yeah.
Been gone for 5 years.
There's a
What the
couple of
fuck?
Yeah.
There's a couple of examples where they've made a mistake.
You've
I would
had
say
too much fucking Fosters.
Mercury Star in it.
Too much.
Oh, what's up?
I personally think that I don't mind a ship taking forever.
We're in trouble now with chat.
The longer they take, the better it is.
We're in trouble with chat now because they're saying rapid fire after I said rapid fire.
Sorry.
Next one.
Yep. Drop yogurt. Question for Chris. For a brief second, and question: you are Chris for a brief second, and you can tweak any one thing in game. For example, I would give a windshield of a mantis and put it on Connie ships. So yeah, Chris Roberts for a brief second. What did change?
I think everything's going to change between now and then. I think every ship is going to be updated. Like it's a patient waiting game. Look, we've been waiting 10 years, Algared. I think we can wait a few more, right? And we're really waiting for that ship team to be there for Star Citizen, or for a team to actually
Crusader
be working.
lore.
Yeah, I agree.
Crusader ships are fit with Crusader lore. There you go.
Oh yeah. I can answer that. Origin doesn't exist anymore.
Ooh.
Done.
What about you, Pete?
I would gut the bottom layer out of the Mercury Star Runner and extend the cargo bay forward.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Actually, I take that back. Okay, I wouldn't remove Origin. I would just fix it and give it actual gameplay. Done. So, yeah, sorry.
All right. Artec, you realize you were going to annoy too many of the audience.
That's not annoying them. It's just like I don't hate Origin. I just want it to do more. That is my problem with them. Yeah.
All right. Artec has a question. They think they'll make the Polaris hangar a bit bigger by 2 meters to fit an Apollo.
Is he talking about the Endeavour hangar for the Apollo?
He's talking about Polaris hangar.
No,
for an Apollo.
The Apollo is a big ship. It's not even medium. And the Polaris only holds small ships, so S2.
Yep.
And the Apollo is an S4. So no.
Yep. So no way.
Yep. Next one.
Daniel has a question. He says, should we expect the Polaris price to increase from 750 this
Absolutely.
or Invictus launch week?
No, it'll come up. It'll come up on its release. Whenever it's released, it'll go up. Absolutely.
Yep.
Next one.
Thinking of picking up a CCU this IAE from Hammerhead to Polaris at 25. If you can get one to...
Yeah. You and everyone else that can get one. The last times they came out, they had 3 sales that were limited, and then they made it unlimited because on the grey market, they were just extortionary. People were buying them for $25, and the next day they were trying to sell them for $180. So they're like, fuck that, and they unlimited them because it was bullshit. So yeah, like Pete said, they do tend to fix their mistakes.
I'm going to give this question for our episode log. I'm just going to post it to you, but it says, what are the best are the best big ship values for solo players? And I think that's an episode that we'll do. So thank you for that.
Yep.
That's low hanging fruit for us, I think.
Yep. I started to learn there's these low. We don't like doing low hanging fruit, but we keep getting questions for low hanging fruit episodes. We're like, fine, you want lazy episodes? We'll do lazy episodes.
So we're not going to answer that. We'll do an episode probably in 3 weeks' time because we've now got a backlog of lazy answer episodes to do. And the last question is, when they release Squadron 42 episode 1, how long do you think it will take for episode 2?
About this long. This long.
Yeah.
That's how long it'll take.
Or maybe this long.
No. That long, because you've got no fucking context of how long that is.
Yeah, that long.
No, you don't need to change it because you've got no scale. There's no banana for scale on that one. Yeah. No, I think the only time frame they ever did was between episode 1 and 2. They reckon it'll be about 2 years at minimum. And you got to think the team that's been working on episode 1 are going to go on to work on episode 2. And generally in game design terms, when they do a sequel, they keep to a rule of thirds. So they have a third old, a third new, and a third modified, right? And that's why generally sequels come out quicker than they're generally speaking. And I know there's a few rules that break that and stuff like that. But if they're going to do 3, that's probably what they'll do, because they can use a lot of the old art assets. They make new art assets, they add into ships and things like that. And they probably might not even need to, like they might film new scenes, but if they've already made the art for it, all they might have to do is put new clothing or new uniforms. You can see where it goes pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Luminalia, you have just pushed your episode back another week.
They did it again. Oh, well.
You did. She's still waiting for her episode on ships that we'd change.
Yeah,
it is on our list.
Last time we checked, it was what, 2029 was the last time I think we said we're going to do that one. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, we did the last episode we did was 10 ships that are in game because you guys asked for it. The companion to that was going to be the worst ships in game.
I think we're going to split it up.
Then following after that was going to be your episode, Luminalia, but now it's another week behind. That will probably mean we'll do.
Well, actually, this week we're doing one with Paul on the Ship Showdown, so everything's pushed back by a week at this point. So yeah. Pete, can we actually
another week?
Would you ever be interested, Pete, come along for a speculation session and do an episode with us on one of those one day, or not your thing?
Like a theory craft.
Yeah, you just sit down and throw ideas out and see,
that is my favorite type of content. Yeah. Guessing what the devs might do is my favorite game.
There you go.
All right, we might get you along for Pete, but yeah, we'll see. Especially if you're awake, because you're on the other side of the planet. So right now for you, it'd be coming up to 1 a.m., wouldn't it? It's fairly late for where you are.
Yeah, it's just 1:15.
Yeah, so it's fairly late. So Pete's got to get his doggo sleeping.
Just to clarify for you, Luminalia, that is on our list of episodes to do. We did put it on. Execute has got it. I posted it into our episodes channel. It is an episode we will do. So don't fret. It will be there.
Okay.
Anyway, and that's our last question.
Yep. I'm just finding someone for us to raid. Is anyone that you can see?
And before you do that, I'm going to say, don't forget, if you're on YouTube, like, subscribe, hit that bell. It always gives us a warm, fuzzy feeling. And so many, I see it on most channels. Most channels seem to have about 50% of the viewers who keep coming back aren't subscribed. Whether it's an algorithmy thing that just keeps stuffing people around or not. But liking and subscribing does actually help. If you've been here before and you're not subscribed, you'll clearly like us. So
there's a guy there I've never seen before called Tom. He's got 49 viewers, so roughly the same size as us. Tom Beckhouse. He's talking about going to CitizenCon, so he must be American. I'm assuming he's American. We're going to rate him. Ask him what he wants to see at CitizenCon from us. And I want to raid someone new rather than someone unraid created. So yeah, goodbye to Twitch. Thank you for joining us. And as we said, we will have a video up for you guys on the weekend, most likely about the Ship Showdown, because if we don't do it now, we're never going to get it done. And we held it off 2 weeks while waiting for Paul, but Paul's had some real life stuff. So, but he's there for us after Captain's Table this week. So yeah, tomorrow, Algared.
The day after, guys.
All right, goodbye Twitch.
Bye everybody.
YouTube, say goodbye to Twitch. And
bye Twitch.
There goes Twitch.
Thanks for having me, guys. It's been great.
Yeah, no, we'll have you back anytime you want. All right. So as for YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell. Thank you for our patrons and memberships and subscriptions and all that jazz.
Super chat,
all that type
all
of
that
stuff.
stuff.
Really appreciate it. Never required, but always appreciated. Real quick before I go, Pete, where can people find you again on the interwebs?
Just on Twitch. That's all I do. Twitch.tv/PissballPete.
Yep.
Yeah, Wednesdays and Saturdays I stream Star Citizen. You know, we mess about. We try and enjoy the sandbox.
Do you play anything else, Pete, in your own free time?
On stream, not really. No, I try and stream. The other day that I would have played something else, I had to stop streaming so I could actually do IRL things, get my life together. You know, be less of a loser generally in life.
Real life sucks sometimes, doesn't it?
I know it does. It really does get in the way.
Yeah. All right. He's been Pissball Pete. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here.
We'll catch you next one. See everyone. Say goodbye,
Bye-bye.
Pete. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Doggo.
Supposed to say goodbye. Not bye-bye. Bad dog. Bad dog.